with the intelligence. She's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for
Reagan.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Haven't heard of you, then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the power fan is gonna join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
The Mind Joke wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam.
A basket on it, rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Portland Regional Championships. It's a beautiful town, and it's a beautiful day for some competition. Championship Sunday is upon us, and we're ready to crown our next regional winner to join the pantheon of winners so far to continue to compete at the Honolulu World Championships later on this year. My name is Adam Skarzik-Watson, joined here in the lounge by Ethan Heggie and Kyle Sukovich. How you feeling, Ethan?
It's going to be a good day. Crowning our first regional champion of the year. There's tons of competition, tons of top players, emerging players, new talent and old. And who will be our champion? That's the question for today.
Yeah, and every day is a great day to play the Pokemon TCG, but Championship Sunday hits a little bit different, so I hope we have some great matches today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. And again, we're here in Portland, but we have plenty more events coming up, folks. For those of you who are just joining us, this is the list of events, upcoming regionals, and tournaments that we have for the Pokemon TCG. And we're just getting started. This is the very beginning of 2024, and we have so many beautiful locations coming right up.
Yeah, 3 big ones of this roadmap. Those 2 remaining international championships, EUIC in April, NAIC in June, and of course, we hype it up every year, but it's worth the hype, the World Championships to be announced later this year.
Yeah, I can't wait for all these awesome events. We still have so many events in this season. You know, we're kind of in the weird midpoint where it felt like Worlds wasn't that long ago, but then you look at the calendar and you're like, oh wait, that was like 4 or 5 months ago. But that means, we're hitting the halfway point of the season, and there's just so much left to play. We've had so many awesome events, and who knows how things are going to shake out the rest of the way.
Yeah, as we advance through the season, the players are going to be accumulating their championship points. They have to make sure they get enough to secure those Worlds invites. We can look at that breakdown now. If you are in the U.S. and Canada, here for Portland as well, 600 points for the Master Division to get that qualification. We've got a lot of players that have already done their grind, hit that threshold, got that invite.
And this is a hard season to qualify. 600 points, that's the highest it's been since we've shifted over to this championship point threshold. The amount of placements you can get from local events has now gone down from 8 to 6 throughout the year. So this is going to be a hard year to qualify for players. They've got to really get their points out of these regional and international championship points. And with how many players are showing up, with the level of competition, yeah, it's going to be no pushover to get those 600 points to qualify.
Yeah, and there's more players than ever, so the competition higher than ever. But I mean, it's a great time to join the game as well. Great opportunities. There's events going on all the time. So if you're intimidated by that number, I'd encourage you, don't be. Just show up, start playing, see what happens.
Yeah, that's definitely a great way to put it. The points threshold doesn't seem like such a tall order for some of our most accomplished players, but you got to start your Pokemon journey somewhere. So definitely don't hesitate to take the plunge. And I guess now is a great time to move on to the day 1 recap. For those of you in the audience who missed out on the action that went down yesterday, we can take a look now at some of those big plays that we saw on the stream. What a Pokestop, grabbing the double VIP pass to kick off the turn there. Oh, I think we've all been on the receiving end of that one.
Yeah, we saw decks really roll high and do super well. We saw some new appearances. Of course, the Cloth, a fan favorite with that Hisuian Electrode V. Full stomping ground there for James, just going completely off, wrecking this Roaring Moon deck. And the best part of it all, having some fun with it as well.
Yeah.
Just really enjoying being up there on the stream. That wave was probably my favorite moment from yesterday.
I feel like that's a breaking the fourth wall moment.
Oh, but he's also breaking it down here. Man, Anthony showed up on the stream for a nice interview. A dancer from Las Vegas really livened things up and showed off his stuff, his talent, and his love of Pokemon.
And you're getting in on the action too, Skarzik.
I can't help it. The groove is infectious. And just like winning is infectious, this game really came down to the wire. It was a big grind. I got a chance to talk to Azul afterwards. He said that it was going to be a slog pretty much no matter what you think of the matchup. If you think it's favored one way or the other, you're still in for a long haul.
Yeah, this is a close matchup back and forth. A lot of players would consider Gardevoir favored in this matchup, but Azul's put in a lot of time, practiced a lot. Big devolution play there. Ken really got greedy with those rare candies, and that's a great example of Azul sort of identifying a little bit of a out of sort of game plan strategy, using the devolution, de-evolving, came down to the wire, no time left, a big knockout, Burning Darkness taking this out, but with just 3 rare candy in hand.
3 of a kind.
Yeah, 3 of a kind is not what you're looking for in the Pokemon TCG. Deoxys V-Star unable to get that knockout, and Azul is advancing to day 2 and off to a pretty solid start here. I mean, we're already 3 rounds through day 1, or day 2 rather. Lots of competition, lots of shifting in the metagame, lots of shifting in what players are doing well, and it's all in order to try and get those points, become a regional champion, qualify, see if they have what it takes.
Yeah, very well put, Ethan. We can take a look actually at the top players right now across the entire points leaderboard for NA and EU. We're going to cover these very quickly, just so that players can understand and our audience can understand where their favorites might be sitting on this leaderboard. If you make top 16 in NA or top 22 in EU, you get that special bonus for the World Championships.
Yeah, and there's lots of players here who you'll see at a lot of these regional championships constantly making it to day 2 of competition, having consistent results. So these are the players that you're going to see at the top of the leaderboards, the ones who are always showing up to these events, doing well, practicing, putting in the work. It pays off.
Yeah, it's the return on continuing to pursue Pokemon, continuing to show that you have what it takes to be the best. Cal Connor in day 2, Grant Manley in day 2, and this is the consistency you're talking about, is most of these top 16 players, they enter the tournament, they're usually walking away with points, if not making it to day 2, putting themselves closer to things like stipends to travel to more regional events, and it's a good cycle to start, to just keep playing Pokemon as much as you can.
Yeah, and as we look at the EU side of things, we know we've got more international players. I think you said it as well yesterday, Kyle, that they're willing to travel all over now to get these points because there's fewer regionals in Europe, even though with the lower points threshold, you still have to make sure you're taking advantage of every opportunity possible to make sure you maintain your spot on this leaderboard to increase your chances as much as possible for Honolulu.
Yeah, we do see the #1 player there. Yuho was the LAIC champion with that Miraidon and the Iron Hands EX. So yeah, get a lot of championship points for winning those international championships, catapulted to the top of the leaderboard. But yeah, a lot of these players, very recognizable names as well in Europe. These are the ones, you know, again, traveling to events, having consistent finishes. See a lot of like regional champions on here, but also lots of players who are just, you know, consistently making it to that day 2, racking up the points.
Yeah, I mean, look, as we keep talking about, we're not even halfway through the season yet. These players that are on the leaderboards, things can shift. We still have 2 more international championships. I mean, speaking of Yuho, he's there at #1 because he won that international championship. Right. Things are going to shift a lot. I mean, we're looking at maybe around 1,000+ points to be on this top 16 leaderboard to end the season. Now, obviously, the stakes are different in terms of finishing within these top regions, but all these players have one thing in mind, and that's that desire to win and get some championships under their belt.
Precisely. And as we kind of zoom in now, back to Portland, back to the tournament at hand, we have a short list here of our day 2 players that have qualified. They hit that 19 match point threshold in order to get their day 2 locked in and they're ready to compete. We saw Li Bui on the stream yesterday, and I can't wait for some more of these big names to really strut their stuff on the stream today.
Yep, and of course, lots of other players. I mean, there's always tons of people who make it to day 2 now, so this is kind of a snapshot. But yeah, also lots of other top players. We saw Azul GG make it to day 2. Lots of highly rated players. So, I mean, you have to expect when you make it to day 2, these are the players who are like the cream of the crop. You're not going to have any easy rounds when you make it to day 2.
Yeah, I mean, Vance Kelly jumping out to me, of course, the world champion, who kind of, was laying low for a bit, kind of taking it easy, and now locking into day 2, trying to still get a little bit, a few more points out of that Mew deck before it rotates.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, when people win the world championships, I think there's different approaches. Some people are like, cool, I don't have to play next year. I'll see you next year. I've got my big win. But other people, maybe someone like Vance, where it's like that was his first huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
Might have a chip on his shoulder, being like, you know what? I got to prove to everybody that was no fluke. I'm going to keep showing up to these events and prove to everybody that I deserve to be there.
That's a dangerous combination, right? A player who's already won Worlds, but also still has something to prove. He's going to be very hungry. And as we take a closer look now at some of the standings from day 2, not just some of the short list of names, I want to see, who's gone undefeated, who has that big points buffer to increase their chance of making top 8 as well. And even, the NA regional champions that have already been crowned can also be part of the conversation. It's not just, I already won a regional. Every time we crown one of our new winners, they say, I'm going to keep competing. I'm not just going to sit back on my laurels. And they want to make sure that their name remains part of the conversation going throughout the season.
Yeah, absolutely. So much top-level talent. And speaking of talent here, we've already crowned 5 regional champions. We'll crown our 6th. We'll be halfway through after this weekend. Look at this level of talent. Old and young, new and old. This is what Pokemon is all about. Azul, looking to defend his title as San Antonio Regional Champion, is in day 2. And like we said, our 6th regional champion feels like just yesterday was World Championships. We'll be having another champion crowned here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see if we get a repeat winner at any point this season. You see a lot of these players who've already won are established veterans. We have had a couple players who this is kind of their big breakout performance at the regional championships. But yeah, it feels like every year there's 1 or 2 players who are able to win, 2 regional championships. We had a back-to-back regional winner last year. We had Piper winning a couple as well.
True.
So will we see, somebody go on a hot streak? Somebody like Azul, who's in day 2 once again. Are we going to see somebody just, have an awesome year and win multiple of these huge events?
That is going to be a very well-positioned player. Whoever can take extra regionals, multiple regionals back-to-back, especially because Azul wasn't too confident in his winter interview about the choice to bring Charizard. Couldn't really find anything better, but he recognizes that it is a deck that has a big target on its back for this event. And so if he's able to run it back with the Charizard and take back-to-back regional championships, it will be a unbelievable achievement, I would say, for his career.
There's still so much Pokemon to play, though, so we're going to see how these matches play out. Of course, as we said, we're 3 rounds through almost of Swiss. We've got 6 rounds to play today. We'll have top 8 cut as well, and best part is, from here on out, all this Pokemon TCG coverage is coming everybody's way.
Yeah, absolutely. And just one additional point, I suppose, while we're still looking at these qualified players, Alexander Flatos is here as well in Portland, and he was one of our players to watch. I haven't gotten a close look at the standings.
Didn't do too well, unfortunately.
Unfortunate.
Decided to come in with Chien Pao, a different deck than the Lugia V-Star that worked out so well, and didn't work out so well, so maybe you gotta stay with your partner Pokemon. You can't just abandon him after your last event, but still a regional champion, and we'll be seeing Alexander at Worlds later this year.
Yeah, still very important to note. He's got a lot of training ahead of him and a lot of meta to study. Things are going to be very tumultuous as we move forward. We've got rotation coming up. A lot of decks are going to be looking very different if they even stay in the meta game at all.
Yeah, and we are in the thick of things in day 2 in Portland, and this is where you see who's going to go on a hot streak, who's going to win 5-6 matches in a row in order to make it to the top 8. We'll follow everybody's story best as we can, try to share the experience here from the regional championships. And I know there's usually one player who, comes in at a low point total, but then just goes on a streak, wins all their matches, makes it into top 8. There's always a couple people who come in high, 8 or 9 wins on the first day, and then just kind of coast in. Everybody's got a different path to the top 8, but once you get there, hey, everybody's on even playing ground. You just got to win 3 matches, and you're the champion.
Yeah, you made it easier said than done.
Yes.
For sure. But I actually do have some updated Swiss standings for everyone at home. These are a round behind, so you have to forgive me for that one. But I think this gives us a great kind of showcase of who really has that big points buffer, who is most likely able to lock in, that top 8. The regionals have become so big nowadays, gentlemen, that you have to have 34, 35, 36 points just to make sure that you're getting into that top 8. It gets pretty scary.
Yeah, this is a big round for a lot of players. The one that stands out to me, Table 1, John Eng versus Nicholas Moffat. The winner of that, with 3 rounds remaining, only really need 2 more match points. Could just take a couple of draws, don't play out any more Pokemon, or play some of those rounds out. And being at 11-1, yeah, as you said, Adam, pretty much just locking a spot up for top 8 and seeing who your opponents are going to be that join you in that final top cut bracket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the thing that stands out to me is there are so many different decks represented among these top 16 players we have so far. We're seeing Miraidon creep to the top, kind of like it has been in recent regional championships, but also the Giratina V-Star. We have a Rapid Strike deck up here, Gardevoir, an Arceus deck. We have Mew VMAX. There's an Iron Valiant deck in here. There's a Golden Go. There's so many different decks represented up here.
There's a lot of decks, right, that kind of get by just on pure consistency. And now we have Giratina V-Star showing up because all the players are saying it's just a really complicated deck, and the believers that have stuck with it and played it backwards and forwards are finally perhaps getting rewarded for it, especially since, that Star Requiem is so well positioned in the current meta just to take down that Charizard EX, not to worry about that massive HP pool.
Well positioned, but as we saw, it's only as well positioned as well it can
your
draw,
opening
right?
hand. Exactly.
So
exactly.
That's the big issue, I think, for players is, in best of 3, you have a little bit more leeway, right, in terms of you can take a game where your hand's not that strong and you say, okay, yep, my deck's got a really good matchup on paper, but this is not my game. And I think it's going to really come down to not only how well the Giratina players draw, but there are some matchups in the field that are a little bit more sketchy, some things that aren't as guaranteed. And look, Pokemon is a game that, as much as it is on paper, matchups favorable, type weaknesses, strategies, it's the actual cards you draw and how you execute your strategies that are so important, especially in tournaments like these.
Yeah, and if there's a player or a deck that maybe you're really excited to see, make sure you participate in that community voting poll that we have going on right now in the chat. If you're viewing there, vote, make sure you make your voice heard, and make sure you pick a really good match. Because if it's not a good matchup, we're going to blame you.
It's your fault.
But we're really confident, right, for the community choice to always pick a good match for us to see. And it's a great way for our audience at home to get involved in the stream. We always appreciate our viewers that are sitting at home and showing their support for the competitive scene and for their favorite players. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Absolutely, yes. So make sure you put in your vote for that community choice match. That's going to kick things off here. If we're being honest, we had a lot of rough matches yesterday. Lots of one-sided affairs, players not setting up, things like that. So I'm really hoping things are going to turn around a bit and we're going to get maybe a bit more excitement. We did have memorable moments, the cloth. We had Roaring Moon and things like that where people were just drawing perfectly. But yeah, let's hope for some good games today.
Yeah, that's definitely well said. We want to see really high-quality games on the stream, and make sure you use that hashtag #PlayPokemon on any of your social media channels. Make sure you're following, letting us know your thoughts about the production, about the tournament, how you're feeling, how much you love Pokemon. We love to see all the support and all of the outpouring of enjoyment of Pokemon from our audience at home. And if you're participating in that community poll, watching on Twitch, make sure you follow the Twitch channel as well. And it's going to just continue to grow the scene. And I'm so excited to, see where we're going to end up even further down the line. And it's all thanks to everyone at home watching right now and following those channels. Do you have any parting thoughts for the people at home, Ethan, before we kick things over to casters?
Good luck to all our players still remaining, and let's crown a champion this day. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling Maybe I'll get a caster prediction right this weekend. I'll see if Gardevoir brings it home. There's a few reps out there, and regardless of who we crown, some more players are going to Hawaii this weekend, and it's a good thing to hear.
I keep seeing Miraidon climbing up the standings. I got a feeling that this is Miraidon's event to win, but we'll see. Lots of Pokemon left to be played.
Here, here. We have a lot more Pokemon action to come, and just some right around the corner. We're going to kick things over to the casting desk. We'll get Championship Sunday underway.
Thank you, y'all. Jeremy Jolin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Safe Ballin', and it's Championship Sunday, as they have been saying all throughout the intro, and I am excited.
Yeah, finally, Championship Sunday. We're going to crown a champion today. But of course, we still have plenty of Swiss rounds remaining. 3 more rounds for these players to determine what their space is going to be, how many points they're going to have. And I mean, there's what, 150 players still left in day 2, so it's it could be anyone's at this point. Well, I mean, I guess maybe if you don't, if you have 19 points, maybe just set your expectations a little lower.
So this is day 2 of our regionals here this weekend. Let's go ahead and take a look at a video to explain the format of this tournament.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon TCG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until Top Cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single champion is crowned. Who will take home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
All right, this is what these players are playing for this weekend. $10,000 for first place. That invites to Honolulu, Hawaii for Worlds, booster packs, championship points, full gambit.
Oh yeah, look at this. I mean, they're playing for so much more money than I've ever played for, Jeremy. it did not look like this when I was winning a regional championship way back when.
Yeah, you want to know how much I got for top 8 at Worlds?
Let's hear it.
A $1,500 scholarship.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you use it?
I did.
Oh, good job. Look, you're a healthy scholar. We love to see it. Yeah, I feel like I got a high five when I won my regional. They didn't care.
Oh, yeah, no.
Now we're playing for a lot of zeros. And not the single 0 I was playing for.
No, this game has really just grown to enormous proportions throughout this entire past few seasons, and it's glorious to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the day 1 breakdown that we had for the decks and see how they kind of shaped up going in day 2. So Charizard EX up at the top, but Lost Zone Giratina putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, this is the day 1 breakdown. We see that Charizard was still the #1 threat that we've seen, but of course, Lost Zone Giratina V-Star looks pretty solid. It's one of those decks that was starting to make its way to the top. We saw the 9-0 player, John Eng, playing this deck, and as Kyle Zukovic was talking about earlier, Miraidon is slowly creeping its way up to the top, and maybe the deck to look out for in day 2. We'll have to see what the numbers look like for day 2, though.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at that day 2 numbers then and see how things have shaped up. We went from 1,491 players all the way down to, I believe, 151.
Sounds about right. Yeah, we've got plenty of players still playing in day 2.
And here we go. Look at that. Lost Zone Giratina V-Star, 33 decks in day 2. Just under 22%.
That's what I like to see. Yeah, that is a huge margin there. And Charizard, I'm still hanging around. It's at almost 17%, similar to day 1, but obviously you see the numbers for Giratina. That's pretty wild. And the Gardevoirs, as Ethan was talking about, it's usually a really good player playing Gardevoir. And that's, you know that although the deck might get discounted or people start to think about other things, there's a lot of other interesting decks that people might want to try out. Gardevoir is very tried, true, consistent, and sure enough, always ends up having a good showing at some point in time.
Meanwhile, Mew VMAX, Lost Zone Box, and surprisingly, Roaring Moon EX.
Sure.
Closing out the graphic here. 10 of them in day 2. I know one of them is Ross Coffin, one of the most storied players in this game. Second at Worlds multiple times.
Yeah, and as we see the graphic, no Miraidon, which means the few that are there are doing really well. I believe Nicholas Moffitt is one at the very top, just defeating John Eng in the previous round. So, what, upwards of like 32 points at this time? That's pretty wild.
Yeah, going with XP share in the list over Flaffy.
That is a choice.
Yeah.
Not one I was going to consider, but sure. It's been working out for him, and you can't argue with the results.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the community choice poll that y'all had to deal with. These are the names. We showed you the decks. Sam Huff versus John Eng. Tyler Matthews versus Bodie Robinson. Stefan Tobacco versus Hector Ibarra. And Ross Coffin versus Jordan Dumlau. Let's go ahead and see if we have the results, maybe?
Yeah, who did you pick?
It is Tyler Matthews versus Bodie Robinson. This is going to be a great one for sure.
Oh, yes.
It is, can't say the decks yet. Well, y'all already know the decks. It's Iron Valiant versus Gardevoir. It's going to be good.
Yeah, no, we talk a lot about Tyler Matthews. I'm a big fan of his gameplay, his deck lists as well. We featured him a lot on stream. It's just one of those players that is so close to the top 8 over and over and over again. And maybe this is his time to shine. On the other side, we have Bodie. And, I mean, Bodie is a champion in his own right in the senior division for NAIC. And this is going to be his first big run in the Masters division. Looks like he's off to a pretty good start, too.
Yeah, both of these players have been really consistent throughout this season and the last season. I know Tyler's just really championed a lot of Lost Zone box play. And seeing a different deck now, it's going to be pretty interesting to see. I know he played it in San Antonio to a day 2.
He's still switching around.
That is true.
Over and over again. This time, it's instead of drawing 2 cards, you throw 2 damage. That's pretty fun.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take it down to the stage, meet our players, and get things going for day 2 here in Portland. Tyler Matthews on your left, going to be playing that Iron Valiant EX with Entei. And there's a few tech options in there as well. Moltres, Radiant Charizard to go along with it. Meanwhile, Bodie Robinson going with the tried and true Gardevoir EX. We see that Zacian V in there. We see Cresselia, Screamtail, kind of a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's a healthy mix. We've seen players starting to move away from the Zacian V, but obviously it's one of those just great closers to have. You don't have to worry about the hit points being an issue. You can load this Pokemon up and take huge knockouts. You don't necessarily need huge knockouts in a matchup like this. Dealing 230 damage is something you can do pretty well. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Tyler incorporates dealing additional damage, trying to knock out some of those lower stages. Maybe we even see that technical machine Devolution come into play.
We could. We saw it benefit Azul in our round 9 yesterday in this matchup in particular against Gardevoir. So with being more of a deck that uses those Tachyon bits to spread damage around, that could be some pretty exciting fireworks.
Jeremy, are you Devolution or De-Evolution?
Oh, I just probably said it wrong. De-Evolution.
Yeah, well, I don't know what is right. I just know I've always said Devolution, so I feel like it's a word we can just make up at this point.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, a lot of Pokemon names were eventually made up in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Now they're just...
They were discovered.
Yeah.
Calm down. Yep, obviously, we were talking about Tyler earlier on. Chasing that top 8 berth, has had plenty of opportunities to do just that. It looks like his favorite number's 15. He's got 15 all over the place on this graphic. 15th at the regional in Pittsburgh, 15th at EYC, 15th in Orlando. Don't do it again.
Unlucky number 15, or lucky, I guess, if you call the consistency out of it.
Pretty good.
No, really good. But it's always that winning in round where things just kind of maybe fall apart, or you don't hit those right matchups. And it's really all about those matchups, especially in a format like this where there's so many different decks.
Both these players coming off pretty solid performances in San Antonio. 25th for Bodhi, running the same Gardevoir deck. This time going to be down a 1-1 line of the Kirlia. See how that comes into play.
The Metacham V in the prizes for Tyler, though, does have an access to Hisuian Heavy Ball, so it's not stuck there for the entire game, but it is one of those cards that is very good in a matchup like this where your opponent has low HP basic Pokemon.
Yeah, you certainly could see that coming into play. Coming up one of those wild turns that we're so used to seeing from the Rapid Strike players. Maybe incorporated here too.
Bodhi starts things off with probably the best start you can ask for. Mew in the active spot, Battle VIP Pass in hand already. This could be a pretty good turn one.
He's like, all right, I've been saving this hand for when I go on stream. Don't know what the rest of the hand is, but honestly, you see those two cards, you're probably pretty happy. And you can already see, it's although he's still a young man, he's got the grit. Go ahead and look through the deck, see all the cards, and get some good information down. Write down those prize cards. You don't always see players go for the notepad early on, but usually they probably were trained up by someone pretty good if they do.
Maybe, yeah. Or, you're just a international champion from the senior division agent up.
Yeah.
You kind of pick up a few things.
Maybe you're training people instead.
This is Bodhi's first season in the Masters division, and he has been very consistent, making 3 day 2s so far. A lot of people are just trying to get that first day 2. Same.
Why'd you look at me?
You're the only one to look at.
I got my day 2. Calm down.
Last season?
Peoria, calm down.
Oh, Peoria, that's right. Chen Pao. Concealed cards for Bodhi here, and then Mysterious Tail only finds a Super Rod. That's not really the item you want early on. You want more Pokemon Search here. And is there another Ralts available to Bodhi this turn?
Not that I see, which means that's more of a mysterious fail.
Oh, that was a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah, only having access to 1 Ralts is going to be very detrimental, especially against a deck like Iron Valiant, where they're very known for taking easy knockouts on these small basic Pokemon.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, maybe we shouldn't have talked about the hand like it was great. This that did not work out very well. Plenty of opportunities to find better cards, more Pokemon, and
Speaking of finding more Pokemon, Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Well, cat's out of the bag. we know where Metacham is. Get to hold on to that, but it's only 1 Ralts. This is a great problem to see on the other side when you're starting to think about where the damage is going to be placed when I'm moving in and out with this Iron Valiant. We're going to target that Pokemon pretty quickly.
You think?
Yes.
This hand, though, is a little awkward.
Ooh, you're right. Yeah, there were multiple Magma Basin, an Escape Rope, but not another Iron Valiant to incorporate into the mix. So let's look at 6 other cards. Try again.
6 cards for Bodhi is actually pretty good. You have that Mirage Step Kirlia in hand, but wow!
Ooh.
Double Battle VIP Pass off the Iono. This is what you want to see from Tyler's board.
Let's go.
You got a Fire Energy, 4 Seal
There's
Stone,
an escape
Rope. It's a pretty good hand, Kyle.
He's cooking.
This Battle VIP Pass will allow Tyler to fill the bench up. You're seeing that Squawkabilly EX brought to the front of the deck. That is one of the best cards for this Iron Valiant deck, and just extending your turn, getting those plays, and hopefully hitting a nice Yoga Loop. But we also see that Entei V, just one of the best attackers paired with Iron Valiant EX. We saw it rise to fame in LAIC, getting 2nd place.
Yeah, so much fun to watch, and love to see the Squawkabilly inclusion. This is going to be quite the opening turn. There's a lot of potential for fireworks. We see the Magma Basin, obviously the Moltres played down as well. If that Fire Energy can reach the discard pile, you can throw that right back onto this Pokemon and easily take an opening knockout with that Inferno Wings.
Now with the board full, there's only the 2 Iron Valiants, so you're only able to deal upwards of 40 damage, and I think we're going to target that Mew down It has 60 HP compared to the 70 from Ralts. This is that 4 Seal Stone, and
yeah,
this is looking pretty scary.
This is so wise. Just Tyler understands the situation. Not only can you deal some pretty relevant damage into Pokemon like that Radiant Greninja, but that sets up an issue where Bodhi then needs to retreat if he goes to the Mirage Step Curlia. And if Mirage Step is active, you don't need damage on it. You're going to probably knock it out with a Moltres next turn. So deal the damage to the Mew, and then you can take those prize cards later on.
This hand's a little bit awkward, Kyle. Tyler did find a switch card, but needing 2 switch outs to really pull together that Yoga Loop this turn with a 4 Seal Stone searching for that double turbo energy. I don't think we have it, so we're just going to have that Entei V in the active spot. Magma Basin attached an energy to it. We're going to have a Fleet Footed to draw an extra card. Super Rod's not it.
Yep. Good sequencing there. Entei ready to roll. Easy knockout there on the Radiant Greninja. Just reduce the amount of options your opponent has to draw into better cards. Maybe you can avoid seeing that Mirage Step Curlia, but we know it's waiting on the other side.
Yeah, this plays into Bodhi's hand perfectly. You already have that Mirage Step in hand. You have a Psychic Energy to retreat this Mew. It's going to be able to search through the deck to grab that Jirachi, try and stop that Yoga Loop from happening on any of the bench Pokemon.
It's a tricky Pokemon to work around. We've seen it included in a lot of different decks trying to avoid whatever matchup where that could come into play. And sure enough, this is one situation where you need to look out for that.
And here you see Fog Crystal fetching a Ralts, and that's because Bodhi knows there's a Curlia prized. So Mirage Step is only going to grab a 2, and you actually have the bench space for it, along with the Jirachi. Always good to Mysterious Tail first, though.
Yeah, just get all that information. Also, just like seeing you don't throw it onto the bench immediately. Let's look at all of our options first. See all the cards. That's better than Super Rod.
And look at this turn. And just like that, that knockout enabled this reversal energy to be active. And Bodhi's able to grab 2 Curlia, put him directly on the bench. But is going to be down 2 prize cards at least with an attack from Tyler. And wow, the next card was the switch card needed. If only Squawkabilly draws 7.
It doesn't need a buff.
Colress's Experiment is going to be the supporter for Tyler here. And it's not a Lost Zone deck, but a lot of decks utilize this supporter just because it's great advantage being able to get 3 cards off the top of your deck without having to do anything else with your hand. You can also get rid of some cards that you might not need for the game, or you might have to get rid of cards that you will need, like these 2 double turbo in these 5 cards, along with that Radiant Charizard.
Exactly. Yeah, these. It's a tricky call, but it makes sense there. You need to hold on to these Pokemon. You're going to need options if your opponent does start to attack with a Pokemon like the Gardevoir EX. Is one of those that you may be just out of reach, so having an option like that Radiant Charizard down the road is going to be excellent for you.
Fleet-footed did draw into that Technical Machine Devolution. Yeah.
Sure. We'll be corrected soon, I'm sure. Yeah, it's just it doesn't pick up those Curlias as we would maybe hope to see if you're a Tyler fan.
Switch card is going to bring up that Iron Valiant EX, and Jirachi's Stellar Veil does not stop abilities, so Tachyon Bits still adding damage to that Mew. What else? We got another switch in hand. Access to 4 Seal Stone.
Metacham beneficiary of that double turbo, and the switch comes down as well. Obviously not a turn for the Metacham there, as you see the Jirachi still in play. Take the knockout on that Curlia. Bodhi still in a pretty solid position. This is what Gardevoir is built to do. You give up those opening prize cards. You understand what Mirage Step was able to accomplish, and it provides you opportunities to find cards like Super Rod when you do have that 1/1 of the Curlia in the prizes, and maybe you can start to build up on that other Ralts or this new bench space.
One big thing to think about too is with the Mew having 4 damage counters on it, Bodhi's not able to Psychic Embrace to it to retreat.
Ooh, yeah.
That means this reversal energy in hand cannot be attached manually to a Gardevoir to get that extra boost and Bodhi's going to have to attach to the active to retreat here.
Yeah, that starts to become an issue when you think about the de-evolution, devolution, because you might have to add upwards of 4 psychic energies to this to the eventual Gardevoir, and then you just walk into a knockout.
Oh wow! Ultra Ball discards that Shining Arcana Gardevoir and a psychic energy. Bodhi goes ahead and grabs that Gardevoir EX, evolves the Kirlia that just used refinement, and now we're actually going to start seeing an attack this turn potentially. Yeah, attaches that reversal energy to the active just so Bodhi can retreat. Super Rod, and then we're going to see an Iono.
Yeah, this is great here. Obviously, Bodhi realized with the discard of that Gardevoir that Super Rod was going to be the play. And valuing, looks like the Radiant Greninja over the Kirlia. Might just be a nod to the fact that there's still plenty of rare candies for this. Ralts will be able to evolve that Pokemon easy peasy.
But the Devolution, Kyle.
The Devolution!
Iono here is going to be the supporter for Bodhi. Draws a new hand. We see the refinement. That's not going to be too much. You did draw into that Gardevoir yet again. Shining Arcana finds another level ball. Super Rod. Mysterious Tail Counter Catcher. That's going to be a pretty good one here. Maybe we can bring up that Medicham V and take a knockout on it.
Yeah, it's always worrisome when you know your opponent could potentially just take an additional turn for fun. So you can avoid that issue there. And we've seen a bit of awkwardness with just the fact that the Entei is gone unchecked. It means that the fire energies don't reach the discard pile. There's not energies being accelerated by way of the Magma Basin. And I guess it's not too big of a problem. You have a pretty good attacker lined up, but we don't see anything really happening on Tyler's side of the board.
Bodhi is retreating here, but debating on what to bring up. I guess you can attack with that Gardevoir EX since the Medicham is weak to Psychic.
Ooh, I was wondering if he was going to do this. Super Rod level ball just to play the Kirlia. I do like it. It doesn't seem like the best use of your resources, but ultimately, I think trying to keep up on this board position is going to be very important here.
That's both Super Rod down, though, and Bodhi could have avoided that just by putting the Kirlia back in the deck instead of that Radiant Greninja.
But he got a Ralts down.
Counter Catcher here is going to bring up that Medicham V. This is going to be easy 2 prizes for Bodhi to tie things up. And only having to play 6 damage counters on this Gardevoir EX in the active spot. But that means it's 1 Tachyon bits away from getting knocked out with that technical machine.
Yeah. We are all tied up here. That early lead from Tyler evaporated already, but there's some relevant damage in play. You start to worry about the hand when Entei is promoted to start the turn, though.
What do you mean?
Like at least you have some fleet-footed, but I don't know what else we got going on.
Well, you're not going to promote Iron Valiant to not get Tachyon bits.
Well, maybe if we had a lot of switches, just be like, but no.
Forest Seal Stone is going to be added to that Entei V. That was important to note. The Forest Seal Stone that was on the Medicham V was not used. So Bodhi taking out that Medicham with the double turbo, but also the Forest Seal Stone. Tyler does have that response and plays a Professor's Research to refill that hand. So you were worried about the hand. There's 7 new cards in it now.
Yeah, it got much better, and it certainly makes a lot more sense. So there's some switch cards, these switch as well, and plenty of additional damage to go around.
Now,
who cares about de-evolution? There might just be knockout.
Yeah, that is true. Earthen Vessel is going to discard a fire energy to search for another one. This will enable Magma Basin to charge up the other Entei V on the bench if Tyler wants. We can also go the route of that Moltres.
Yeah, what a great card for a deck like this. Just getting those fire energies into the discard pile, finding some additional resources. You can build a secondary attacker here soon, and that's all Tyler's really looking for at this point. Just continue to provide some threats, and there's a world where you can just aggressively go through all of the Gardevoir EX. It's a key that Bodhi needs in order to stay in this game. And if you have Boss's Hoarders, you might be able to take them all out.
Well, 2 Tachyon bits later, that Gardevoir EX is now sitting with 210 HP left. And we have Entei doing 220. That's good math.
That's good math. The Rondo lined up.
Magma Basin is going to attach that fire energy to that Entei V on the bench. And Tyler will be able to attach the double turbo to retreat. And here we're going to see a Burning Rondo to take a big 2 prizes. And with no energy on Bodhi's side of the field, you're going to have to play down another Gardevoir EX to take a knockout. That Mew's also sitting with 20 HP left. That's pretty easy to just grab that prize, and it's looking real rough.
Yeah, even single prizes at a point like this, you could knock out that Mew and maybe take out one of these lower hit point Pokemon pretty easily too, to close out a game like this. And
now
Bodhi's considering all of those things.
You do see in the deck still there's that 1 copy of Collapse Stadium.
Yep.
If Bodhi is able to draw into that, you can use it to get rid of that Mew. That easy prize card from Tyler. Manaphy is the card found with Level Ball, and going to start things off with the Shining Arcana. Finds that Zacian V and a Lost Vacuum. Lost Vacuum could be good to get rid of that Forest Sealstone.
Yeah, that works out really well there. Already found an additional Pokemon to use with the Collapse Stadium, so you don't need that Manaphy anymore. Throw that away and avoid that resource being found with the Forest Sealstone. Now you start to wonder, is there any hand disruption? Looks like there is.
Yep.
Iono.
This is going to be a big supporter for Bodhi here. Going to make Tyler's hand 2 cards. Bodhi's going to get 4, but these 4 cards need to be great. And Ultra Ball is pretty great.
Oh, and Rare Candy.
Ultra Ball discarding that Battle VIP Pass, and Cresselia will find this Gardevoir EX. Bodhi has that Rare Candy in hand, so you can go ahead and evolve that Ralts on the bench. You can also evolve that Curlia.
It's just, you're just damaging your own board so much at this point.
Yeah.
It hurts. Obviously, this is what has to happen. You need to get enough energies down to remove this threat from play, but you see the damage on the Mew, and you start to wonder if Tyler does have the resources here with only these 2 cards, some switch outs, a supporter for the turn. There definitely could be a cleanup here.
All right. Well, there is that Brainwave for the knockout. Tyler is going to promote a Pokemon. Has 2 cards.
He hasn't even
in
looked
hand.
yet. Now he's checking them out.
Ultra Ball switch, it seems like.
Yep.
Promote the Entei. You can fleet-footed for another card. Radiant Charizard is found. Oh, no, it's a Nest Ball.
How do we mix those up?
I don't know. They're all gold.
No, it's oh, okay. I thought you were talking about over the Radiant Charizard. What?
You got to give me a little more credit than that.
Come on, man. Switch. And the Radiant Charizard left.
This is going to be a big fleet-footed here. Trying to draw into an extra card. If you have just an out to get the Iron Valiant back on the bench, that's pretty much game over.
The whole debate here for Tyler is, I don't want to see this Iron Valiant.
Yeah.
So I'm going to just throw it on my bench, hope that the next card I see is anything better, and maybe there's a world where I can draw out of this and close out this game.
Honestly, I'm looking at the prize cards that are left for Tyler.
Can you chain it?
It's an ancient or a future booster energy capsule and a switch. Those are the 2 prize cards left for Tyler.
That sounds pretty good.
So you switch to the Iron Valiant, take the KO on the Mew. He'll find the retreat out and be able to take the knockout with the Entei on the Gardevoir. It's just if Tyler goes for it.
Well,
I
also,
think you have to.
Yeah, he looked at his deck at that point. He was trying to get as much information as he could. He might just have the read on what these last 2 prize cards are, and he's going for it.
Oh, no. It's not. It got shuffled with the heavy ball. Yeah.
But it's a Colress. That's pretty good, too.
That's pretty good. Switch out at all.
What?
No. What is this?
Bad cards, Jeremy.
He's not able to get out of the active spot.
Wow, that's it. Tyler has to scoop things up here in game 1.
The look on Bodie's face. He cannot believe it.
No switches? That's how it goes sometimes.
I got pranked by our picture of the prize.
Hey, it looked pretty good, Jeremy. I don't blame you there.
There were 3 switch outs in the prize cards, but after everything, it was the Hisuian Heavy Ball and Kohler's Experiment.
Yeah, he took all of them with the first 4 prizes. Oh.
What an unbelievable victory for Bodie there.
You know what? I think today is going so much better than yesterday.
Already, yes.
Yes. Not to blame any of our players, of course. It just didn't really work out when we were watching these games on stream. This is what I'm about. This is fun.
I'm having fun too, Kyle. I hope all you at home are having fun as well. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let us know how much fun you're having.
Yeah. Where's Sweater Fest?
That is pretty crazy. Let's go ahead and take a look back at how this game started out. Double Battle VIP Pass from Tyler after Bodie just had a single Ralts in play. Tyler, unfortunately, not able to get the Yoga Loop knockout on the Mew, just settles for the knockout on that Radiant Greninja. And after a Mirage Step, Bodie's getting pretty set up. But Tyler, again, unable to take any real knockouts other than just the active. And here is that big knockout on Gardevoir EX, putting a lot of pressure on Bodie, but Bodie's able to respond right away with a knockout of his own and just hoping that this Iono sticks. And Tyler had that one switch, taking the knockout, finds the Kohler's Experiment from the prize cards. And this Kohler's Experiment is up there for one of the worst I've ever seen.
I mean, we started with 2 Battle VIP Pass and we ended with 2. It did not work out.
That is rough. And look.
Yeah, he's going to move on to game 2 like he stole something. That definitely feels good. It's, I mean, 22 minutes we're taking off the clock there. Plenty of time for game 2, potential game 3 here if you're Tyler. And I mean, I think things played out pretty well on both sides. Tyler was able to take knockouts, avoid issues from Collapse Stadium, tried to play into a win con and found it, but just couldn't get the right cards off that Kohler's.
All right, Bodie is going first for this game 2. Tyler opted to go second here. One of the Squawkabilly EX in the prize cards, but he does play 2. Meanwhile, Bodie prizing that Lost Vacuum along with a Gardevoir EX. Nothing too bad, though. And wow,
This hand's
Deja
cracked.
Vu.
It's absolutely cracked. It's got everything that you need. I believe I saw multiple Curlia in there too. The Psychic Energy to go along with it. The Mew start with the Battle VIP Pass. Woof.
Bodie definitely has that dog in him.
That Tyler does.
Oh, nice. Are they dogs? No, they're
the legendary
beasts.
dogs,
No,
aren't they?
No, mythical beasts.
Oh, calm down.
Jirachi and Ralts looks like to be the picks for Bodie here. Has Fog Crystal in hand. Could also search for another Ralts if he wants. And with no Curlia prize this game, it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, there's the awkwardness of having Mirage Step along with Refinement Curlia, both in the hand, but maybe you run into that situation where you can play the Mirage Step, use Iono, and then put that Curlia back into the deck.
And then draw the other 2.
Draw the others and then cry. Move to game 3. Start with a Mew and a Battle VIP Pass.
Rare Candy found off the Mysterious Tail. That's a lot better than the Super Rod that was found on game 1. Ultra Ball is going to be played here. Bodie deciding what to discard. Rare Candy is going to be one of the cards of choice. And, ooh, another Gardevoir here.
This has to be a really good Pokemon.
Ralts?
Yeah, there's a Fog Crystal, though.
You might need the energy thinking about a Mirage Step angle on next turn, potentially.
I hear you, but that was Rare Candy Gardevoir.
Looking at the hand for Tyler, it's 3 Fire Energies, Switch Cart, There's a nest ball there, so that nest ball is going to allow Tyler to enable Squawkabilly EX yet again, but here we do see the energy, and yeah, Bodhi is saving that Fog Crystal for an energy to retreat next turn if potentially possible. 4 fire energy.
Whoa, this hand would be so bad if not for this one card. Nest Ball to save the day, 1 Squawkabilly in the prize cards. That's why you play 2. And now we get to see the real power for Tyler. When you have all these fire energies in the discard pile, woo, Magma Basin cooks.
And it is pretty hot. Tyler's going to take a quick look through the deck. Check a little bit of prize cards here and there, but Squawkabilly EX is the card of choice. Almost have to with how this hand is. I guess you could have fleet-footed beforehand, but
nah, I want new cards, and then I want to add a 7th card to it. Just like you were talking about. There's your buff.
Yeah.
We found it. It is Squawkabilly for 7.
Just takes a combo. Squawkabilly EX first came out on the scene, people were kind of hesitant in playing it, only able to use it during turn 1, but a lot of these very fast decks able to utilize it very well. You have the Peony version of Miraidon and this Iron Valiant. All right, we found a supporter in there, Colossus Experiment, Magma Basin, Escape Rope. Oh no, that's not a Colossus Experiment, that's a Professor's Research here. Okay, I think you play down the Moltres, Magma Basin to it, Escape Rope, set up the knockout, and just research this hand away.
Yeah, this would mean that you need fleet-footed first, which we do see now. And then you have pretty good picks on the other side with the Escape Rope, either knocking out a Ralts or that Jirachi.
Yeah, I'm fine with either one.
But he's like, oh, man. Why couldn't you just take the Mew?
It looks like Jirachi is going to be brought to the active spot here. Bodhi valuing that Ralts on the bench just because 2 Curlia in hand.
You don't know what you could run into. There's a world where a lot of damage gets thrown down. You'd like to avoid that. Battle VIP pass. This is still turn 1.
That is pretty good here for Tyler. Able to find a couple Iron Valiant. It's the one card that's missing out of this board right now.
3 switch effects in hand.
That's pretty good.
That is how the combo works.
Now, would you potentially save it for the next turn? So a lot of the times with these Gardevoir decks, if they're trying to use Mirage Step, which kind of signals that Bodhi is with that second energy on the Ralts, you don't usually want to play a supporter to try to draw into those Curlia. So they could be safe in the hand, and Tyler thinks just that. Takes the knockout that's there in front of him. Finds the last fire energy from the prize cards.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think you hold on to those resources and try to target down a different Pokemon on the later turns. Maybe start to work on some of that math for Devolution or chipping away at a Gardevoir EX later on.
That was a big pickup off the Mysterious Tail with that Super Rod. Bodhi can now put back that Jirachi and Gardevoir if he wants. There was also the potential of maybe, I don't know if he had enough cards in hand, but discarding the Curlia and Super Rodding just to get all 3 out.
Yeah.
Because there was the Ultra Ball in hand.
So Bodhi's content with this setup, and why not 4 Curlia in play on turn 2. Bench space available for potentially that Jirachi later on if you use that Super Rod next turn. You know you're going to see a lot of cards. The issue is Tyler's going to be throwing damage around, and this is when the real game starts going down.
We're a Metacham V away from a big Yogaloop play this turn on that Mew. Going to start things off with a switch, though. Tachyon Bits, 20 damage to any Pokemon Tyler chooses. Not his own, but, you know.
That would be a choice of time.
40 damage now on that Mew on the bench. 20 away from getting knocked out. And Tyler really debating. But it looks like just another attack with a Moltres, and I hope this sticks. There is Iono and a boss's orders in the hand as well. But this also could be a turn where just Tyler does not play a supporter.
There is a level of comfort just knowing that you are one Tachyon bits away from taking that knockout on the Mew whenever you so please. When you need to slow your opponent down, whatever it may be. Gives you an additional turn to draw out of potential bad hands later on down the road. So continuing to just take knockouts, work his way to that classic 4-prize mark that he loves to be at. This is a turn typically where you would see the Gardevoir EX, but ultimately with the prize discrepancy, we're just a reversal away now, which really could be an issue for Tyler.
Fog Crystal going to thin the deck out a little bit more after the first refinement for Bodhi here. A ton of Psychic Energy in the discard already. You see that Super Rod finally getting played. We're going to see this Corellia line going back in along with that Jirachi. One interesting thing about Tyler is, fun fact, Moltres wins games so far, winning this game 2 here.
Fun fact.
Second refinement does find that Shining Arcana Gardevoir. Now just a reversal energy away from taking a knockout here. Also with the counter catcher in hand.
Yeah, and that counter catcher is something that Bodhi very much likes, as he threw away Rare Candy Gardevoir in place of that card off an earlier discard.
Shining Arcana on the bench one here finds Ultra Ball Battle VIP Pass. That's going to be some fodder for this Ultra Ball here.
Continuing to build, but still has not seen a reversal energy.
There's that Gardevoir EX, such a powerful ability that really brings this whole deck together. Anytime you can essentially cheat out any energy, the Pokemon's gotta be pretty good, right?
Don't cheat, Jeremy.
It's a turn of phrase.
Well, Bodhi is going to find that level ball for the Jirachi and to try to protect that Mew from at least the Yoga Loop scenario. And looks like this is going to be one of those safer turns where you have to play down the Gardevoir, attack with this Pokemon, which doesn't feel great, but I mean, the prize race is on.
Here we have an Iono as well to disrupt Tyler's hand a little bit here, but he's going to get the full 6. Does find the reversal energy.
Hang on. Things are getting interesting now.
Another level ball can go find a Ralts if it's available. Now, do you still go the route of attacking with the Gardevoir EX here? We know what happened game 1. Just a lot of Tachyon bits. Building up that damage that's already placed from the Psychic Embrace, and then Entei cleaning it up.
Yeah, it's
energy from hand's going to help a little bit here, though.
You're going to reduce a little bit of the damage. Only 40 on this Pokemon now. Attacking into this Pokemon without a knockout feels awful.
I'm also just realizing Bodhi's using a bunch of different arts of Psychic Energies.
Yeah, my eyes are on fire.
Well, there is the knockout. 2 prizes for Bodhi, tying things up 4-4. Tyler brings up an Entei V. Access to that fleet-footed. Has a switch card for the turn. Professor's Research in hand.
Yeah, if you're going to find 4 cards, these are the ones. Switch card, a Research as well. Foregoing the fleet-footed, but probably a nod to the fact that this Pokemon will be going back into the active spot at some point after the supporter.
The third Iron Valiant hitting the board is going to be pretty helpful for Tyler. Now filling the bench up with that Radiant Charizard will allow Burning Rondo to deal the max amount of damage. That means just 40 more damage on the active Gardevoir, and Tyler has the knockout. Forest Seal Stone can help. That ancient, or the Future Booster Energy Capsule is going to help out a lot with Free Retreat on this active Iron Valiant.
Forest Seal Stone. Looks like there should be enough pieces to
you
move
retreat
around.
Forest Seal Stone for the last switch out, and then bring up that Entei, fleet-footed, and then take the knockout.
And of course, the fleet-footed will just draw you a switching effect. You'll be
Probably,
mad that you had to burn your Forest Seal Stone.
That's usually how it goes.
Oh, yeah.
Hisuian Heavy Ball here. You can find that Squawkabilly EX. It's not really going to do anything here, but might as well.
It has an attack called Motivate. What do you mean? Maybe this is all that Tyler needed.
It does do 20 damage if Gardevoir has 20 HP left.
He's inspired now.
Yeah.
He's going to find the lines.
6 cards in hand. Tyler has the retreat here, but designing down to maybe Entei.
Yeah, this starts to walk into the collapsed stadium issues, which is something that he was able to avoid in game 1, just taking the big knockouts. But it's going to lean into it this this time. There's potential punish on the other side from Bodhi.
Magma Basin does charge up that Radiant Charizard with an energy. Can't attack just yet, but once Bodhi takes a couple more prizes, then you're good to go. And here we see that Burning Rondo. Not going to be enough for the knockout. Look at all those dice. Rare Candy, Gardevoir in hand for Bodhi. Reversal Energy, that's not active right now.
This is a dangerous situation to maneuver around. Obviously, anytime that you're attaching those energies from the Gardevoir EX, you have to consider the stage underneath. Is this Pokemon going to be around if there is devolutions?
Lost Vacuum is going to get rid of that Future Booster Energy Capsule. And here we see the Rare Candy Gardevoir. Bodhi has Iono.
Wow. That is pretty good. Once again, this is one of the major issues for Tyler's deck is anytime that your hand is disrupted, you are not promised anything on the other side. It is fleet-footed or bust.
4 cards found for Bodhi. Not really helpful here. But, wow, is that the Collapse Stadium or is that the Artisan? They're both gold.
Artisan.
Okay.
Still fishing.
Collapsed Stadium. No.
That's a Curlia.
There is 280 damage on that Gardevoir EX, so just 2 Tachyon bits away from getting knocked out. Bodhi retreating here, does not have the Collapse Stadium in hand, and used all the draw power available, so it's just going to have to load up this Gardevoir and Brainwave.
Look at all the damage on the board. Tyler's like, oh yeah, I really hope this hand is good.
Hasn't even looked at the 4 cards yet. Is just prepping. All right, here we take a look.
Yeah.
Future Booster, Boss's Orders.
There is a level to when you need to check, because sometimes you need a little bit of time to figure out what's happening. You don't want to just let this Pokemon get knocked out and stare at your cards for a minute.
Yep.
So, I mean, look. So many Pokemon just a few Tachyon bits away. Still must consider the fact that Jirachi is in play, so will have to be the ability taking prize cards here.
Draw for the turn, Magma Basin, that's not going to be it, but Colress's Experiment and that Forest Seal Stone in hand could be pretty beneficial. We have seen Colress's Experiment not be that good, but
ooh,
there's a couple of switch outs here. Ooh, okay, I know what we're taking.
Is it the switches?
Probably is.
All right.
Tyler does have to get rid of that Professor's Research, but having switch cart escape rope available to you, it's got to be pretty good with 3 Iron Valiant in play. But wow, there's no Pokemon V.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like everything is there except for a Pokemon to put the Forest Seal Stone on, which it's not in the prize cards, right? It was just Squawkabilly hanging out there. He's not there anymore.
There might be a nest ball in the prize cards, but they have moved around a little bit, so be interesting to see if it's still there.
Yep. Certainly expecting Tachyon bits to take the knockout on the Gardevoir EX for 2 prize cards. Give yourself even more opportunities.
10 HP away from getting knocked out. Here is the switch to bring up that Iron Valiant EX yet again. Tachyon bits taking the knockout, gets the nest ball from the prize cards.
Wow. There was a lot of good cards in those prize cards. See the switch card there. This can remove the Mew from play.
This is going to be it for game 2, it looks like. Future Booster retreat to that Radiant Charizard. We're going to a game 3 here. 10 minutes left to go. This is definitely going to be favoring Tyler going into this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that was so risky. Obviously, attacking into the Gardevoir EX, understanding the assignment. If Collapse Stadium is on the other side, this game is just about over.
Yeah.
There's not much that you can do. Took the calculated risk. Bodhi played his heart out trying to find those resources, and draw after draw after draw was unable to find the right stadium. That means we're moving into game 3. Looks like maybe 9 minutes to go by the time we get shuffled up. Hopefully we move quickly, and Tyler will have an opportunity to play very fast. It's tricky for Bodhi to figure this out with this time frame.
Well, Moltres wins games, and it is allowing Tyler Matthew to start off this game 2 with 2 quick knockouts. Forces Bodhi to attack with that Gardevoir EX again, taking the knockout on the Squawkabilly. And we thought Tyler would have the knockout, but no, just leaving 30 HP left on that Gardevoir EX. Bodhi digging as hard as he can for that Collapse Stadium, unable to find it. And after that Colress's experiment, finding 3 switch outs, taking the knockout, finding just everything needed for 4 prizes in 1 turn.
Yeah, Bodhi did everything he was supposed to, playing the Ionos and attempting to disrupt the hand from Tyler, and Tyler just continued to find everything that he needed. And that's also a nod to the fact that you don't take that knockout on the Gardevoir. You leave that damage out there. It means the Iono is a little less effective against you, and those resources were all there when you needed a big turn.
That is true. Gardevoir is the deck that plays for Iono most of the time as its #1 supporter. And we are at under 9 minutes left. We have a mulligan from Tyler, it looks like.
Go faster. Here we go. This is the one, right? Both players also understand the assignment and go with a quick gentleman's agreement here.
Maybe. Taking a look at the prize cards. Jirachi and a Ralston, the prizes for Bodhi. Meanwhile, Radiant Charizard for Tyler, along with that Forest Seal Stone. Does play another copy. And Bodhi's pretty good at finding Battle VIP Pass.
It's really nice to ask for the gentleman's when you already see your hand, and it's really good. And once more has the Battle VIP Pass. It's going to move quickly and try to set up these Pokemon. Maybe this is not a Mirage Step game.
Yeah, maybe not. A little bit slow on the gate there. Battle VIP Pass is going to find what looks like 2 Ralts. There is an Ultra Ball in hand.
All the
Radiant Greninja.
We got the Gardevoir evolutions as well. Radiant Greninja can draw some additional cards. Start running into Kirlia's level balls, whatever it may be. You could see those explosive turns that we're so used to seeing from Gardevoir players on stream, just drawing upwards of 8 cards a turn.
That's a lot of cards.
Yeah, it's more than 1.
That is more than 1, Kyle. Good job.
I got there.
Radiant Greninja is going to concealed cards here, find a couple more cards, and pass the turn back to Tyler. Let's go ahead and take a look what Tyler has to work with here. Battle VIP Pass in hand, Switch, Escape Rope, Colress's Experiment, Professor's Research, Double Turbo Energy. Looking like a pretty good hand.
Yeah, I see why he agreed too. This looks pretty strong here.
Just under 7 minutes left to go. Bodhi's turn. Not bad. Took a little under a minute.
Not the explosive start that we're used to with the fire energies into the discard pile along with the Squawkabilly, but certainly supporter ready to go. Eyes up the Squawkabilly. You can see a lot of cards, but will the resources line up that way that you're so used to seeing? Maybe that Earthen Vessel could be an important card to find later on.
Yeah, a little awkward having the supporters in hand already before the Squawk and Seize. And the couple switch outs gonna be forced to get an Iron Valiant instead of something like an Entei or Metacham to put that double turbo energy on, just because you want to use as many cards as possible to get those Tachyon bits.
Valuing every switching effect here. And rightfully so, putting the pressure on. I mean, 20 damage could be the difference in a game like this where you're eyeing up those prize cards. Understand that it's going to be going down to the last turn of +3 turns.
First Tachyon Bits, 20 on the Ralts. We're going to see the second one, 20 on the same Ralts, 30 HP left. Is there any routes for research first? Yeah.
I like seeing all these cards, and then you have the potential to draw into some fire energies. From that point, then you could discard them with the Squawkabilly, but find 0 of them.
Yeah, that's how we drew it up.
we need a little more than that, Jeremy.
All right, it is looking like another Iron Valiant EX here. We do have a switch, so we can see another Tachyon Bits. But this is kind of an awkward hand yet again. Still no attacker in play for Tyler.
I mean, you can't argue with the damage that's being placed down, but there's not much else going on. Squawkabilly needs to help out here. 6 cards to go.
Squawkin sees the opportunity to steal this game 3 away.
A lot of
well, there's the fire energies.
Drew the ordering. A little wonky.
Does find the NTV, but no more switch outs, just has the free retreat with that future booster. Fleet-footed, another fire energy. What is going on here, Kyle?
I don't like it. Bodhi likes it.
This is the first time where Tyler does not have the knockout on turn 1. And Bodhi is going to be playing pretty fast here. Concealed cards to start things off. Discards that psychic energy. Has a couple Gardevoir in hand, but is forced to use this Ultra Ball to find a Curlia.
Yeah, this is a bit of a glass cannon situation. This has to be a solid refinement from here, or wow. Gonna take some time and go for the Mirage Step.
This is gonna full the bench up, but there was another Curlia in the deck, just does not have the space available, and switch card off the top of the deck for Tyler. That's got to be pretty good.
Yeah, I don't dislike the play too much from Bodhi there. I'm understanding that just 2 cards may not have been able to bridge the gap there.
Fleet-footed did find that Medicham V. Tyler has that double turbo energy in hand. There's 10 damage left on that Ralts on the bench. No Jirachi in play. Can we see a Yoga Loop here?
Well, you can just as easily take the prize cards with Tachyon Bits if you'd like.
No, why do that?
Because I like this as well. Just continue to move some damage around, but it is going to be the Yoga Loop. Take the knockout on that Ralts. See a prize. Take a new turn.
Such a unique attack in the Pokemon trading card game. Yoga Loop, put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. If it's knocked out by this attack, take another turn after this one. You cannot use Yoga Loop if you used it last turn. So Tyler taking an extra turn here, gets the knockout. Colress's Experiment found off the prize cards, I believe.
Just 1 switch effect there. Double Battle VIP again.
So with a switch and a switch card, you can get 40 damage on a Curlia, take a knockout with NTV on the active, and set up a Yoga Loop for the following turn.
Even cleaning up the board space here, if there were multiple switching effects to knock out that Curlia on the bench and then take the prizes on the active, leave your opponent with just 1 single Ralts, 1 single Curlia.
Oh yeah, I think he has everything available with those future boosters attached. Switch card, that's 40 damage. Oh no, he's missing it.
Yeah, it's 1 short. Obviously, we have the retreat available, but do the prize cards have a switch?
How about a Battle VIP Pass? There was a 4 Seal Stone in the prize card.
Could you imagine?
Oh my gosh. Well, the knockout on the Refinement is going to be a little bit better than taking the knockout on this Mirage Step in the active. Energy on the Squawkabilly X and a pass of the turn. Just over a minute left here for game 3.
Yeah, this speaks to the importance of removing those Refinement Curlia from play. There's, what, 1 Psychic Energy in the discard pile?
Mm-hmm.
Damage output is capped. If you cannot get those Psychic Energies in the discard pile, how are you supposed to start to charge these Pokemon up? You have Radiant Greninja, you have 1 Refinement, but you're going to need those Psychic Energies in hand, and it's just the 1 right now.
Concealed Cards does find that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, though, with a reversal energy in hand and the energy on the active. That's 180 damage. So if Bodhi finds something like that Counter Catcher, can bring up that Squawkabilly or Medicham, take a knockout, and just keep up in this prize race as we are heading into time. Discards Curlia, finds the Counter Catcher here.
Moving quickly, and rightfully so. 5 seconds remaining here, but likely not going to be enough time.
Well, the Shining Arcana attaches an energy to the active. There's the Counter Catcher, brings up Medicham V, and now we see a Gardevoir EX with just 20 damage on it. This is going to be very tough for Tyler to take a one-hit knockout on. There is the knockout. 2 prizes. Bodhi tying things up 4-4. Time did run out, though, so we'll get confirmation, but it looks like Bodhi is turn 0, meaning he'll only have 1 more turn left in this game.
That's going to be a huge help for Tyler in this situation. Looks like.
You're turn 0? Yeah, I'm turn 0, right?
But yeah, both players just confirming that there. Tyler with 2 turns, turn 1 and turn 3, to try to get the job done.
Could also have turn 2. Yogaloop.
Yogaloop just got knocked out. I'm not going to think that.
Yeah, you're right.
That'd be pretty cool.
It'd be fun. A lot of energies in hand. Yeah, this hand is not doing much for Tyler here.
Does it win games?
I don't even think it does that.
Moltres eyed up.
And then I think Bodhi got the boss's orders from the prize cards. Boss's orders means that Squawkabilly EX is prime and ready to get knocked out on that bench for Tyler.
This brings me back to the choice last turn to use the additional Tachyon bits, take the knockout, fish for the switching card. Would have been huge if you found it, but missing there means that there's additional damage that's left off the board now. Would have had a Curlia or at least a Gardevoir in range.
Oh, there is a Professor Research in that hand. All right, Tyler has a little bit more play with this hand so far. Escape rope, switch cart. That's a lot of outs.
Be a lot of damage available here. The issue is incorporating the escape rope means that taking a knockout on the active Pokemon becomes a lot more difficult. Can you do it without?
Tyler gonna think through this turn. Magma Basin to that Moltres there.
Math's just gonna be a little short there to take a knockout on the active, but maybe we see another situation where you leave the damage in play. Your opponent needs to fish for that collapsed stadium, and then you can clean up on that final turn 3.
Now
is there a collapsed stadium in there?
There was the option of, if Tyler is forced to use the escape rope this turn, you can escape rope first, see what Bodhi brings up, and then you can place your damage around that later. But I think with this route, Tyler's going to save it and just put as much damage on the active as possible.
Yes, this certainly looks like the attack Gardevoir for everything you got.
Retreat, fleet-footed. NTV is not going to be a helpful card here. And Burning Rondo for 200 damage. That means 50 HP left on that Gardevoir EX in the active spot. And it is now Bodhi's last turn of this round 13. Double level ball off the top's not really going to help, but you can thin. Or not.
There is boss's orders in the hand as well, so if you want to target a Pokemon with less hit points, certainly have the option to do just that. The only issue there is you're not going to be disrupting the hand, which we've seen classically Bodhi loves to do on a turn like this. reduce the amount of options that Tyler will have. Then you avoid maybe some of those switching effects that could clean up this Gardevoir EX.
Fog Crystal does find a Psychic Energy. You can use that to concealed cards. Dig a little bit further for that Collapse Stadium.
There was some force there. Really looking for some help. Iono's found.
But it also depends what their agreement is, right? Prizes, board state. Screamtail played on the bench. Another Curlia and another Gardevoir. So at least 4 more cards to be seen for Bodhi here. If we see the Collapse Stadium, it's pretty much over.
Yeah, Screamtail certainly a nod to that. Iono is going to go fishing. 4 cards to see, but then, of course, some additional draws.
Not yet. Last refinement here. Big 2 cards.
Ooh. There was an Ultra Ball in that hand. There was thinning potential. But I suppose you do always run into that situation of shuffling for the Iono and running into those bad cards, so can't blame Bodhi there.
There is the retreat. Enough energy in the discard to take the knockout on the active Entei V. Thanks to Brainwave.
Oh, this is going to be a turn right here. So much damage on the board. Tyler sees 1 switching effect, a 4 is Seal Stone.
And an S-Ball to find that V to put it on.
This is quite a setup, Jeremy.
Iron Valiant to the active spot with that Future Booster Capsule. Finds the 4th Iron Valiant, but can't really play that down if you want to use that 4 Seal Stone. You need 3 Tachyon Bits to take the knockout on that Gardevoir EX.
Dylan, just checking out the math. It's going to be 3 uses of Tachyon Bits to take a knockout on the back Pokemon, that Gardevoir EX. Moltres would be able to clean up a Pokemon like that Gardevoir.
Okay, I was scared. I thought there wasn't an Entei left. But there is.
Don't do that to me, Jeremy. There is the retreat, of course, the switch cart, the 4 Seal Stone. 4 Seal Stone could go find a card like that. Research. I think the odds are certainly in Tyler's favor to find a closeout here.
Earthen Vessel going to find that last Fire Energy for Tyler. For Seal Stone on that Entei Fire, and we're going to have that Star Alchemy. Search your deck for any card. Put it in your hand. There's that Boss's Orders you can eye down as well.
Oh, is that just the easier guarantee too? You could.
Still has not used Tachyon Bits, so maybe you take the knockout on the active with Tachyon Bits, Boss's Orders, the Gardevoir EX. Now you're down to 1 prize card, but Iono is going to be the card of choice for Tyler here. Maybe needing 2 cards instead of just the 1 that Star Alchemy provides. There's the switch card.
Board state discussion versus prize cards is always something you consider here with the gentleman's agreement. What is the case? Tyler looks like he could go down to just 1 prize card remaining. But then would Bodhi just say, I had the response? Looks like he probably would. So Iono has to disprove that.
Puts the 20 on the Gardevoir, 10 damage away from getting knocked out now. Iono, 4 cards for Tyler here. Is that
there's
nothing?
No switching effects.
This is not what you want to see yet again. You can go ahead and retreat, take the knockout on the Gardevoir EX, but that's it. Bodhi would have game next turn with the Gardevoir if there was a next turn.
Well, you knock out the Gardevoir. Not
no,
even,
yeah.
It's you don't even keep up in the prize exchange here. That was a complete whiff. looks like both players understand what just happened there. Tyler would take the knockout there, get that additional prize, go down to 3, but it wouldn't be enough. It looks like Bodhi would have had the resources to close out. See how they signed the slip, but nonetheless, still a really great series that we had there.
Oh, yeah.
I wish we had, what, maybe 5-7 more minutes. That would have been unreal.
All right, does look like Tyler gave the win to Bodhi Robinson, and there you have it. Bodhi winning our round 13 here. Still alive in the tournament to try to make top 8.
Yeah, and what an unbelievable start to a Masters series here. It's your first year in the Masters division, and you're continuing to find so much success, reaching day 2 over and over and over again. Maybe it's time for the top 8.
Maybe indeed. What a great first season in Masters for Bodhi so far, and it's still a lot more to come. There's still 2 Swiss rounds left for these players to try to lock up a top 8 spot here in Portland.
Yeah. Did you expect to see Iron Valiant here in round 13? I feel like this is one of the decks that we don't have that much faith in, but occasionally it will surprise us as it did in LEIC.
Yeah, it is one of those decks where if you hit the right matchups, you can just run the table. Usually Gardevoir is one of those matchups, but Bodhi starts always having that Battle VIP pass, and here Tyler having double Battle VIP pass to respond, but Mirage Step able to get those Corellias out, and Tyler having the knockout with Entei V. Just back and forth knockouts with a lot of these games. There was Tyler having that switch. Tachyon Bits taking the knockout on the Mew, and then able to try to find the knockout here, but no, scoops it up. Bodhi wins that game 1 very surprisingly, but game 2 is all about this Moltres, starting things off with a quick 2 prize cards. And Bodhi having Mirage Step yet again, but the start was a little bit too much to overcome. Unable to find Collapse Stadium to get rid of that Gardevoir EX. The big knockout, 4 prizes in 1 turn here from Tyler, finishing things off with that Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, there's so many plays that go into a situation like this. Obviously, Tyler trying to find some additional help there with the Medicham, stealing that additional turn with the Yoga Loop, and Bodhi just continued to power through, had a decent setup there, and put just enough damage onto the Gardevoir to where it wasn't at risk. Even in try to avoid benching too many Pokemon so that there wasn't a big knockout lined up on that Gardevoir. Was unable to find the Collapse Stadium once more, but Tyler trying to play to the rules of the Gentleman's Agreement goes for the Iono instead of a card like that Research, which would have probably found the 3 prize card knockout, but it wouldn't have limited Bodhi from taking the win next turn.
What a match here to start things off for Championship Sunday here. And I think we're going to have a lot more like that to come.
Hey, you know what? That was a great start. That's exactly what I'm looking for, and I expect to see a lot from both of these players, along with a lot of the other top players that we have. In the front, we're going to see potentially our first clutch at Table 1 pretty soon, so there's a lot to look forward to. Maybe some of your favorite players are going to be locking in their top 8 over the next round or so.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's a lot of different decks in the field, a lot of Giratina in the field, so we'll have to see how things shape up. Iron Valiant, though, I believe with Tyler's loss, going to be a lot harder for him to make it, but still at 30 points.
Yeah, double win.
Double win, you can make it in.
Easy.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, just not on stream. I think that might be the issue here. Tyler just has to do his own thing out there, which is totally fine.
Listen, we just don't want another 15.
That's right. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. Hold up. Let's be careful with that. He does not like 15 anymore. We got to see top 8.
That's what a lot of these players are trying to do, and a lot of our players still in contention for top 8. We'll have to see how things shape up.
Yeah. I mean, you see the names at the top that we have here: Vance Kelly, Ian Robb. Azul, I believe, is on the run. He has not lost any games. He's won every single game since that winning in. Is having an absolute dream of a day 2 here. Playing against Makani Tran with 34 points and that very interesting Arceus with Regigigas tech in there. there's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah. Only time will tell how these players are going to shape up this top 8. It's really the goal people are trying to make. You have your goal set out for regionals. It's make day 2, make top 8, win.
Win.
Just win all the time.
Yeah, well, if you listen to Azul, it's always just win round 1, win round 2. think slowly but surely. But no, in the back of his mind, he's like, I could win this thing.
Yeah.
I'm running hot. Let's go.
All right, I believe. I don't know if we have an interview. I don't believe.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready for that, but we did get to catch up with Sam Chen, and we would love to hear from him. So let's go ahead and throw down to a talk with him.
Hello, everyone. This is Adam Watson here in the Portland Regional Championships, and I'm joined here by Sam Chen. How you feeling, my friend?
I'm feeling great, Adam. The tournament did not go so well, but loving life, loving Portland, feeling good.
I mean, it's a good town, and you do still seem to be in good spirits regardless.
Yeah.
You want to tell the people a little bit about how your tournament run went?
Yeah, so I started off really shaky. I played Fusion Mew today, and even though we have techs for Spiritomb, I ended up playing against 6 out of my 9 rounds a deck with Spiritomb in it. And even though we were prepared for it, it just didn't quite work out. There was a grind a lot of the matches, and some of the wins that I thought would be easier turned into ties, and one of the ties turned into a loss because I drew really poorly at the end. So a lot of things didn't go right, but there's always Charlotte in 2 weeks.
That is important to remain positive, keep looking for the next tournament, and I think mathematically somebody had to run into all the Spiritombs. All the other Mew players in the tournament, right, have to give thanks to you for tanking that bad matchup for them. But did anything else interesting happen during any games? Any cool plays that you can still look back on fondly? Maybe when you're scrapping for those wins?
Yeah, like the Fusion Mew list I played was courtesy of Xander Perot. He's, I guess, a Mew innovator, and I'm good friends with him, so he gave me his list. There are a couple interesting cards. Professor Turo's scenario is really very versatile against decks that spread damage. You can pick stuff up. I even used it in a situation where I retreat after using Cross Fusion Strike to copy Techno Blast. My Mew couldn't attack, and I only had 1 Mew VMAX, so I retreated into a Genesect, Turo'd up the Genesect so I could attack again. Some cool plays like that. Also having Fusion Strike energy, I played Meloetta, I played Ice Q. Gives you a lot of flexibility. I actually got someone with an Ice Q late game that they weren't expecting. They thought their bench was safe and they had no mana fee down, and I was able to pick up my last 2 prizes by sniping a damaged Pokemon. So a lot of interesting, cool things with Fusion Mew, but I think the matchup spread I hit today just wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a lot of really flashy plays, and again, that innovation coming through with the Fusion Mew. I know a lot of players are on the fence about the double turbo energy, some sort of weird hybrid, and I think, with the next tournament coming up, it sounds like you'll be able to do much better there because these plays sound really clean. They sound really sharp. Do you think, and no spoilers if you don't want to share, do you think you're going to stick with Mew for Charlotte?
Yeah, as you were saying that, I was going to say I might do much better in Charlotte because I'm not going to play Mew again. So
yeah, amen, amen. If the deck just craps out on you, just drop it. Drop it. Don't be stubborn. No. Remain flexible, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things for me is, I used to have a lot of time to test during the week and play, I used to play a best of 3 every day with some of my testing team. Nowadays, I'm married, busy at work. I have like 4 people I need to manage, and I just don't have time to, play every day. I have to, hang out with my wife and hang out with my friends. And so I think in that situation, I think I really need to change my approach going into 2024. 2023, I deep finished at Toronto, but no top 8s. I really need to change my approach, and I think I just need to get really focused and hone in on a couple decks. Right now, there's about 9 decks in the metagame that are playable, I think, 9 to 10, that are playable in Tier 1 or Tier 2 that you could potentially say, okay, I could top 16 a tournament with this deck. And picking a couple and being comfortable and then maybe being able to make a meta call. One of the decks I want to play today is Giratina V-Star with a Comfy engine. The deck's really flexible, has a lot of options. Colress early, Roxanne late, counter catcher, a lot of the new tools. But I couldn't play it because I didn't have enough reps in with the deck. That deck is really meticulous to play, really punishing if you make a misplay. So I think I really need to refocus and pick a couple decks and get really good at them as I go into 2024, at least for the period before rotation. Yeah.
That's a great mindset to have, I think. Still wanting to compete, but just knowing that you need to shift your priorities, make sure that you're being as efficient as possible with your very limited training time.
Yeah.
And so I want to thank you as well for taking the extra time to kind of showcase what's in the kitchen for Sam Chen and what might be coming in the future, and wish you best of luck for Charlotte. Any final shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to my wife, Betty. I love you. I'll see you at home tomorrow.
All right, well, that's it for us, folks. We're going to head back now for some more TCG action.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. More Pokemon TCG action to come here at the Regional Championships in Portland. As things heat up, we will be crowning a champion. Championship Sunday. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm here with Kyle Pukasukovic. Tell me, how are we progressing so far through this tournament?
Well, the day 2 competition is always interesting. We just kind of see who gets on a roll. Speaking of that, I think yesterday, Azul Garcia Griego just barely snuck into day 2. And guess who's on a roll? He's won, I think, all of his matches, or at least won a lot of them so far, and I think finds himself at the top table now, which is just a crazy run to start things off. So we could potentially see a back-to-back regional winner. He's still got to win, 1 or 2 more to make it into the top 8. There's a long ways to go, but I think that's certainly one story to follow.
Big breaks. That's all you need. One little room, right? You come in, maybe not the best record, 6-2-1, 6-1-2. That's what Azul entered in, and just keep winning your matches. If deck works, could see a back-to-back champion. It feels like Andrew Hendrick all over again here, potentially. Time will tell, Kyle. Time will tell.
Yeah, but I'm excited to keep things rolling. We got our next match all paired up and ready to go. So hopefully we'll have another good one for you in the Portland Regional Championships in round number 14. And here we do have our reigning world champion, Vance Kelly. No surprise, bringing Mew VMAX once again. Going up against a player who's just off the heels of a strong finish, Dan Hugo.
Yeah, Dan playing this Giratina V-Star deck, one that he's been comfortable with, whether it's with Arceus V-Star or everyone's favorite engine, the Comfey Lost Zone engine. Keep talking about the strength of this deck, see if it can perform against the current reigning world champion. So, Kyle, as we jump into this matchup, we know these players, we know their decks. I'm more interested in how this Mew VMAX deck is piloted and more so how this deck is built. Talk to me. We're looking at the list here. We're seeing the cards that are available. Is there anything that really sticks out to you in terms of how Vance has built his deck to maybe be favored or unfavored into Giratina V-Star decks?
It's a little interesting. We do see the couple Fusion Strike energy. Usually when you see Fusion Strike energy, you think Meloetta, maybe the Ice Cube, those kinds of cards. But no, it's just Mew and Genesect. There's a couple Fusion Strike energy to battle back against Spiritomb. You can put those onto your Genesect V and let them keep using their abilities. But otherwise, this looks kind of similar to what he played at Worlds. He got the box of disasters. I don't know, we'll see. One big thing though, Dan does not play Spiritomb.
No Spiritomb, no Feathered in Misfortune to shut off those Genesect Vs. Pokemon on the bench. There is a Radiant Greninja in the prize cards for Dan. Mirage Gate as well. A couple of Battle Pass, but prizes don't look too detrimental. I think we're going to have a great game between two great decks and, more importantly, two great players.
Here we go. Yeah, I think Vance is obviously the reigning world champion. Took down Tord Reklev to win it all in Yokohama and has been coming to a lot of these regional events still, playing it out. He's made day 2 a couple times and now hoping to parlay this one into a top 8 finish. I'm sure he's played against Giratina V-Star a lot already this weekend. It's been a very popular deck, been doing well at the top tables, but let's go. 2 excellent players here in round 14 at Portland.
Here we go, round 14. The winner can lock up a spot at either 10-0-5 or 11-2-2 potentially. So this is a big match for both players. A loss puts you out of contention here for top 8 cut. So just win or go home without advancing to the next section. Dan starting off excellently here. Battle of the IP Pass. Looking through the deck, we'll note that that Radiant Greninja is unavailable, but it's sort of a weird card to have down as a bench spot because while both players are playing Path to the Peak, I guess it's a card that you're going to want to play more than your opponent, but you're not going to get full usage out of that if you are playing Path to the Peak down, or you've got to really be careful on when you're using that Radiant Greninja's concealed cards ability.
Yep, so Dan just looking through the initial search here off the Battle VIP Pass. It's the card you want to see in your opening hand, of course. Can only use it during your first turn, but very powerful for an item card. Search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon, put them right onto your bench. This is really the engine that gets decks going in the early stages of the game. And Dan just going to use this opportunity to take a look through the prize cards, see what's there, and maybe adjust accordingly. But yeah, I think this is a somewhat classic matchup we've seen a lot of throughout the last year plus in the standard format. Giratina V-Star going up against Mew VMAX. Lots of different things can happen in this matchup, of course. You do have the ability to get that one-hit knockout with the Star Requiem V-Star power on Giratina V-Star. Can take 3 prize cards on a Mew VMAX at some point, but then the question is always, where do the other 3 come from?
And a great start here from Dan. Double Battle VIP Pass, even has a Nest Ball to hold in the hand. Just like that, no flower selectings yet to be used, and a bench full of Pokemon. This is Giratina's dream start here in game number 1. See if Dan has any way to continue to use flower selectings, prioritizes getting down those Giratina V. Why is it so important to get those 2 down on the first turn of the game?
I think when you're going first, it's probably not as important to get them out on the first turn. But yeah, once your opponent is able to get Mew VMAX, they can just target 1 down, knock it out. You obviously need to have them in play for a turn before you can evolve into the V-Star. And once you evolve up, you get to 280 HP. It's a much different knockout for the Mew VMAX deck versus the 220 HP for Giratina V. So, you know, it is a big advantage to get them down if you can evolve both of them up quickly. You know, your opponent only has so many power tablets, so many damage modifiers. But, you know, very strong start here from Dan. Got some cards in the Lost Zone, got a Pass to the Peak down, played Battle VIP Pass. Now it's going to be on Vance to do something here.
Did see 2 of those Battle VIP Pass in the prize cards. So those are going to be 2 less available on this first turn. Now, it's not too relevant when you have ways to search them out specifically like Cramomatic Heads or Forest Sealstone. Those cards not available for Vance right away. It does play this Ultra Ball, getting rid of double Turbo Energy and one of those Judge. And this is sort of the advantage of this double Turbo deck. You're not filling your deck slots with things like Fusion Energy and these supportive attacking Pokemon. You can play more disruptive cards like this Judge, which sort of acts as both, right? It's disruption, but it's also a draw supporter. And when you're under Path Lock, you need to see as many cards as possible so that you can get rid of this Stadium card and get this Fusion Strike system engine running.
Yep, so Vance, it doesn't look like has a super strong hand. You know, we'll just try to grab another Pokemon here. Might have to play a Judge to get out of this, and we'll see where we go from here. Both these players have very different accomplishments, I would say. Vance, you know, kind of broke out at the World Championships. He can't have much better breakout than winning the biggest tournament of the year.
For sure.
Dan played a lot during kind of the online era, Players Cup. Did have a, you know, legendary Players Cup moment, which he does not enjoy us bringing up, so I won't bring that up again.
Can't bring it up for him now.
But yeah, 2 players whose stocks have really risen over the last couple of years, and no surprise to see both of them battling it out deep into this tournament. You know, hoping to fight for position to make it to the top 8, and you know, I'm sure both these players are hoping to add regional champion to their resume.
So these are a big 4 cards for Vance. This is the prime turn to get these Pokemon into play. And wow, that's actually a very solid 4 cards. Battle VIP Pass, and even finds the Forest Sealstone as a out, maybe not even this turn, but the following turn. That Battle Pass, though, a big grab, can bench another Genesect, can put another Mew V into play. And now all of a sudden, things are rolling here for Vance on turn 1.
Yeah, you can see you know, Dan and Vance having some friendly chatter at the table as well. Always love to see that. So Dan mentioned during his turn, you know, I'm not trying to get a game loss on stream. I'm going to play everything properly, have a clean game, and then basically congratulating Vance. He's like, oh, there you go. Good job. You got a Battle VIP Pass.
Some friendly sportsmanship back and forth. Now, Vance did draw into that Forest Sealstone. I think he's just debating whether or not it's worth to play down now. And we know Dan isn't playing anything like the Lost Vacuum to remove it, but it is a risk if you're going to just put your only path to the peak option in play. And speaking of disruption, Dan also really not playing anything besides Iono right now to disrupt. So I think Vance is just wondering, is it worth taking this risk, or am I content with this turn? And it seems to be that Vance is content with how this board is set up, and now it's back on Dan to see what he can put together. And does have to get rid of that Giratina V-Star. Now, as you talked about, getting that HP in play is important, but you know what's more important? Playing Colress's Experiment.
Yep, getting cards in the Lost Zone. If you don't do that, your deck isn't very strong. Yeah, Vance, I think, had a very interesting decision there. Like you said, did have the Forest Sealstone in hand. Could have used it, got a Lost Vacuum, got rid of the path to the peak, and then use Fusion Strike system, draw a bunch of cards, try to get further set up. But realizes there's not really much more I can do on this turn. Until I can evolve to Mew VMAX, I'm not really going to get an attack off. So is it even worth doing that and potentially putting myself in an awkward situation for the next turn? Vance deciding, nope, I'll just play a little slow. I'll hold on to this and guarantee that next turn I'll be able to draw through my deck and hopefully set up a strong turn 2.
An interesting choice here for Dan to play this Mirage Gate. Now with both of these Giratina V in play, like you said, next turn, Vance is in a prime position to start attacking with Mew VMAX and target it down. I mean, what do you think about thinning these energies out here with Mirage Gate if you're not attacking? And I mean, both of these Giratina Vs are not going to evolve this turn with the cards that Dan has access to.
I think you're worried about Judge, hand disruption. So I think there's some merit to just saying, you know what, I'll play this Mirage Gate now. If my opponent plays Boss's Orders and knocks out this Giratina V, then I get to keep my hand. If they play Judge, at least I get to keep these energy in play. So I think that's a pretty reasonable line of play to take.
So Vance's second turn will begin. Now that Genesect V is still in the active spot. Not what you want your attacking Pokemon to be. And right away, Forest Sealstone comes down, Star Alchemy used, and it will be that Lost Vacuum, the card of choice for Vance. Get then a card out of this hand that Vance maybe isn't able to play or doesn't want to play down this turn. Remove Path to the Peak in play. Now, to note, it will put Dan up to now 8 cards in the Lost Zone since it's not discarded its place into the Lost Zone. And now Fusion Strike system on play, and a great final card there, Boss's Orders, bringing this Giratina V up. Still does need to find a few cards, but an excellent first couple of plays here for Vance.
Yep, big one is going to be a switch or double turbo energy to get this Genesect V out of the active spot. There are 2 switch carts. Just needs to find one of those. Also need to find, Power Tablet or Choice Belt. One of those can get this knockout on the Giratina V, and then Vance will jump out to a 2 prize card lead. But it does mean that Dan gets to keep his hand. He's built up a reasonable number of cards in hand. So, you probably expect something bad to happen on this turn, right? You either expect you're going to get judged or one of your Pokemon's going to get knocked out. So I don't think you're really surprised by how this plays out.
I think Vance is deciding how he wants to play this out. We'll actually use Ultra Ball to get rid of that second copy of Boss's Orders. So no longer available, but we do actually see the Pal Pad in hand. And I think the choice now is, do you want to bring back both Boss's Orders or maybe Boss and another supporter? Now, it's sort of a double-edged sword here. You are recovering these resources, but these aren't cards that you necessarily want to draw into off of this Fusion Strike system. But I think Vance understands there's plenty of outs in the deck. Double Turbo Energy can be attached to Retreat. And one of these switching cards, like the Switch card, can be used to get out of the active spot. I think Vance is okay putting some of these cards in the deck to thin the current hand out and have those resources available for later. So this will be the final Fusion Strike system. 5 cards used. Do we see a way to get this Genesect out of the active spot? You see Vance just sort of giving a little bit of a smirk there, just like, come on. 3 Power Tablet, is that? Oh, it looks like 2 of the Fusion Strike energies, which usually great against Giratina if they're playing the Spiritomb, but with the inability to play any of those down, we're just going to be seeing the Genesect stay in the active spot, supporter wasted for the turn, and advantage in Dan's court now.
Oh, more in. Got it.
Yeah, no, heard Dan say, oh, sorry about that.
That's gotta hurt, right? You dig so far, and your opponent's like, better luck next time, man.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I feel really bad for you that you missed the knockout. Anyway, I'm going to take my turn now.
Yeah, I'm just going to start with Colress's Experiment. I'm just going to put some more cards in the Lost Zone.
Yeah.
See what the choice is. Now, with 3 Comfey in play and 1 here off of this Colress. I feel like it's your easy choice. Just get rid of that. I think the question now is, do you value having a 3rd Giratina V potentially, or do you value maybe keeping this Sableye around? We will see the water energy hit the lost zone, excuse me. And there it is, 3rd Giratina V coming down into play. The whole squad is here, as well as the attachment for turn. You hear Dan say, yeah, I've got a really good deck. Not really maybe expecting this Giratina V to stay in the active spot. And that's something I've heard from players this weekend. Of this Pokemon getting bossed up and not much happening. It's just going to be this Shred. Still relevant damage, though. 160 on this Genesect, but not, I'm sure, what Dan wanted to do on this turn.
Yeah, you can clean that up later with Sableye Lost Bind. And if your opponent doesn't find a switch again, I guess they can work out. But yeah, you do kind of see the 2 different personalities of these players. Dan, happy to chat it up, having a good time. Let's talk about everything. And Vance is very locked in, focused. Doesn't want any of this side conversation. Is just here to grind out victories with this Mew VMAX deck.
He's not here to play games. He's here to win games. And Dan's here to do a little bit of both. So I like the back and forth between both these players. We're sharing some banter back and forth, and that's what the best part of Pokemon. We've got all the line on the stake, right? Winner makes it into top. I mean, Dan was in this situation. This exact round is the same round we streamed him at San Antonio. Won his round, took an intentional draw the final round, made it into top cut. So we'll see how things pair out. 4 cards for both players. We do see double turbo energy, and I think Vance maybe might not want to take the risk. I mean, there is a play where you just hold it in hand and Fusion Strike system first, but Vance understands Path to the Peak can always be an option later on. Might as well maximize my total amount of cards drawn as well as this heavy ball. Don't think we'll see this grab anything unless maybe if there's a Pokemon you could burn Lost Vacuum, but that's such a valuable resource later on in the game. I'm not sure it's worth just drawing an extra couple cards here.
That previous turn for Vance, also a little bit frustrating because a power tablet was wasted. Those are very important as you get to the later stages of the game against those big Pokemon V-Star with 280 HP. So then you start to think, how am I going to get multiple knockouts? Your easiest, cleanest path to victory with this Mew VMAX deck is to knock out 3 multiple prize Pokemon. Knock out 3 Pokemon V or V-Star in this case in 3 attacks. If you can do that, hey, you're going to win a lot of the time. If you have to take an extra turn to, 2-hit knockout a Giratina V-Star, gives your opponent an extra turn, and it really takes away the advantage you have of this big 310 HP Mew VMAX that ultimately gives up 3 prize cards when it's knocked out.
Interesting choice for Vance there, playing the Hisuian Heavy Ball and keeping the Mew V that was prized. Not doing anything with it, and now we'll just play the Lost Vacuum. Not really for any positive effect besides just thinning the hand out, getting rid of a Forest Seal Stone that's no longer needed. The ability's already been used, that Star Alchemy V-Star power, and it looks like did find the power tablet for this turn. So big find there for Vance. Does still have 1 more Fusion Strike system, but your goal's achieved for the turn. Cross Fusion Strike can copy Techno Blast, and just more cards to throw down into play, I guess. Vance will finally take this 2 prize knockout, go down to 4 prizes. Took a little bit of damage on the Genesect in the process. Did burn that power tablet, as you mentioned. And the question is, Dan, now down to a 4-card hand because of that judge. How will he respond to the pressure that Vance is now putting on to his board?
Yep. Vance was saying, really wanted to draw a choice belt. Understandable. But, all right, now the question becomes, what is Dan's path to victory? Obviously, at some point, you want to Star Requiem, knock out a Mew VMAX. But how do you get the last 3 prize cards? That 1 Genesect V on the bench is pretty easy. You can use Sableye's Lost Mine. You can even counter Catcher it out and attack with a Cramorant, something like that. But then where does the last knockout come from? And that's what Dan has to figure out here. He was kind of gifted a turn when Vance, missed that turn 2 knockout. And now it's up to him to figure out, what gives me the best chance to close out this game, knowing that eventually, my opponent is going to play something like INO, Judge, going to disrupt my hand and make it difficult for me to get that final knockout. So how do I put myself in a position to be as disruption-proof as possible?
Found lots of cards there. Flower selecting Colress's Experiment, but this hand is just really awkward. Has to manual attach to this Comfey to retreat, but and now that's no longer an option. Yeah, I mean, you've got a pair of cards here. You might as well just play them out. Switch card hitting the lost zone, switch card hitting the discard pile. But digging and dig, you kind of can dig all you want, but with has to throw away Mirage Gate. Found another pair of cards there. Look, we're not.
Yeah, double switch card and then double Mirage Gate. Yikes. That's, one Mirage Gate in the discard, one in the lost zone. How many resources you got left? Had to attach for the turn already. Did throw away the Cramorant. There's only one in the deck.
We're unfortunately just going to pass over to you.
Oh.
Hey, listen, at least the Giratina players are embracing that their deck is good at this point. So
And I'm going to pass to you because I have a good deck, which he said repeatedly throughout this match so far. You're seeing the not-so-great side of the Giratina V-Star deck.
So action's back on Vance. Is now gifted sort of a return turn at this point. So bonus turn, that is. There's that choice belt that he mentioned last turn. Will hit the field, allowing this Mew VMAX to do 30 more damage to all of Vance's Pokemon. Now, we did see a retreat and switch card. So this is where shortcutting things sort of gets a little bit tricky because I'm sure Vance wants to heal some of that damage off for sure.
Dan kindly offering to let Vance pick that one as the.
And that's actually really relevant too, because now it means that 2 Lost Mine won't knock out 2 Genesect Vs. So.
Yep. All right, I think Vance digging for a boss's orders on this turn. Take out that Giratina V. You just got to knock out the V-Star and the game's over.
Yeah, but the issue at this point is if something like Star Requiem removes this choice belt out of play, there's only 2 power tablets left in the deck, and that's not enough that you need to take a knockout on this Giratina V-Star. And we could be seeing the narrative we've seen all weekend of Giratina V-Star falling behind early, but potentially making a comeback later on in the game. Will be boss's orders, though, bringing Giratina V up into the active spot. The knockout is already there. Cross Fusion Strike Technoblast is sort of reset at this point. Retreat to the bench, switch card back into the active spot, and everything from here is just icing on top of the cake. Do see another Mew VMAX, and normally might as well just evolve some or get some cards in play, but I think Vance maybe wants to keep Psychic Leap online, decides to cut that off as an option. How do you feel about that in this spot?
I think it's fine. I think Vance is pretty favored from this point as long as he draws the cards to attack every turn. I think Dan's going to need some kind of, I don't know, late game heroics to pull this off. Something like a counter catcher to strand a Genesect active and then use Sableye to kind of hit the bench and try to win that way. Dan is now the one who's a turn behind. You start off with the Roxanne. This deck does play Path to the Peak. You can pair the Hand Disruption with Path to the Peak. Then maybe Vance stumbles a bit. But it is clearly an uphill battle for Dan in all ways. Down 4 prize cards. Down a lot of resources. Hasn't really been able to do much. The only attack that's been used is Shred, which is not where you want to be.
Still needs to find a way to attack this turn. There's no energy on board. There is the Giratina V-Star.
That too, yeah.
Even if Vance doesn't find a way to get out of this, what is getting out of it if you're not applying pressure on your own? So let's see these 6 cards here. There is the Path to the Peak, but no Mirage Gate or Super Rod to bring these energies back. So he's going to be a big 2 cards off flower selecting, and it's really not what you're looking for. I mean, you can play the escape rope, but I think Vance is more than happy to save the choice belt on this Mew VMAX and bring up a different Pokemon to be attacked, if Dan can even put together a knockout this turn.
Yep. I think, Dan knows he's got to attack this turn to probably have a chance in the game. So we'll just go ahead and play the escape rope. Vance, yep, just throwing up a free retreater. No point in taking a risk there. And yeah, just Path to the Peak. Get your attack off this turn. Hopefully do something. Get something off the prize cards. And I don't know, just try to figure out some way to win.
So we'll be Lost Mine. There are 10 cards in the Lost Zone. And we're going to actually see a smart choice here. Splitting 3 on each of these, and it's going to put that in Lost Impact range. And what a top deck. Vines Lost Vacuum. And that's the worst card you want to see on your opponent's side here if you're Dan.
World champ difference.
It's that easy. Just win the world championships, and the cards will just come to you if you will it.
So yeah, the Lost Vacuum will allow Vance.
This is what do you think about this play of sort of bluffing, holding this Lost Vacuum and making the hand seem like it's not so good?
Yeah, I think if you look at it and say, I don't think I can actually win this turn, it's better to just hold on and make it look like your hand is weak. You also saw the INO go into the loss zone for Dan in the last turn, so you were feeling pretty good about not getting your hand disrupted. So yeah, I think smart play from Vance. You know, we've seen a couple times where he just holds on to some resources. I think a lot of players would just, you know, play out their cards, hope for the best.
There's 7 cards in my deck, just so you know.
But yeah, we've seen some excellent patience.
We'll grab a Roxanne.
Okay, another Roxanne though.
A nice combination here before. Playing the Super Rod, bringing these energy cards back, and Dan may have potentially set something up at this position. With those 3 damage counters placed on both VMAX, it means that Dan can put enough energy cards into play. Lost Impact can take this knockout, and no matter what Pokemon comes into the active next turn, Star Requiem doesn't care. It's going to take a knockout on any of those.
We're at 6 in there. Yeah. We're just going to Mirage.
Dan making sure he doesn't deck out when he plays this Roxanne. There's another Super Rod in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's going to put himself in the best possible position to win this game still. This is what you can get with Path to the Peak and hand disruption. So another Roxanne. Dan will get that 3-prize knockout. And like you said, just leave the Star Requiem up for next turn and say, hey, if you don't win, I got the game on board. Good luck.
And it's even harder because you see that 1 copy of Escape Rope is in the loss zone, so you can't even play something like a draw supporter to draw some cards and find that as an out.
Yeah, I think he can still find double power tablet, right? He's got the choice belt.
Yeah, that's true. The last 2 power tablets can be found maybe, and what looked to be a pretty bad situation for Dan. Has pulled this out with another Roxanne to disrupt the hand. Vance's bluff not paying off, just getting the hand disrupted yet again.
Let's see what it is.
And here we go, big top deck. What's the card? It's a Feather Ball, and I don't think there's anything that Vance can do. There's almost 20 cards in the loss zone here for Dan. Star Requiem more than happily filled up. I mean, you can't even retreat into anything. Star Requiem will take the knockout on any Pokemon. And just like that, Dan stealing a game away from Vance, going up 1-0, putting himself 1 game away from potentially locking up a spot at Top Cut here in Portland.
Well played by Dan. He does have a good deck. Look at that. He's been saying it the whole time.
He was just slow rolling it on us.
He wasn't lying. He has a good deck.
His deck is maybe a little bit slower than everybody else's deck, but that doesn't make it any less special, all right?
Yeah. So that was a great way to kick off round 14. Really back and forth. It looked like Vance had that one wrapped up, but the repeated hand disruption, Path to the Peak, it finally sticks at the end. Vance, missed an early opportunity to get a knockout and just fell short. Dan saying, who needs Spirit Tooth?
Yeah, I keep thinking back to the Forest Sealstone being used, and that's one of the cards that the later you keep it around, you give yourself that get out of jail free card. But with how Vance drew in that turn 1 Path to the Peak was just kind of forced to use that to get out of path early on. The earlier you can sort of avoid using that star power, the more options you have. And early game was Vance, Vance, Vance. Gas going on, foot on the pedal, taking these knockouts on the Giratina. Things got a little bit tricky when that knockout was missed. You have to think maybe that extra power tablet could have changed things if Vance was maybe able to take those prize cards earlier, dig through the deck, see some more options, and it was the lost mine and a really smart play there from Dan, setting those 3 damage counters up. I think this is a completely different game if Dan doesn't make that decision.
Absolutely. Yeah, Dan was down 4 prize cards. He made the full comeback there. That was just a masterclass of kind of patience on both sides, figuring out best opportunities to make moves when you can decide to relax a little bit. And then Dan struck at the right moment, found that final Roxanne for the hand disruption, and that is what led him to victory.
2 lost vacuum in the prizes for Vance. I mean, that's a really crucial card. We do see 1 Path to the Peak and prizes for Dan. And it's that interaction between both cards. This is a big flip. Flip heads! Vance saying he needs it. Look, we've been saying this all weekend. If you just flip heads, the game is yours, Kyle. It can just be that easy. And I mean, no other deck in the format embraces it that much than this Mew VMAX deck. As Battle VIP Pass will be the grab. Getting these Fusion Strike Pokemon into play. We could see Genesec's Fusion Strike system continue to draw some more cards. Oh, yeah, that's it, actually. Just playing the Battle Pass.
Yeah, if Vance flipped tails on that, he was doing nothing on that turn. He was just going to attach a double turbo to the active and pass. So huge heads to kick off the game. But did have to discard a power tablet. So it was potentially costly.
Now What does Dan have access to at this point? No Battle VIP Pass or ways to find basic Pokemon off of these 5 cards from the Culver's experiment.
It's fine. He's got concealed cards.
It always finds it, right? Well, there's a Giratina V in the hand at minimum, but big 2 cards here. What do we see off concealed cards? Ooh, this is really tough. I mean, you can put the Giratina V into play, but now you have to ask, is it worth it to put this into the active and Abyss Seek? And it is going to be worth putting it in the active.
Okay.
It does put the path in play, but this is a big advantage here for Vance now. This is a completely different game with this heads flip.
Oh, there's the Battle VIP Pass.
A little too late, though, unfortunately. So the doors have swung wide open here for Vance. Finds the Choice Belt and the Lost Vacuum to get rid of this path to the peak and follow it up with Disrupting Hands. Dan's huge hands. A little bit of a tongue twister there. My bad.
Dan says, that's bad for me. I agree. This, it's still not guaranteed Vance gets a knockout. There's only 3 Pokemon in play. The Fusion Strike system is not very strong, but if he's able to find, a couple more ways to get basic Pokemon in play, obviously if this turn ends with Mew VMAX knocking out Genesect V, I think there's a pretty decent chance Dan would just concede the game and move on to Game 3. But we'll see. Important 4 cards here for Vance.
Okay. Oh, wow. Mew VMAX, another Mew V to put into play. And even has an Ultra Ball in the hand to thin the hand out a little bit more. And there it is, that Forest Seal Stone will essentially just guarantee the knockout at this point. And yeah, just going to continue this Genesect Fusion Strike system train up. And like I mentioned at the end of Game 1, the longer you hold on to that Forest Seal Stone, the more you can continue to push your aggression, have that get out of jail free card. We still have 2 more Fusion Strike systems to go. Can't really ask for more here if you're Vance on turn 2.
Yeah, I mean, with the Forest Seal Stone means it's also guaranteed.
Yeah, of course.
You can get a knockout. So if you're Dan, I think this is where you need to start evaluating things. Think, how good do I think this matchup is? Should I just concede and try to play for a win? Or should I let this play out a little bit? If you feel like you might be okay with the tie, you're not confident in this matchup, maybe you just make your opponent play it out and then you see what happens from here. But these are important decisions to be making in the middle of these games. If you're trying to get wins and match points to advance to top 8, this is where I think, it's not like you're guaranteed to lose, but you can look at this situation and be like, okay, how often do I really win this game? If it's not very often, just say, okay, you got this one. Let's move on to Game 3.
It does flip tails in the Cram. Cram-O-Matic, so 6 more cards, as we've mentioned, with that Forest Seal Stone, Star Alchemy Power. It will be all but guaranteed, and there's the double Turbo Energy, and we'll just play the Cram-O-Matic. I would honestly just save the Cram-O-Matic here. You've already got the card you're really looking for. It's just an extra out to maybe path the peak, and this is just insult to injury at this point.
Yep.
And with the clock winding down to just over 20 minutes at this point, with a huge time taken, 25 minutes really in that first game, is it worth Dan continuing? Well, we're going to see what these cards look like. They're not too great, just really relying off this Nest Ball and Concealed cards to find some pieces. The thing to really note at this point, though, if both players do draw, it puts them on a literal win and in on their last match. So it's not detrimental to their berth into top 8, but it is a little bit less leeway, especially when both want to have that security to guarantee themselves a spot that final round.
Yep, so Dan deciding to play this one out, at least, dig for a few more cards. Maybe if the turn doesn't go very well, could see it be the end, but gonna see, all right, how well do I draw for this?
The third one, but I'm just gonna scoop it up. You guys can obviously enforce a penalty if you'd like.
Dan saying, I accidentally saw the third card. Understand if there's a penalty, but either way, I'm going to concede this game because he saw the 2 cards and said, nope, I'm done.
I'm sitting on kill your next Tina.
Vance is like, yeah, it doesn't matter what you have. I have everything that I need in my hands. So. Vance sort of justifying there that the game is going to play out pretty much in my favor. No comeback here for Dan in game number 2.
Yep.
Kyle are going to game number 3.
Fully support this decision to make sure that we get to a 3rd game and get a winner in this match.
And I will go first.
Love to see it.
Love to see. I don't like to see people losing games, but I do like to see some smart awareness in terms of picking their cards up. So Dan will have the option to go first or second in this game as we near into game number 3. We saw Dan come back. Is there maybe a different route where he doesn't have to fall behind as much? I mean, you want to speak of falling behind. This is prime example. Prime Giratina textbook start sometimes.
Yeah, this game was just not close. Don't know what else to say. There's no Battle VIP pass for Dan.
Is that the secret? Is it just play Battle VIP pass and win?
Not quite that easy. Some people might lead you to believe that's how the game works, but it's not. But obviously, if you only get one basic down on your bench and your only Giratina gets knocked out turn 2, yeah, that's tough to come back.
Yeah, I basically had 2 win-and-ins for my
Very
invite,
much so.
Dan saying he's basically got 2 win-and-ins for his invite. So if he makes it to top 8, I'm assuming he'll get enough championship points to make it to the World Championships. So very high stakes game for Dan.
And early on in the season too. So Dan having a very stellar season. Vance as well. 2 top level players in the game. How will this pan out? Big opening hands for both of these players. We need to see some explosive starts, some Battle VIP pass, some basic Pokemon put into play. I'm sure Dan will be kicking things off. Now against his Fusion Strike deck, sometimes they'll want to go ahead and get that turn 1 attack, but both players want to go first, so. See the prize cards, nothing too relevant. The Pal Pad can be a little bit annoying later on. I think we're going to have a good third match here, Kyle.
Yep,
things are right underway and already sort of a tough choice for Dan. Decides to get rid of that Jet Energy. Really good in those early turns and allowing you to use more flower selectings, but I don't blame him when your other card is Path to the Peak. Such an important card, especially on turn 1 versus this Mew VMAX deck.
Yeah, but no Battle VIP pass in hand once again. Just a nest ball to kick things off, and Dan will be faced with the decision. Do I go for Radiant Greninja? Do I go for Comfey to get another flower selecting? Do I grab a Giratina V? That one sounds worse. But the next couple cards on the top of Dan's decks, deck could decide what direction this game goes in.
So an important choice here, of course, Dan checking what resources are available, things like the energy cards total, what Pokemon are in the deck. Radiant Greninja did decide to show up this time, but it will be the Comfey. Understands getting to 10 cards in the Lost Zone. It is priority number 1 to make sure that, of course, that Star Requiem V-Star power is all fulfilled, those 10 cards in the Lost Zone. And we'll see what these 2 cards off flower selecting are. Battle VIP Pass, a great card, getting these Giratina V into play, especially as you said in game 1 on the second turn. Try and get them evolved and increase that HP a little bit.
Okay, big flower selecting and a big miss.
And
that's okay. Well, we got a Giratina.
And then we're going to pass over to you.
So 1 evolved, potentially next turn, nothing too bad. But what does his hand look like for Vance? Does have Battle VIP pass. It's got to be a little bit of insult to injury here on Dan's sort of lackluster start at this point. But there is still that Path to the Peak in play, so that's the second question here for Vance. Do you have the cards to remove that out of play, have this explosive start this Mew VMAX deck can have, and then keep that steam going for the rest of the game? We saw Vance keep it up 80% of the match, but it was faltering that last 20% that allowed Dan to come back, and it's definitely what Vance wants to avoid here in this final game.
Yep, and as Vance is searching through the deck, do want to note that Dan was given a double prize loss penalty for the last game, since did see that 3rd card off of the flower selecting or the concealed card, whichever one it was, but it was assigned to the last game.
Okay.
So will not impact this 3rd game, but do want to note that that did happen kind of as Dan was conceding the game. But yeah, Battle VIP pass for Vance. Dan's got to be jealous seeing that. But if you're Vance, I think, well, geez, first of all, kind of an awkward hand. There's a couple Path to the Peak, got some lost vacuums, but
You're still in the VIP search, right?
this is going to be a tricky one to play out. But if you're Vance, you just want to play as much stuff as you can and then judge, try to disrupt your opponent, and set yourself up for the next turn.
Yeah, this is tough because those lost vacuum are important resources down the line later on in this game. And while you might have to play them to draw some cards off the Genesect, I don't even think there's actually a second Pokemon tool or stadium card to remove at this point. So we're just going to see Path put into both players' Lost Zone.
Is that it? Did you just go?
I think that just has to be it.
Yikes.
Oh, playing a path of his own down, getting rid of this Mew VMAX, and we're drawing
three cards.
What do you think about burning the power tablet there to draw an extra one?
I think he just feels like he's got to go fast, so let's do it.
5 in hand.
5 in hand.
Now an interesting choice here. Do you attach this Fusion Energy card to maybe your Mew V to give that a potential power-up option, or do you play the Judge that was found off this first Fusion Strike system?
You can also Ultra Ball all the cards away and get another Genesect. Vance has asked several times now how many cards in your hand, and Dan says it's 5. So Vance trying to figure out, is it worth playing a Judge? Could I just be improving my opponent's hand in this situation? And yeah, decides to Ultra Ball away the Judge and say, okay, I'm just going to get another Genesect V, keep using Fusion Strike system. Now there are 4 Fusion Strike Pokemon in play, so draw up to 4 cards. Now, if you just find one more Battle VIP pass, hey, this turn's perfect.
So let's see it here for Vance. Let's find another Mew V. It's a good Pokemon to have down, and honestly, this hand is pretty solid. You've got the Power Tablet for next turn, potentially a Judge, and Vance will actually just go ahead and play it, maybe looking for Boss's Orders on the following turn as a supporter. And Dan's sort of revealing the bad news for Vance that the hand wasn't ideal. Doesn't mean things can change with flower selecting. So both players going to draw 4 cards. Vance does still have a Fusion Strike system available. And as you mentioned, key turn to play Battle VIP Pass, not just to get these Pokemon into play, but to also get that card out of your hand so that you don't draw into it later where it's unplayable.
All right, so very strong start. Looked a little shaky at the beginning for Vance, but now has drawn out of it pretty well. You'd love to see an energy attachment here. We'll see the Hisuian Heavy Ball to look at the prize cards. But yeah, basically, after the Judge, you just want to try to set yourself up best you can to attack on turn 2. Judge disrupts your opponent. You just want to set it up so that next turn you get a knockout and put on the pressure.
And perfect Pokemon to find there off that Hisuian Heavy Ball. 3rd Mew V to put into play. An ideal board for Vance here in game number 3. And an ideal start. Did have to burn one of those power tablets this turn. Not exactly what you're looking for, but if you told me this was going to be his start with how awkward that first turn looked with the, or rather how this turn looked with the hand, I think this is an okay spot to be in. I think the choice now for Vance is, do you want to play this switch card, just put one of these Mew V in the active spot where you'll be safe, or do you want to hold on to it? And choice will be to just hold the switch card for next turn. Not much else in this hand, though.
I was trying to figure out, you know, if you switch card into the Mew, I mean, you could get hit by Cramorant, which could turn out being awkward later. You could also end up in an awkward situation where it's very unlikely, but if your opponent plays Boss's Orders and like brings a Genesect back out, it could potentially stop you from attacking. So Vance deciding to hold on to the switch card. Can also heal off damage. You know, if the Genesect takes a hit from a Cramorant, could potentially end up being relevant later on. So, yeah, lots of difficult decisions. You know, Mew VMAX sometimes has very tough choices like that, just like Lost Zone decks have a lot of tough choices, and those little things can come back to matter later in the game.
Another tough choice does have to get rid of that Iono. There is a Nest Ball in hand, but I think Dan is just making some smart choices to just wait and play the Nest Ball, maximize the outs of finding basic Pokemon here off of this Comfey flower selecting. None there. So we'll put Dan up to 7 cards in the Lost Zone, so Mirage Gate is now available. We are going to see the Nest Ball probably for the second Giratina V into play. And
he said it's going to be a bold move. Ethan, do you think we're going to see an Abyss Seeking this turn?
I think with how Dan's hand is shaped out, you've got to kind of give yourself the best options and understand that Vance, whether you like it to or not, is going to take a knockout on this Giratina V. Now, whether it's disrupting your hand or not, I think that's the big risk.
Oh, there it is.
And this is sort of calculated here from Dan. You did see your opponent play 2 Judge at this point. They have one in the discard pile and one already there. They most likely have 1 copy of Judge left in their deck, and this is the risk you have to take sometimes. Fall behind early, but build your Lost Zone up, find cards, continue to set these Giratina V up into V-Star Pokemon. But this is a big break for Vance. This knockout is almost handed to him on a silver platter. Just needs a damage modifier, UV max, double turbo energy.
But look at his hand.
Wait, is this?
It's just full of like power tablets and junk. Just got an escape rope.
There's an Alessa Sparkle. I mean, you can just play that to play it. You really love to play something else like that last copy of Judge. There's no excuse me, no other option. Has to play a pretty mediocre supporter card in this Alessa Sparkle. Does find 2 Fusion Energy, putting them onto these Mew V. It's not really going to do anything because of how this ends up working. There's only 2 Fusion Energy in there, so there's just actually the 1 in the deck anyway. So just going to put it onto the Mew V. And yeah, it just kind of comes down to how much can you thin this hand without burning all of these resources.
Does he play a power tablet? Yep. I think that's 2 down at this point.
But the big question here is, I mean, you can play this Path to the Peak down and Lost Vacuum it away, but that's going to be your 3rd Lost Vacuum down. You're only going to have 1 remaining.
Yeah, these are all important resources. Sometimes you just need to throw cards away to thin your hand so you can draw back up with the Fusion Strike system. But late in the game, you do need those Lost Vacuums. So, okay, looks like the first one is going to find a Forest Sealstone, and that is going to smooth everything out.
Well, not quite, though, because it still needs to find 2 pieces here with this hand. You need the double Turbo Energy and the Mew VMAX, and
but it improves
of
your
course,
odds significantly.
it's a great card to find. It's just not the full piece yet. I think that's what Vance is sort of understanding at this point. I mean, do you take a risk and draw just 1 card off this Fusion Strike system again? Or do you burn this 3rd Lost Vacuum? I mean, the thing, too, is that this hand is just kind of awkward in terms of what you would have to do. I guess there is technically a path. Is there a path to peak? There is a path to the peak. So, I mean, you can get rid of something like the Box of Disasters, but no, it's going to be a 2nd power tablet burned, an unnecessary resource played, but finding 2 cards, is there a double turbo or a Mew VMAX? And there is, and that's a huge find for Vance.
Trying to figure out where to attach. You can technically attach the other Fusion Strike Energy to that Mew V later, so may as well.
I think it was discarded turn 1, though.
Oh,
that was the problem, yeah.
Well, you can energy mix, you know.
We're mixing out here, mixing it up. I don't know if energy mix is a winning strategy, so to say, but
probably
you
not.
never could. You could give yourself some double turbos here and there, and we'll just be the Forest Sealstone used, Star Alchemy, and yes, of course, Vance did get this knockout, but again, had to use this Forest Sealstone early on, and already through a couple power tablets, 2 Lost Vacuum. These are all resources that will matter towards the end of the game.
Vance did do the important thing, got the knockout on the Giratina V-Star, takes the prize card lead here, and now Dan will need to respond. There are a lot of cards in the Lost Zone already. Should be able to get to that 10 this turn. Another tough choice off the flower, selecting a Chorus and a Boss's Orders.
Now, the way Dan has built this deck, there are both 2 Boss's Orders and 2 Counter Catcher. We usually don't see 4 total Gusting cards in this deck. But it will be Boss going to the Lost Zone, Chorus's Experiment, the supporter card of choice.
Lots of energy in the Lost Zone as well.
Yeah.
Some awkward decisions for Dan, and this does come up sometimes, and even more energy into the Lost Zone. Was it like 4 or 5 energy in there already?
I think so. Dan's gonna sort of hide it in embarrassment from how many Lost Zone, how many energy are in the Lost Zone there. A couple Jet Energy, a whole rainbow of the couple of types, the 3 types of energy that are in this deck for Dan. And does have Sableye. This will put Dan up to more than enough cards in the Lost Zone at this point. So Lost Mine is available, Star Requiem is available. Just kind of comes down to how do you want to time this out. And it looks like it's going to actually be a similar line in game number 1, minus that Genesect. We'll use this Mirage Gate to power Sableye up, and we could just see this Lost Mine put 3 damage counters on the Mew VMAX and some of these benched Mew V to set them up for potentially a 2-turn window of winning the game. Lost Impact into Star Requiem. Is that what Dan needs to do to keep up with Vance's aggression at this point?
Yeah, it seems like a solid line of play. I think the big thing is you need to worry about Switch Cart. You know, if you put exactly 3 damage counters on a Mew V, you could potentially run into a situation where Switch Cart heals off some of the damage. Could make it awkward. And part of it, you know, if your opponent is able to do, you know, the ultimate move, knock out your Giratina V-Star, this all falls apart pretty quickly. So at this point, I mean, if you're Dan, you do what you can. You set up for, you know, 2 attacks to win after this. The Star Requiem and then the Lost Impact. But it doesn't feel good. You know, if your opponent finds Choice Belt and then 2 more power tablets, And then boss's orders to go after your Giratina V-Star. I mean, that's got to be it, right?
So there's the power tablet, third one being played. We are actually going to see the choice belt go onto the benched Mew.
Oh, okay, just a judge.
Interesting choice to play the power tablet. Has Vance pretty much given up on potentially taking a one-hit knockout on this Giratina V-Star from here on out?
Yeah, it depends on how many are left. If
yeah, that's fine. In that case, let me do that for you.
If there's only one power tablet left, it really doesn't matter that you have any, because it's not enough to get to a knockout on a Giratina V-Star. Yeah, these are tricky games to try to figure out at this point.
It could also be something like the Psychic Leap to take a knockout on this Comfey. That's also a potential option. So, I mean, Vance doesn't necessarily need to leave a Mew VMAX in the active. That's what's so great about this Mew VMAX deck. So many different attacks to copy, even in a deck so limited where you're only playing 2 different Pokemon. It's going to be a Tails, though, off of that Cryptomatic. Could find some pieces for the following turns. We do see the double Turbo Energy. And now I think this is the choice for Vance. Are we going to see this active Mew V attack? No, we're actually just going to see this go onto the benched Mew V. And we'll see the last Fusion Strike system. Just draw an additional card. It is a boss's orders for next turn. And it is actually just going to be that Psychic Leap, but instead, with the Mew VMAX, bringing this Mew V up, and Vance is pretty much trying to put Dan onto a 3-turn window instead of a 2-turn window. Very smart awareness from our world champion, Vance Kelly.
Definitely, and now Dan in a tough spot, throws away the other boss's orders.
Has to keep that Super Rod, knows that there's already so many energy in the Lost Zone, and a big Pokegear. 7 cards, Vance is now in Roxanne range. Dan can disrupt this hand. Doesn't find it, though. Just a Colress's Experiment. That's not bad, but is okay. Mediocre, just going to cut it here for Dan.
Doesn't feel like it, but I don't know. Vance can't win on the next turn, which is, you know, a breath of relief for Dan. Yeah, this is tricky. It does feel like this was the turn you really needed to go for the hand disruption. Roxanne, path to the peak, but unable to do that.
We'll still look at 5 cards here. Does find the path to the peak off of this, but it's a really awkward final card that has to go to the Lost Zone. The Cramorant's sort of an easy choice, but you've got Counter Catcher. You want to keep that available since both your boss are gone. You need to keep your energy cards. You've already thrown away your last Grass Energy is here in these 5 cards. And you need the Path to the Peak to try and buy yourself some turns to keep up with the aggression Vance is putting on. And it will be the Mirage Gate, the target of choice to go to the Lost Zone. Important questions for me here is, what attack does Dan want to use? I mean, you can use Lost Impact, but will you have the resources to still take these last prizes with 5 or so energy in the Lost Zone? Looking for more, though. We'll see this Greninja get benched and does find an important switch card, which will allow this Comfey to get out of the active spot, maybe saving some energy cards for later.
Did draw the Roxanne for next turn. Oh, no. That was a wrong card. But, yeah, is able to at least get a knockout here. You have to think that Lost Impact is going to be the attack of choice. Then you can set up for the Star Requiem on the next turn. Is there a path to the peak? There is. Yeah, this is the late game scenario, basically from game 1. Ooh, Counter Catcher on the Choice Belted Mew to potentially take away easy knockouts in the future.
Yeah, and the way that this has worked out for Vance is because of all of these modifiers being burned, if Dan doesn't put another easy 2-prize Pokemon like a Giratina V into play, it's going to take Vance 3 turns to take these final 3 prize cards. Because at quickest, this Giratina V will take 2 turns to be knocked out, and then you'll have to take an additional turn to take another attack. And what looked to be pretty bad for Dan at this point. We're seeing Giratina V-Star's comeback potential, but a great hand here for Vance. Has the Lost Vacuum, can get out of this path to the peak. That's 1 more resource gone for Dan. You can draw some cards up. We do see this Fusion Energy be brought up, and it's actually going to be Boss's orders on the Sableye. So as long as there's an energy card off of these 5 cards or future cards with Fusion Strike system, we can see a knockout be taken. But this is just another sort of awkward-looking hand. You don't really want to play this last Lost Vacuum. This is your final out to path to the peak. And you can't play any of these supporter cards. You can't play the Battle VIP pass. This is looking pretty awkward here for Vance.
One awkward thing for Dan, though, he's out of boss's orders. So if he ever gets in a situation where like, he has to use Star Requiem, he goes down to 1 prize card. Won't have access to Counter Catcher. Ooh, this is weird. Time has been called at this point, so the game's got to end in the next, this turn 0 plus 3 turns. It could hit some awkward scenarios here.
Yeah, and with time being called, if Vance is turn 0 at this point, then Vance doesn't have a way to win this game with the amount of resources that are available. Dan, in theory, though, with 2 turns, can take a knockout with Star Requiem and take a knockout with Lost Impact. So this is maybe a situation where Vance may have to sort of reassess his position because, like I mentioned earlier in the round, a tie for both these players puts them in a situation where they can still make top cut. A loss, however, eliminates them from contention. And I think the idea that we're trying to figure out at this point is how things are playing out. It looks like we're just checking some things out on the stream, just taking a little bit of a review. So we'll figure out what our situation looks like and make sure to inform everybody.
Yeah, Judge, checking a discard pile real quick. There was a chance that a power tablet was accidentally shuffled into the deck, but the judge is checking the discard pile, seeing that seems like they're all there. So we are good. Gonna move on to this game.
But it will be the final power tablet being brought into the hand. Now the question is, are we going to see another Psychic Leap this turn to bring the Mew VMAX out of play? I think we're just making sure everything is settled. Looks like we're all good to resume. We're all good to continue this game out.
Looks like we are going to pause the match.
Never mind.
I know you said we're all good.
We're not good. Never mind.
We're not there yet. We're going to pause the match real quick so the judges can review something going on in the game. Yeah, lots of cards fly around in these matchups, especially Mew VMAX. You draw lots of cards, play lots of power tablets, items, all sorts of stuff throughout the match. So judge is just going to take a look back, make sure that everything is following proper procedures, and we'll go from there. We'll give you updates as we have them.
This is an intense final game. I'm excited to see how this plays out. The time is almost called at this point, too. So, I mean, if we're seeing the board that we just saw at this point, if things resolve out, then Vance would be turn 0. So that means that, like we said, Vance is not in a winning position anymore to close this game out with only having 2 turns remaining to finish things out. Dan, however, potentially could with the hard-hitting power of Giratina V-Star. Hasn't used that V-Star power, the Star Requiem, yet. It's just going to be interesting to see how things play out.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any like echoing horn ways like that for Vance to get kind of that cheap last 2 prize knockout. So it's going to be difficult to close out. But I think there are some awkward scenarios that Dan could be put in as we reach the end of this game. So it's definitely not over yet. There's also lots of energy in Dan's Lost Zone. Might be low on resources. So, I don't know, still anybody's game. Obviously, we're going to wait to see what the result is of this judge review, but we'll go from here.
I'm just going to leave and tie it up so there's no shenanigans. Because I can't,
Here's some chatter at the table.
So I can
Players
still win, though.
kind of discussing what to
So
do from here.
I'm getting word right now that it seems that Vance accidentally put a power tablet back into his deck. So let's check what happened here. So Mew VMAX went up, Psychic Leap, and you see it right there. The power tablet got picked up and accidentally put back in the deck here for Vance. We'll have to see what the ruling is on a complicated situation. There's the Mew VMAX, gets picked up and grabs that power tablet along with it. Just Vance not really paying attention to that card next to the Mew VMAX and putting it in a pretty weird situation at this point where we're going to have to resolve what something complicated like this looks like.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one for the judges to resolve. You have to think some sort of penalty will be issued. It was pretty clear there. I mean, seems like an accident, like nothing malicious, but hey, that's not how Psychic Leap works.
Imagine if it was just like all power tablets you played come back with you every turn. You would just
you don't attach them to your Pokemon.
It's like plus power back in the day, right?
Exactly. Yep. So yeah, I did think I was thinking, like, isn't he out of power tablets? And then got another one out of the deck. So, yeah, we'll be on standby here as we try to resolve the situation, figure out where to go from here. Obviously, if a penalty is assessed, then it's going to be an easy win for Dan at this point. Say Star Requiem or whatever the case is, but yeah, tough. Tough. You don't love to see stuff like this, and it's always awkward to see. But
and
looks like that
double check.
is.
I think that's the game, though. I think
Dan is going to take this one.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate to see things play like that. It was a really good game, a really close game 3, and because of that penalty, Dan will advance to 10-0-4. One tie will put him at 35 match points, and with how things are playing out, he should be pretty good to potentially lock up a spot at top cut. And that's such an impressive feat, though. Back-to-back top cuts at 2 regionals, showing the power of Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, you always hate to see a match end like that, but congratulations to Dan. Yeah, he's going to take the win and has been on an excellent streak with this Lost Zone Giratina V-Star deck, showing off why this deck can be powerful and how this deck can win even when it has kind of clunky moments. It does have a strong late game, being able to chain knockouts at the end with that Star Requiem V-Star power, the Lost Impact hits for huge damage. You know, sometimes as long as you just hang around in the game, do something relevant early on, use Path to the Peak, Hand Disruption, Giratina V-Star can carry you to victory at the end, and that's what we saw in game number 1.
Again, the big Lost Mine, spreading the damage counters over, putting this Giratina V-Star in range to take 2 knockouts back-to-back. Star Requiem and that Lost Impact, and use all gas on the foot, all foot on the pedal. When it comes to later on in the game, you see when Vance was down those power talents, had to burn it earlier on to sometimes use things like Chromatic or draw some extra cards on those early turns, and was unable to push. I have to think back to that turn where Vance decided to hold that Lost Vacuum instead of potentially finding those final couple of power tablets if they were still in the deck to push for that knockout, right? You knock out that Giratina V-Star, you close the game out, and it was a pretty uneventful game too. I mean, nothing was there. It was sort of a weird situation where prize penalty pretty much made things guaranteed, and game 3 was back and forth. Vance took the aggression early on, found all the pieces needed to take this knockout on the Giratina V, but it was really just that error at the end, the Psychic Leap, which put us in a pretty interesting endgame situation. Lost Impact brought Dan down to 4 prize cards, but it was just sort of the judge call and how things ended up playing out that just made this sort of an awkward situation as we see once again there. Psychic Leap, not how it works, unfortunately. Dan, though, will be advancing to 10-0-4. It's just, I have to mention it again, though, like back-to-back top cuts with events now 1,400 players, a little over that here this weekend. Big props to Dan.
Yeah, we don't know if it's guaranteed quite yet, but Dan's certainly in a great position to make it back into the top 8. Yeah, would be back-to-back. I think, yeah, great run in San Antonio. Maybe hoping to convert that into a victory this time if he's able to make it. And representing that Giratina V-Star deck. Yeah, it's showed up big time in Portland. Last year, Giratina V-Star was the winner. Will we see it again?
Time will tell, Kyle. Time will tell. And of course, so much action going on in the field right now. Not just the matches we feature on stream. Players are playing on their win-and-in, seeing what's happening as our final rounds are progressing. We did see a table, or we're actually getting into our next round here. So Nick Moffitt securing himself a spot into top cut, 12-2 at 36 match points, playing, as you mentioned earlier on in our little intro for the segment here, Miraidon EX. Kyle, is it Miraidon's time here to shine?
It's always there.
Can't
it
run
feels
from
like
it.
for the last couple months, Miraidon has just been a mainstay, making top 8 at these regional championships. Of course, the introduction of Iron Hands EX does give another layer to this deck. Gives you another option against single prize Pokemon, additional prize cards. So yeah, looks like we will see at least one Miraidon deck in the top 8, and we still have a pretty diverse top table landscape here. It's still not clear which players, which decks are going to make it into the top 8, but it's nice to see there's lots of different things going on at the top tables. We got a Rapid Strike deck up there. You know, Azul still hanging around with the Charizard EX, looking to run it back. back-to-back regional wins, still in contention there. Lots of Giratina V-Star and Mew VMAX at the top, though.
Yeah, lots of players actually paired up at 33 points having to play it out. Lots of times we see win-and-ins at 32 points to play things out. So, but that will make things interesting. Whether or not 35 is safe or 35 maybe a few players bubble out. This is the risk you take your last round if you're at these top couple of tables. Do you take the chance and play it out to give yourself a guaranteed spot with the win, or do you maybe risk it? Say, yeah, I'd rather just take the guaranteed tie. I lock myself up for top 16. I've maybe got a 60 or 70% chance to make it in. It's the player's decision at this crucial final round, Swiss round 15.
Yeah, I don't think 35 points will be safe. It depends
close,
on how matches will play out, but yeah, 36 seems to be a safe point number. But yeah, for a player like Dan who just got to 34 match points, I don't think an ID will be safe for top 8. So still lots of things to decide here. I think as of right now, the only player who's guaranteed into top cut is Nick Moffitt, who is at 36 match points. Everybody else could still potentially miss the top 8. We're going to have a crazy, unpredictable finish to the Swiss rounds.
Swiss round 15 is still coming up, but we have an interview with our champion, Dan Hugar. Let's throw it down and hear from him.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back out to the floor. Adam Watson here with our winner you just saw on stream, Dan Hugar. How you feeling, my friend?
Feeling good, though I feel really bad for Vance. That's not the way I want to win.
I mean, that is unfortunate. Mistakes do happen, especially when there's a lot of pressure here at Portland. It's been a great tournament and a great tournament for you so far. Now you're at, what is it, 10-0-4 now?
10-0-4. I promise I play fast. This is not intentional, but yeah. So in a good position.
Yeah, so the ties that you've been getting with Giratina, even though you're playing quickly, do you think it's just the matches have been that difficult to find those wins? Is the awkwardness coming out for Giratina?
Not even so much the awkwardness. Giratina, the games take a while, and typically you get your butt whooped for the first like 80% of the games, and then the last 20% is when you actually win. So it's really hard to scoop, and a lot of my ties have been in turns of game 3. Either player needs another turn or something, so just a lot of close games.
Yeah, see, that's a very interesting point as well, because I think you like to think of Giratina, especially from the Arceus Path days, of just kind of being a get Giratina set up, beat down sort of deck. But this one is much more meticulous, and making that read when you know you're still in it and you want to play for the win, how difficult has that been?
That has been the toughest part, because the deck has such power and it can come back so effectively that it's really, really hard to know when to scoop when you know you're just a Roxanne Path, Star Requiem away from taking the round.
And is there anybody that you want to give a shout out to that helped you practice the Giratina deck? Were you like one of the early believers in the list, or have you been jumping on that grind recently?
No, I've had a ton of friends that have helped me out. I've been playing this deck for a long time, but Kevin Krieger, Ryan Prusak, Ben Doverstein, the Nerd Rage team, they've all been awesome. And then my wife, Kate's amazing because she supports me in doing this. Not a lot of testing, but she's amazing.
That's fantastic to hear that you have so many people supporting your journey here for Pokemon and for your tournament run here in Portland. Giratina V-Star, I really want to hammer this home while we have you here, Dan. Very, very complicated deck to play. Is there any sort of way that you can parse these lines a little bit more effectively, or is it just practice, practice, practice? Is there any sort of quick starter tips that you can give?
So Tina is really tough with that because no game is the same. There's no like typical set line of in this matchup I do X1, X2, X3. Really, I think the thing I can preach is flexibility. Be able to quickly and clearly map out your game plans and your lines against each deck in the game itself, and just know you're going to have to shift from turn to turn, draw to draw.
And regarding the Mew VMAX matchup specifically, I think, you know, Star Requiem does play a big part of that with taking 3 prizes on a VMAX Pokemon. When you first went into that matchup, did you feel confident that, oh, this one's going to be in the bag? Or did you know that regardless it was going to be a bit of a struggle, a bit of a grind?
Mew is a horrendous matchup. That is a very bad matchup. So I definitely had some good luck game 1. And then game 2, kind of saw if I miss a beat at all, Vance is going to crush me. But game 3, as much as it is really unfortunate that that game loss happened, I was still in a position to win over the next 2 turns. So it would have been very close. So maybe even a tie, but it would have been close.
Yeah, and I know the casters were speculating a lot in game number 2 as well, if you were going to scoop it up and when you were going to do that, and you ended up saving enough time to maybe put yourself in that position for a guaranteed victory in game number 3. So your preparation and your experience with the deck definitely shown through there. Is there any other matchups that you really like with Giratina that you brought it because it's good into everything, or are you trying to target a specific deck here in Portland?
So I've kind of mentioned this before, but Giratina feels horrible into everything until you start actually winning. So the reason I like it is because I feel like there are very, very few matchups where I sit down and say, shoot, I don't know how to win this. You can play into anything, and because there's so many different tools and pieces, you can put together a game plan to handle whatever your opponent puts down. But it is really, really hard to play. So I guess if you're asking for recommendations for people picking it up, take a lot of time and practice. It is hard to play, and you'll lose yourself more games than your deck will lose you or your opponents will win. It's intense.
And for some of you in the audience, that might sound like the perfect deck that you want, a deck that wins by your own merit as a player. I want to give you another congratulations for your big win on stream. Hopefully, depending on the resistances and the way the math works out, you make top 8, but still one more round to go, of course. We're going to send things back over to the casting desk and then get ready for our next round of Swiss. Let's get there.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Adam. Hearing from Dan, one more Swiss round to play. And Kyle, this is all it comes down to. These players have battled it out through the 9 Swiss rounds. The 6 rounds coming up here in day 2, and it's all for the chance to make it into the top cut. It's coming down to this, Kyle. One final Swiss round. Swiss round 15 is coming up very soon. We'll be back right after this break.
My name is Andrew Ford, or Wadaj, and I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina.
And Wadaj is going to be the grand champion. Congratulations, Wadaj, in this hectic tournament, the first one of the brand new season. Wadaj is able to take it, and he is able to do it on the back of the Shadow Dragonite.
This event, it worked out pretty perfectly because I want to go to Hawaii and I want to be the best, so it's a really good start. I was actually really nervous going into my first set versus Lao Jeffs, and then I went down 0-2. I was like, wow, he had a really good plan. I wasn't ready for him in the first 2 games, so he was tough. And then I came back, so it felt pretty good. When I went up 2-0, I was really confident that in the 3 next games I could get something or get some good alignment to win. The meta's changed a lot, and I think after NIC, me and Rise, with our Charizards, we kind of shaped the meta, so I had to change up for Worlds, and now there's a move update for this event, so I kind of just keep adapting. My goal this season is to be the best, just have the most challenge points in the world and America. I'd love to win Worlds. Obviously, on any given day, a lot of people going to Worlds can win, but I think I'd have a good shot. It would just be my final goal. Personally, I have a drive to be the best, and that's about as simple as it gets.
Listen, one of these players is going to have their cake and eat it too.
James Beck.
James Beck.
I think what we saw from James throughout this entire weekend was just a masterclass in how to have that proactive play.
My strategy involved 2 different modes where it was either try to overwhelm teams using a Scarf or Shifu next to Tornadus, or by setting up Nasty Plot with Golden Go and supporting it to sweep other teams.
Golden Go is just going to go for a Nasty Plot here.
I think that is the right play at the end of the day.
It shifted between the matchup, and if I thought that there was something better that I could do, I would change up leads and board positions. When I made it to top cuts, it was all the opponents that I actually played in day 2 Swiss. I actually got to rematch everyone, so my strategy actually did not really end up changing except my finals match.
GU is knocked out for all of its troubles, and it's just the Ogre Pond remaining. The Rock Slide to connect. James takes it out, and he wins this top 4 set 2-0.
I was worried about facing the Fire Ogre Pond Rillaboom, specifically with Sword Stance, alongside King Gambit.
Game number 1 of the Peoria Regional Finals between James Beck and Luca Traget is underway. Luca is going to kick things off with the Fluttermane and the Hard Flame Ogre Pond.
My plan was to bait read attacks and get calls correctly because they hit me for so much damage. So overall, I do just have to get the read right of who they're going to target and then punish it accordingly.
Luca's just content for this Ogre Pawn to go down here as it's going to fall to the Earth Surging Strikes coming through from James.
My most difficult matchup, I would say, would have been Luca in the finals. He was the one who brought me to one of my closest sets today, and he's just a really good player, one of my best friends too from this game. So like I knew that he would be able to threaten a lot of pressure against me.
That is not an Ogre Pawn. It's not an Ogre Pawn. That is in fact a Tornadus, and you are seeing things correctly. That is the Poison Terror type. Luca's going to continue to commit to the Tailwind and Bleak Wind Storm.
The moment that I knew was when I was able to just get Scarf Urshifu into a really good position with Surging Strikes under Tailwind, and he just was not able to do enough damage to bring back the position, and I had Water Ogre Pawn in the back to threaten the Flutter Mane in rain.
James Beck is your Peoria Regional Champion.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
A Rift is opening up here in Portland as we're getting into our final round. This is it, Swiss round 15. Who will make it in and who will be going home? That and more to come right now. Welcome back to the Pokemon TCG Regional Championships in Portland, Oregon. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Sukovich. And how much more can we hype this up? This is going to be an extraordinary, even a legendary final match.
Yeah, we've gone through 14 Swiss rounds. We're at number 15. This is the last one before we decide who makes it into the top 8. And then from there, we will decide our champion. We're just a few hours away from crowning somebody the Portland Regional Champion. And, yesterday we had Azul Garcia Griego on the final round of the stream. Round 9, barely won, squeaked into day number 2, obviously coming off of that win in San Antonio, his 6th regional championship victory. And guess what? He's back. He's just got to win one more, and he can make it back to the top 8. Crazy run so far for Azul.
Standing in his way is Hector Ibarra, somebody who has taken down every Charizard standing in his way. Who will be victorious? Who will advance to the top cut? We're going to find out right now, Kyle. Let's go ahead and throw it down to the stage and get this last Swiss round underway. Now, Hector and Azul, we both featured yesterday, and seeing Giratina V-Star again. This matchup, as we talked about, there's so many complexities going on, and two great players piloting these decks. It's going to be really interesting to see how things pan out in this final Swiss round.
Yeah, like you said, both these players were on stream yesterday, so they are meeting up here in the final Swiss round. Winner has a very good chance to make it into the top 8. And yeah, Hector seeking his first premier event top 8 in his career. Yesterday was the first time he played a match on stream. Was pretty calm, won pretty decisively, and yeah, did tell us yesterday he's never lost to a Charizard EX deck in a tournament, and this will be his ultimate test going up against Azul Garcia Griego, one of the top players in the Pokemon TCG, multiple-time international champion, 6-time regional champion, perennial top player in North America. Back again with that Charizard EX. So if you're going to put your money where your mouth is, if you're Hector, this is the guy to do it against.
This may be the Charizard boss that you have to go up against. This is like red on the top of Mount Silver in Pokemon. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, all the way back there. Okay, Gold and Silver. Yeah. I'm sorry, I have to say the Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I'm young, okay? I get it. All right, let's get into this game and see what the prize cards look like. A few key Pokemon here for Hector. Do you see that Radiant Greninja in the prize cards? I mean, that's a card that you're going to just want to have to allow you to dig through. Of course, you also threaten that Moonlit Shuriken. I don't really see anything too important on Azul's side. I mean, there's just that Greninja. I think we're going to have a good last Swiss round.
Yeah, can't wait to get this one started. Hector will be going first in this matchup in the final round of Swiss. Hope you're all excited as we are to get this final Swiss round kicked off between Hector and Azul. Winner going on to top 8. High stakes here.
Let's get into it. Final Swiss round.
Oh,
and
no.
This is not how you want to start your match at all. Just the Cramorant attaching and passing. And
why are there 2 Cramorant?
Scared of what's about to happen. This Charmander, he's angry. He doesn't like to see this bird going around. And on the other side of things, you really want to play Arven as your first turn supporter. But this hand is a little bit awkward. Now, Azul will get rid of these Pokemon. I do think there is a Super Rod in the hand, so that can shuffle these back. And we're actually just going to see Azul checking the deck, searching things out. I mean, there is the potential to maybe grab something like Lumineon, but as we've sort of seen in this matchup, bench space is pretty tight, especially if you want to end your turn off with something like a Rotom Instant Charge.
Yep, this was the exact matchup that Azul was able to come out victorious in San Antonio over Grant Hayes, defeated the lost Giratina deck to win the regional championships. Has one more in his way. I'm sure he's played this matchup many, many times at this point, but kicking things off with the Lumineon V, Luminous Sign. Grab a supporter card, put it right into your hand, and yeah, there is the Arven. Great little combo. Grab an item card and a Pokemon tool card. And when the Pokemon tool card is Forest Sealstone, let's use that Star Alchemy V-Star power. Search for any card. So really, it's a long-winded way to say search for an item and any card in your deck.
We'll see the Battle Pass get played. And a great hand for Azul does have something like that Professor's Research for the following turn. And with Hector not really doing much, and with Battle VIP Pass being essentially an unplayable card in Hector's hand, it may be difficult for this Cramorant, even if it wanted to take a knockout on this Charmander. And Azul will have even more tempo going into the second turn. The Forest Sealstone can be used on this Lumineon V, and we could just be seeing classic Charizard things, double rare candy, Pidgeot EX, and Charizard coming into play. That's all you need sometimes.
Yep, pretty good start for Azul. You know, you don't love putting down the Lumineon V if you don't have to, but that's why it's in your deck. Turns your Ultra Ball into a way to search for a supporter card and gets you off to an excellent start. Can be a liability later in the game, but you do have cards like Collapsed Stadium to discard it from your field later in the game if needed.
You want to? I got you.
But hey, great start. Not much more you can ask for, especially against a person who just passed their first turn, did nothing, basically.
Colress is a good start. You get to look at 5 cards, and there is a Giratina, but no way to get Comfey out into play. And I mean, Abyss Seeking is not terrible, now your Giratina isn't threatened by anything because of Burning Darkness not scaling yet. Hector has yet to take any prize cards. But even in a matchup that some would consider favored for Giratina, it's only favored if you can get all the pieces you have going for you really rolling and get that ball rolling down the hill.
Yep. It's only favored when your deck works.
I want to put that on a wall. I want a poster of that. Quote it. Frame it.
Hector is on the bandwagon. I have a good deck.
This is just the Giratina anthem at this point. It's just you have a good deck, I have a good deck. Can't believe we're at Abyss Seeking. I remember when this deck was, you just played Scoop Up Net every time, and now we're here Abyss Seeking every turn. This deck has definitely evolved.
Finds another Colress's Experiment for next turn. That's nice.
We'll have to get rid of this Jet Energy. Does value keeping that Super Rod around for later. And it is just Cramorant and Giratina living it up on Hector's side. And an incredible top deck there, actually. Found the Charizard off of the top, which means this Lumineon Forest Sealstone can grab another rare candy, or rather grab this Pidgeot with the rare candy in hand. We're going to see double rare candy played without a supporter even hitting the board so far for Azul.
It's going to be a good turn 2. Basically the best you can ask for. Rare candy into Pidgeot EX. Gives you quick search. Once per turn, you get to search for any card, put it into your hand, and then immediately gets the Charizard EX. 2 very powerful Stage 2 Pokemon EX with excellent abilities. The Infernal Rain going to power up that Charizard EX right away. I mean, this is turn 2 There are 2 Stage 2 Pokemon in play. That's a lot of HP to fight through.
Textbook start for Azul. See both sides having completely opposite ends. It's almost going perfect for Azul, and Hector really struggling on the back foot and will be put in a predicament after this. And that's what I was saying.
High five.
I almost said Sycamore, but it's Professor Research. Professor Turo coming down. 7 cards for Azul. This is what I'm saying. This is just above perfect. Even has level ball, can put down one of these support Pokemon like Manaphy or Jirachi. We could see a 3rd Charmander come into play. Even Charmeleon can get evolved. So many options, and it will be the latter. Charmeleon coming down into play. Evolving, how do you feel about that as this choice off the level ball?
Yeah, it's great. You evolve up, set yourself up for a future Charizard EX, and you're in a position where you even can consider, do I need to bench Manaphy or Jirachi in this spot? Like, I've already evolved up a lot of my stuff. The early game is the scary part. You know, the Moonlight Shuriken can knock out 2 Charmander or a Pidgey and a Charmander, but once you've already evolved up, if your opponent wants to use Moonlight Shuriken, like, okay, great. What'd you do? You did 90 damage to something and then maybe knocked out a Charmeleon? Sure.
Another Chorus getting played at this point, but there's only one way to find Comfey in his hand, or a basic Pokemon at that. Just some awkward cards in the hand. Mirage Gates that can't be played yet. Another Super Rod. This is just not panning out well here for Hector. I mean, we say that about some of the matches that Giratina wins, but I mean it for real, that when you're staring down your opponent having an excellent start, you're going to need all the help you can get off these draws, and they're just not favoring Hector greatly here.
Yep, we've seen lots of awkward situations from Giratina V-Star this weekend, but a lot of the time, yeah, it has ended up with them finding a way to win still. So not going to count Hector out quite yet. Again, is very experienced in this matchup. I think if you asked him, he'd probably say this is the deck he wants to play against the most. And we'll see if what kind of tricks he has up his sleeve to come back from what looks like a pretty difficult situation.
Yeah, I was really thinking if Hector can get down another Giratina V, it's honestly not a terrible spot at this position. You can hit with this Cramorant, put on some pressure, and we will see what these 2 cards are. It looks like another Jet Energy hitting the Lost Zone. Sableye the choice of keeping. There is a Path to the Peak in hand, so that could come down into play. I mean, Lost City is a deck that these Lost Zone decks don't like to play against. It's not somewhere they want to go. And there it is, that gold Path to the Peak. Removing that out. We'll see Spit innocently. 110 damage on this Charizard EX. But the big question here is if Azul can bring up this Giratina V and take a knockout, that would be a huge tempo swing. Right now, though, that quick search ability is shut off by the Path to the Peak. And I'm actually not sure there's any way to remove this stadium card. That Forest Steel Stadium has already been used, or Forest Steel Stone has already been used. The Lost City did hit the discard pile.
Yeah, I mean, Azul's got a ton of cards in hand. There's an Arven. You can get a Lost Vacuum with that if you really need to. The question is, do you need to? There's not a lot you need to do this turn, but the Arven does mean, yeah, you won't be able to play Boss's Orders, so a little bit awkward. Azul's going to decide, yeah, it's worth just getting rid of the Path to the Peak now. You know, 2 are gone at this point. Most Giratina V-Star decks play 3, sometimes 4. But yeah, it forces your opponent to find the next one. And this Charizard deck that Azul has been playing does have a lot of ways to counter Path to the Peak. Lots of stadiums, Lost Vacuums, so there are ways out of it. Just because you use it now doesn't mean you won't find one later. The slightly awkward thing, it does send a card to the Lost Zone, so it'll make it easier for Giratina V-Star to use Lost Requiem, but that's fine. You know they're going to get there anyway.
So Hector bumped up to 8 cards in the Lost Zone now. Like you mentioned, Azul is unable to use Boss's Orders this turn, as Arven was a supporter card of choice. Does now have access to Quick Search. We'll grab the Jirachi as the card of choice, and Ultra Ball being played. Could see this sort of perfect board be built up where you've got double Charizard in play, you've got the Jirachi, and you're just kind of preventing these Lost Mine shenanigans from really putting your Pokemon in danger of something like a double knockout, of devolution, of all the remaining things.
Yeah, and again, this is where you don't need to play down Manaphy. All your Pokemon have high HP. You don't have to worry about it. But you can play down Jirachi. Sableye can still be a little bit annoying, spreading some damage out with that Lost Mine. So Jirachi being down, that's fine. But you're really only giving your opponent one target for Radiant Greninja. So yeah, I think Azul, adapting to the situation pretty well, is able to take the first prize card. And we'll take down that Cramorant. What will Hector do from here?
Does still have that Comfey in play. There is only one Colress's Experiment left in the deck.
Yep.
2 have been played, and 1 has been put to the Lost Zone. And with how Hector has built this deck, the only supporter that can be played is that last copy besides Boss's Orders at this point. He's playing heavier copies of Roxanne over this Iona. We've seen sort of Grant Hayes be the first pioneer of that to really have success with this deck with Giratina V-Star. It will be the Mirage Gate played, so that will accelerate the energies into play onto this Giratina V. And now the choice is on Hector. Do you hit this Giratina V, this Charizard EX for a knockout? Do you Cramorant the other Charizard? This is where sort of people start to take different paths in this matchup. So we do see card number 9 hitting the Lost Zone. But this hand is just really not looking too strong yet. I mean, you've got Counter Catcher and Boss's Orders in hand, but what good are those switching cards, those switch card in hand, if you don't have other Comfey to pivot into to put you more cards in the Lost Zone?
Yeah, Hector did set himself up where, you know, you spit innocently for the first hit, and then you can Lost Impact for the second one to get that knockout. And I think did have the Counter Catcher in hand. So yeah, gonna go into the Cramorant, probably play the Counter Catcher and soften up another Pokemon here and try to set up for a long game.
This is so tough. I mean, yes, you can hit with this Cramorant, but honestly, I feel like just hitting with this Giratina V-Star instead would just be maybe a little bit better. With Pidgeot EX in play and no path, it's an open invitation for your opponent to have the guaranteed Boss's Orders, and now you're going to lose all those energies you put on the Mirage Gate. You're going to lose the hard-hitting power of Giratina V, and it's a 2-hit knockout whether you do Cramorant first or Giratina first, and I have to wonder if that damage later on is going to be missed.
Yeah, we'll see what Hector's game plan is here. It looks like a difficult situation because there is only that one Giratina V in play. Won't have a follow-up ready. There's no crazy cards like Thornton to surprise, get a Giratina V-Star out. And yeah, without that in play and the Jirachi blocking damage on the bench from Sableye's Lost Mine, yeah, what is Hector's game plan going to be on the next turn? But no, it looks like Azul is just going to leave it there and say, you know what? I can get those 2 prize cards whenever I want. Let's just go ahead and play the Iono, disrupt your hand a little bit, take 1 prize card, and go from there. Maybe Azul thinking that, you know, I can take this knockout, go down to 4. Then if my opponent plays down another Giratina V next turn, I just boss that out. Knock it out, go down to 2, and then that last V-Star will be there for the final knockout. So you can see some of the ways these players are kind of playing around each other's game plan. Of course, Charizard EX's attack does get more powerful as your opponent has taken prize cards. So your opponent can delay taking them to reduce your damage output, but eventually they're going to have to start taking knockouts, and that's when you can take advantage.
And not only that, but maybe the more I think about it, you also play out of Roxanne range as well, and you put yourself in a 2-turn window to try and close the game out in only 1 turn after being with Roxanne. So Hector spared a little bit here. That Giratina V-Star potentially could come down into play. We do see Jet Energy and Comfey. Flower selecting will put another Comfey into the Lost Zone. And now we're up to 11 cards. So Star Requiem is online. Lost Mine from Sableye online, but can only deal damage to this active Charizard EX thanks to the stellar availability on that Jirachi. This Nest Ball will put this Giratina V into play, so maybe Azul's line of thinking that this Giratina V can come down. I mean, it's all good and great if you can find Boss. I think the key card here for Hector is where are those remaining copies of Path to the Peak, and is there a way to really disrupt Azul? But the problem is your 1 copy of Iono is in the Lost Zone, and you can't play Roxanne, so maybe this is smart thinking from Azul, maybe having an understanding of how these Giratina decks are built, knows that as long as you're only playing one Iono, I can just build my hand up however I want to, and I'll be free to search for whatever card I can, pending I have the Path to Peek out in my hand.
Yeah, if Azul hits everything the rest of the game, he's going to win. The question is, can Hector disrupt Azul's game plan enough to stop that final, Charizard EX from coming into play, that final boss's orders from being played, something like that. The game is not over by any means, even with the perfect start from Azul. Kind of some roadblocks from Hector, maybe not drawing perfectly throughout this game. It's still close. Another thing to note, Azul doesn't play a lot of fire energy in this deck. I think there's enough to power up 3 Charizard EX. So there can be some awkwardness with running out of energy where, you can get out a 3rd Charizard EX, but sometimes you need to wait, if like an energy is prized or something like that, where you need to like super rod energy back into your deck, and that could be another piece that you need to get a final knockout. So there's still lots of things going on here. But Hector is going to finally take a knockout, take down 1 Charizard EX, go down to 4 prize cards, and now we're in the important moments of this game.
I think Azul is sitting on a perfect hand of cards. Quick search is online. We do see rare candy in the hand. I think there's a super rod there as well. I mean, of course, if Azul can attack from here on out, he wins the game. But the big thing is, do we see the ability to get another Charizard EX established? At that point, it doesn't matter if Star Requiem is knocking one of these 2 out. That's going to be all that's needed. And there it is. The second super rod comes into play, brings this Charizard EX back, and if there's something like a boss's orders this turn, it doesn't even need boss's orders necessarily, because if Giratina goes down to 2 or 3 prize cards, it's within range of either a Vitality Band knockout or a knockout thanks to 4 prizes being taken. It will just be 2 Fire Energy and Charizard shuffled back in, and there is the quick search. Find any card he so chooses to, and it will be that Charizard. Rare candy already in the hand. And Azul can even follow this up with an Iono and disrupt Hector's large hand size, sitting on almost 12 or so cards. A perfect turn here for Azul. Now has all these attackers set up. What could Hector do to stop him?
It's looking tough. Yeah, I was going to say, if you like boss's orders, the Giratina V on the bench this turn, knock it out with Charizard. You could even attack with Pidgeot EX to clean up this last Giratina V-Star. But looks like Azul's just going to say, you know what, I'm going to get 2 Charizard EX powered up, Iono, disrupt your hand, knock out the active, go down to 2 prize cards, and yeah, I'm going to disrupt your hand to make it harder for you to find a combination of like Roxanne and Path to the Peak. And you're going to have to find a Mirage Gate to power up a Giratina V-Star that you also need to find. Like, there's just so many cards that Hector would need to find to have a chance in this game. And even after all that, there's just another Charizard EX on the bench waiting.
I'll go second.
Yep. And that's it. Hector understands there's no real way to win this game out. Azul Garcia Griego going up 1-0 has been on a monster run through day number 2. Started at 6-1-2 and has gone 4-0-1 thus far, undefeated, and 1 game away now from locking up a spot back-to-back in Top Cut, looking to defend his regional title here in Portland. He just won in San Antonio. It feels like we were there just a week ago.
Yeah, perfect draws from Azul the whole game. Obviously played very well, but Hector did nothing on his first turn, and then Azul went turn 2, Pidgeot plus Charizard. Never missed a beat the entire game. Hector struggled throughout. What more can you ask for from Azul? And there were still moments in that game where it was possible for Hector to come back, but Azul did a great job closing the door, taking away as many lanes of victory that Hector could have had, which is a sign of an excellent player, of course, figuring out, okay, I have a lead. How do I prevent my opponent from having any chances from coming back? Azul, as you might expect, figured it out.
4 energy in the prize cards for Hector. Azul will be going first, thanks to Hector choosing to go second. Let's see how this hand looks. It does have one of those 4 battle VIP pass, so crucial in the start. Now, we did see that Rotom V is in the prize cards, and that would be a card that Azul would really like to have to just build the hand up and have a strong second turn.
I think the Mew is in there as well.
Yeah, the Mew as well is in there. Those are cards you really want to get set up. Now, Mew is a little bit more of a liability in this matchup thanks to having low HP, sort of just sitting on your bench, not really applying any attacking pressure. So what are these two Pokemon going to be? I have to imagine we'll see Pidgey and Charmander come down. From there, is there anything else you can do, or are you sort of at the mercy of what your opponent is able to put together, and more importantly, how strong your hand looks on the following turn?
Yeah, if your hand isn't looking very good, though, and both Rotom V and Mew are prized, you have nothing to really bail you out off this Battle VIP pass. So we'll see what the strength of Azul's hand looks like after this. But that is a scary thing to look through your deck and find none of your support Pokemon that you could get off of the Battle VIP pass. I mean, you build your deck to have outs for, what if I have Battle VIP pass in my hand? Okay, then I can get one of these. What if I have an Ultra Ball in my hand? Then I can get Luminion. And when those cards are prized, well, sometimes you end up with some rough starts.
So we'll see both those Pokemon come into play. And speaking of hands, I think it's actually okay. I think there are a few options available. It will just be Battle VIP pass into pass, not needing much more, and Hector getting things kicked off right away. Colress's Experiment does have the Spiritomb there. I mean, that could probably hit the Lost Zone. It does shut off that instant charge ability, but from here on out, and Luminion again, so maybe that is a consideration for Hector to maybe shut Azul off of all possible options, and it will be the Spiritomb hitting the bench. Fettered in Misfortune will shut off all basic Pokemon V's abilities, mainly that Luminous Sign from Luminion. Even has a Nest Ball as well to grab the Giratina V out if he so chooses to, and potentially even Abyss Seeking this turn. Seems like probably a better option than jetting the Comfey. It's a little bit weird. You jet the Comfey, you can bench another Comfey here and get 2 cards into the Lost Zone just like you would with Abyss Seeking.
I think Hector might be eyeing up Cramorant attack.
Oh, that's true as well. Did put that switch cart into the Lost Zone, so we'll see what cards are still available. Does find another switch cart, though, off of that first flower selecting, so put himself up to 4 cards here in the Lost Zone. There it is, turn 1 Cramorant. We don't see this a lot with this Giratina deck, just with how it's been drawing throughout the weekend, but very much likely possible. Lost Provisions allowing this Cramorant to attack for 0 energy cards. Spit instantly, 110 damage, and from here on out, pressure's on Azul. How do you respond to this turn 1 attacking pressure? Is there a way to do what you did in game 1? Get Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard out. There is an Arven in the hand, though. The question, though, is Arven super strong when you're using something like Luminion V or Rotom to find certain cards out of the deck? Some of these supporter cards are instant charge, but with none of those in play, this Arven pretty much just reads search your deck for an item card and put it into your hand, and I don't know if that's going to cut it with how Azul's hand is looking right now.
Yeah, if you don't already have Rare Candy or a way to get a Stage 2 in your hand, I mean, this is not going to do it for you. Yeah, he's going to grab 4 Sealstone and the Ultra Ball. Obviously, can't use the Luminion V. You could play it down just to have something to force Sealstone, but doesn't seem great. And I think we may just see the Call for Family.
I think this actually could bench the Luminion.
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't be surprised to see Luminion come down onto the bench just because it's a Forest Sealstone target, but no, we're just going to see Pidgey and Manaphy hit the board. Pretty interesting, but it's still a really tough spot because Azul doesn't have much going on in his hand besides that Ultra Ball, and it's just going to be another Colress's Experiment played, so Hector pushing the advantage even further. Even now, getting rid of that Radiant Greninja, a powerful support Pokemon, won't be able to damage the bench Pokemon thanks to Manaphy's wave availability. But it will just be the other cards valued over that. Selected off of this flower, selected off of this Colress's Experiment, and now finally Giratina V hitting the bench.
Yeah, and you have to think putting the Greninja into the Lost Zone is a direct response to seeing the Manaphy on the bench. Saying, okay, you used your bench spot on that. I don't need this anymore. early game is past. I'm not going to conceal cards that much. I'm never going to be able to use Moonlight Shuriken. And also, I don't want to take up another bench spot. So Hector, we see a much different game plan this time around. Obviously, Azul a much worse start this time around. Did not turn to double rare candy. And now Hector's going to get a 2 prize card lead. And this is where you feel really comfortable as the Giratina player.
Can even top it all off with a Mirage Gate, accelerating some of these energy cards into play. Realistically, with how Azul's been drawing, even if you take another prize card here, Giratina V is really not under threat. It's going to take a lot for Azul to not only get a Charizard EX up into play, but to also counter Catcher. And Hector even respecting that a little bit by splitting the energy up between these two Giratina V.
We see another Spit innocently. Another prize card for Hector. And
big time top deck here. It is the Charizard. So with this hand, it is technically possible to get Charizard EX into play. There's a Lost Vacuum, Ultra Ball, and Forest Seal Stone. So you could technically bench Lumineon for no effect, Forest Seal Stone to it, and then grab the rare candy out. But it's kind of just awkward with how this hand looks at this point. We are going to see Ultra Ball played first. It will just get rid of that Charizard. So maybe we could be seeing neither of the above. We're just going to see Lumineon hit the board, Forest Seal Stone go onto it, and maybe something like Professor's Research Grab just to
see Azul laughing
spin
about
the wheel.
Having the Ultra Ball for a Lumineon that you know can't use its ability just so you can Forest Seal Stone. Probably.
Or either Iota too.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah, so it's not even like a guaranteed, I'm going to get Pidgeot EX and then Charizard EX and then attack you. No, the end of this sequence of plays is Iono and hope that I draw something great. I think there's a Lost Vacuum as well, so you can do that before doing this, just to get rid of the path to the peak.
Yeah, it's tough, though, because you don't really want to get rid of either of these Super Rod, but you have no choice, so a valuable resource for Azul will also hit the Lost Zone. And this is another position where we talk about potentially conceding games when you're in a position like this. Now, Charizard is a great comeback deck. Of course, it's damage scaling later on, and
yeah, we'll see.
I think we're gonna see after these 6 cards whether or not Azul can make something happen. Do we see Rare Candy, Charizard? Wait, that's actually an incredible hand. I think double Rare Candy and Pidgeot. Wait, that's it. That's pretty much like some of the best cards you could have drawn here off of this Iono, it feels like.
Okay, maybe we're not conceding yet. All right, yeah, that gives you quick search. Of course, throwback to the original Fire Red, Leaf Green Pidgeot with quick search, one of the strongest Poké powers of its era. So many years later, still searching your deck for any card every turn, still very powerful. So this will allow Azul to get the rare candy into Charizard EX. And then the question is, does he even bother attacking into this Cramorant for a single prize card? Yeah, we'll see. It can be risky. It can also be risky to let your opponent get another prize card and press their advantage a bit, and actually just passes the turn.
So what can Hector put together? There's an escape rope. This is a little bit awkward now. You don't really want to give any of these Pokemon to your opponent. Either of these Charmander is an easy knockout with a Spit Innocently, the Lumineon or Pidgeot, both cards that can be knocked out by a Lost Impact from this Giratina V.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. I think as Azul, you say you just put your opponent down to 4 cards. There are a lot of Chorus's Experiment gone. Can't play Roxanne. Just go, okay. I mean, you need to get Giratina V-Star, a Mirage Gate, and a way to get your Pokemon out of the active to knock this out. And that's a lot of resources to go through. And yeah, it pays off for Azul.
And has the Counter Stadium in hand, so can get rid of Path to the Peak again. Turn these abilities online. Infernal Rain, the first to fire off. Getting these Fire Energy accelerated into play. 1 on this Lumineon to allow it to retreat, as well as 2 onto the Charizard to power it up. And now Quick Search can find any of these cards out, and with Hector have taken 2 prize cards, this Burning Darkness is dealing 240 damage and can start to take knockouts on Giratina V, and we see that if you're playing all these Chorus and not getting Giratina V-Star set up and powered up, later on when your opponent's disrupting your hand, you kind of run out of steam a little bit. It feels like the opposite of what we've been saying about Giratina V-Star having such a strong later game.
Yep, and I was going to ask, do you quick search for boss's orders, or do you go for a counter catcher here? Azul saying, yep, I'll just use up a counter catcher while I can. Arvin gets the counter catcher, and then another tool that you're not going to be able to use, the TM Devolution. So this game is turning around very quickly. Hector got out to a quick lead, but the hand disruption from the Ino has really flipped this game around.
And Lost City will put that Giratina V into the Lost Zone. Does bump the number up to 10, so that is sort of relevant, but the Comfey wouldn't make it matter either way. Just remove that Giratina V from play again. And 2 just not great cards. You want to keep this Giratina V because if this one gets knocked out with Lost City in play, you're out of your attacking Pokemon for the rest of the game, but you also need energy cards to retreat this Comfey out, see more options. I actually don't think there's no way to switch this Comfey out in the hand, and with how your board is as Hector, I think you might have to get rid of this Giratina. You've got to respect your opponent. Having Boss off of Pidgeot, but no, is going to get rid of this grass energy, value saving this Giratina V. And talk about this, Kyle. Things have flipped completely upside down from how these first 2 turns were going here for Hector.
A wild turn of events. Yeah, Hector now trying to decide, do I evolve into the V-Star? If you do, then it can't get knocked out, right? And Hector going to take a different line of play. Let's bring out that Lumineon. And we did note that Azul plays a pretty low number of fire energy. There's 1 Super Rod in the Lost Zone currently. And then a Path to the Peak sticks in play. We could potentially see Azul get stuck here.
Yeah, but a big top deck there finds the Artisan off the top of the deck, and from bad draws to great draws, Azul is finding the pieces necessary. Another stadium bump. Quick search back online. Can even potentially grab something like the Switch out of the deck that Azul is playing in sort of respect to some of these other Pokemon that can apply status conditions. We could also just see the Fire Energy grabbed. And Azul can go down to 3 prize cards left, remove another Comfey out of play. And that Lost City is no longer there, so won't have to worry about more cards going to the Lost Zone or Pokemon being removed forever for this game. And I think this is just the choice for Azul. Priority number 1, of course, is attacking with this Charizard, taking more prize cards. But do you want to burn the Switch, or do you want to burn the Fire Energy, or play a supporter card like Arvin that might not be great later on? But I feel like grabbing Fire Energy is, it's so weird because it's a resource to attack as well, and that's the biggest concern is by leaving Switch in the deck, it makes Arvin another out to getting out of something like a Sableye Trap, but that's not even a scary thing with Stellar Veil being in play, so I think this is a good choice for Azul. Identifies that Switch is the best way to get out of the active spot, can maybe burn this TM Devolution out of the hand if that's not needed. It's just going to be switching to Pidgeot for now, so maybe just considering what do I even want to do here? And maybe even thinking about not taking the knockout, potentially just passing the turnover. It feels so risky, though, to just leave this Pidgeot EX up. I mean, it is sort of a trade-off. If your opponent takes the knockout on this, they're removing Quick Searcher away from the game, but that also means they're going to put themselves in range of Burning Darkness taking a knockout, and even considering just retreating into a 1-prize Pokemon, and it's just going to be retreating into the Manaphy. We're playing sort of a cat and mouse game back and forth between both of these competitors.
Yeah, this is not a clear-cut game plan for either player. We're kind of at this awkward point where both players just want to take two prize knockouts to win the game. Currently, Giratina V-Star cannot be knocked out in 1 hit. The Burning Darkness only doing 240. And then, you know, if Hector takes 1 prize card, let's say attacks with Cramorant, gets a knockout, then we go up to 270, and that's when that Vitality Band from Azul can come into play to get up to 280, get the 1-hit knockout. So we're kind of in this awkward situation where neither player wants to make a move, but somebody's going to have to at some point.
Supporter card found there off that first flower selecting. It is the Ino. I think the choice here for Hector is, do you play this Giratina V down? I think you probably want to wait until after this Giratina V-Star is attacking, or the turn that it is, so that it doesn't really matter what your opponent is doing. They're going to take a knockout on one of these 2 Pokemon, but the Giratina V is just too risky to put down into play. It's a free 2 prize cards for Azul. Azul will see 4 cards, for Hector as well. And just not, I guess this hand is actually not too terrible. there is a switching card and a Mirage Gate. But it's just so risky to take the prize card on this mana fee because now Burning Darkness will deal 270 damage, and with the Vitality Band, that's a perfect math. Take a knockout on Giratina V-Star, and we might just be playing this game where we're passing back and forth until a knockout can be achieved.
Tough decision here. Super Rod or Jet Energy off of the flower selecting. Yeah, this is an intense game back and forth. Feels like one mistake can lose it for either player. We'll see what Hector decides to go with. Just going to pass the turn once again. So we're seeing some passing back and forth. You think of a lot of matchups these days, it's just hard hitting, attack as fast as you can, race to the finish. But both of these players tactically deciding it's not correct for me to take a prize card here. Let's delay this decision a little bit further and see who can put together the best end game plan. You have to think, given kind of like the resource disparity at this point, you know, every turn that Azul gets to quick search and go for any card, he'll be able to put together some kind of game plan to win. But I don't know, it's just a pass.
And I think what Azul is maybe looking to do is attack maybe with this Heat Tackle Charmeleon. That way you're putting a one prize Pokemon into play, but it's really just entering that Roxanne range that's just so scary. So here we go, back and forth, time winding down, just under 14 minutes left in this round. As Mirage Gate finally gets played for Hector, first one of the game, and it's just gonna be a Psychic Energy onto this Comfey. We do know that there is a Grass Energy and a Water Energy still in the prize cards, I believe. And that Grass Energy with one already in the Lost Zone, if one of them has been discarded early on, like it might have, there's no way for this to attack, and does find Colress's Experiment off of these 4 cards, or after this flower selecting. The big issue, though, with both players being tied is neither player can use Counter Catcher, so they're going to have to find those copies of Boss's Orders to be able to take these knockouts on these bulkier 2-prize Pokemon.
I think the game plan for Hector, if he can put together enough resources, the turn where you put down another Giratina V, you have to Boss's Orders out, you know, Pidgeot EX, and knock it out with Lost Impact, go down to 2 prize cards. Looks like this might be, is this the decision point for Hector? Yeah, he's going to spit innocently and take out the Manaphy. And this can open the door for Azul. If he's got the resources in hand, he can grab that Vitality Band, a Boss's Orders, bring out the Giratina V-Star, and get a huge knockout.
Yeah, with that Arven in hand and Quick Search, that's all you need to get there. You can find both of these pieces, and with knocking out this Giratina V-Star and nothing else in play, can even put some more of these Pokemon into play. And there it is, Arven fetching the deck out, finding both the Counter Catcher and Vitality Band. Who needs to find Boss's Orders? You can find both of them with Arven. Such a perfect card in this deck. Azul can even finish things off with something like another Ioto to hand disrupt, and it felt like Hector had the right idea there, maybe of not entering into that dangerous range, and did it, just maybe not preparing for the Vitality Band to come out to be able to take this math, and this is exactly what Azul wants. Can take these 2 prize knockout onto the Giratina V-Star and put himself just one more 2 prize knockout away from winning this game. Even has the second copy of the Super Rod to put in this Charizard EX and those Fire Energies. So even if Hector is able to fire off something like a Star Requiem later on, there's going to be a Charizard there that's eager to respond.
Yeah, and you saw Azul check the Lost Zone as well and saw that Radiant Greninja was in there, so he can safely bench another Charmander. Yeah, I mean, if you're Hector, it's hard to know exactly how many resources he's gone through, what he thinks he has left to play this game out. There's 16 cards in the Lost Zone. He might have just been in a situation where he said, you know, even if you play Vitality Band, maybe I just have to hope it's prized. And unfortunately did not pay off this time. And now, I mean, where do you go from here? I don't think you have any really easy knockouts. If you are able to, I mean, path to the peak, do some kind of hand disruption, go after a single prize Pokemon with another Cramorant, that is potentially a way to get out of this, but it seems really difficult at this point.
Yeah, you can bench the Giratina V to prepare it to be evolved into a V-Star, and then next turn, Star Requiem is on the line, and there is a Roxanne in the hand. Did play the Super Rod, preparing to potentially find some more options, and it's now behind on prize cards, so Counter Catcher is able to be played on Hector's side. We've seen Azul utilize it so well, bringing up these bench Pokemon to be attacked into the active spot. Here we go. Big 6 cards for Hector, big 2 cards for Azul. This is coming down to the wire here in game number 2.
Yeah, I think Hector needs to find path to the peak. I think that's his only way out at this point. If Azul's allowed to quick search just one more time, I think the game's going to be over.
Just thinking about what to do here. We are just going to see the flower selecting first. Is there a path to the peak? No, just the Psychic Energy and a Giratina V-Star. Like you mentioned, one more turn of quick search. If another Charizard can be set up into play, it doesn't matter if Star Requiem's an option. And it's just going to be a retreat into this Cramorant. And Azul has another turn to quick search. If there's a Charizard, which we know there is, thanks to that Super Rod the previous turn, can grab the Charizard, evolve it into play, and now it doesn't matter what stands in Azul's way on the following turn, it will be knocked out by a max damage Burning Darkness.
Now, if you're Azul, seems like you're in a winning position. All you need to do is figure out, what could my opponent do to possibly come back in this game? How can I set myself up in sort of a checkmate scenario? And it looks like Professor's Research is going to be the choice. It's like accidentally flipped over a card. Uh-oh.
I've accidentally flipped a card over.
Not like this.
Not like this, Kyle.
All right, well, we'll see how this one gets resolved. But, yeah, Azul, I mean, it was a complete accident. Went to grab his deck to draw 7 cards with the Professor's Research. Accidentally flipped a card over.
Jeez.
Yeah, this
and that would
could be rough. We'll see how this one gets resolved. But, you know, right now, Azul just trying to close the door on the game. Research, draw 7 cards. Okay, looks like play is going to resume here.
I think we're good. I mean, the card was from the middle of the deck, so as long as everything resumes perfectly, so we'll be in a great control. And there it is, finds the Charizard EX. There's Fire Energy in the deck, but you want to make sure nothing gets stranded and trapped in the active spot, so smartly choosing to not accelerate those. And it is all action on Azul. Azul has the great knockout on the active spot. Level ball, just thinning it out. Everything is icing on top of the cake. Walls are closing in on Hector. How can you stop Azul from being back into top cut here in Portland?
I think the window's closed. Trying to find any way out. I'm not seeing it. Hector's going to battle back as best as possible, but Azul has done an excellent job, taking away any lines of victory that his opponent may have. And we may be seeing Charizard EX back into the top 8. The chance for Azul Garcia Griego to win another regional championship and get number 7. But can Hector find some way out here?
It's hard. It's tough. You can't stall things out. You can't lost mind to buy yourself turns because of the Jirachi. I don't even know if Great Ink or Ninja can take knockouts on things. This is just a tough spot. Oh, it is in the lost zone. That's true. It's gone. Needs to find some sort of a prayer, a miracle here off this flower selecting, but it's nowhere to be found. You can retreat and see one more card. One more set of 2 cards off flower selecting, and it's not even going to be that. We're just going to see Boss's Orders bring up one of these 1 retreat Pokemon on the bench, but we know Azul has the Fire Energy in deck. Passing the turnover, Quick Search can grab the Fire Energy out of the deck, and an incredible run here from Azul, going 5-0-1 in day 2, and Azul Garcia Griego is advancing to top 8 here at the Portland Regional Championships.
Does it again. What else can you say? Guy's on a roll, and he's playing some great Pokemon. Congratulations to Azul getting the win against Hector, who said he'd never lost to Charizard before. but Azul maybe just a little bit different than all of his previous opponents. Great run from Hector. Gotta hand it to him. He had an excellent tournament. Just gonna fall a bit short of the top 8, but we will see one of our top players of the game making it back to top 8 once again. Congratulations to Azul on an excellent match.
In this first game, back and forth. It's a slow start here for Hector, but was able to pull things back, getting this Giratina V up into the active spot eventually. We saw Cramorant hit both of these, but it was just Azul going to those 4 prize cards and just putting him in an excellent spot that no matter what Hector was able to throw, Azul was ready. Back-to-back knockouts, able to knock out this Giratina V-Star, disrupt the hand, and that was all she wrote for game number 1. Azul in full control here in the first game, and took that momentum over into game 2. Hector forced Azul to go first and was still able to, despite having those support Pokemon prize, and after a really slow start, had to call for family, take a few turns off, and it looked pretty dreadful for Azul, but it was just the pacing, the power of Charizard. Cramorant took those early prize cards, and it was that scale damage that allowed Azul to take these one-hit knockouts on the Giratina V on the bench, and I have to wonder if that was the deciding factor in that game, especially on that key turn where Hector took those 3 prize cards, and that Arvin was able to find the Gusting card and the Vitality Band for that perfect 280 damage.
Yeah, I think the turning point was when Azul played the Iono, disrupted Hector's hand, put him at 4 cards, and he just really didn't recover for the rest of the game. Azul was able to get Rare Candy, Pidgeot EX off of that, and it really stabilized the board. Now we got into a weird stalemate at the end, but as you see time and time again, if you let your opponent quick search enough times, they're going to find the resources to win, and that is what happened there.
Incredible runs, incredible storylines are developing here in Portland as closing out on our last Swiss round, Azul GG, making it to back-to-back top cuts, and he's in serious contention now to defend his title and become a back-to-back regional champion, and that would put him at 7 regional wins, which would tie for the most of all time with Michael Pramalot, who will be just chilling, waiting to get his invite to Hawaii later on. He's already locked up, and I'm sure maybe Prem is watching from abroad now saying, all right, you know what, Azul, you've had your fun. I kind of want to keep my my prestigious 7 titles, but Prem's in no control at this point now. It's going to be on Azul to see if he's got what it takes to become a 7-time regional champion.
Yeah, of course. It's nowhere near over. You make the top 8. You still got to win 3 more matches. There's going to be 7 other players in the top 8 who want their claim at the title as well. So obviously nowhere near guaranteed that Azul is going to get another win here, but he's taken the crucial step, getting those 36 match points, getting into the top 8. And yeah, anything can happen at this point. It's a single elimination bracket. You just got to win 3 times. You're the champion. Azul's done it before. Can he do it again?
Can he do it again? We'll see what Azul has, what it takes. Azul's down by the stage, ready to give an interview. He's in top cut. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here, out on the floor with our winner you just saw on stream, Azul Garcia Griego. How you feeling, my friend?
Feeling pretty good because I got the tie in the previous round, which I was hoping for a win there, so I wouldn't have to play the winning in or final round winning in, but ended up here after tying to Makani. So, yeah, feeling good to get that up, back in top 8.
Yeah, it was pretty rough yesterday, just barely making day 2, but you've been on a tear so far today. Has the deck just been working a little bit better for you, or have you been discovering maybe some new lines that you didn't consider before?
I think it's just pretty much about the same. My one loss was a little bit unfortunate. I lost to a Mew yesterday, but Judge Path, and then my ties were to a Rapid Strike, which is an unfavorable matchup, and then I had another tie to a Lost Box deck that had a pretty good draw from Iono. So, like, yeah, the deck's been working fine overall, and it's, like, working just as good today. It's just, like, I guess things are going a little bit smoother, but, yeah, not too much of a change.
And I know that you weren't too hype on bringing Charizard to this tournament yesterday, you said in your interview. Has that begun to shift and change? Some of the other Charizard members of your team doing well with the deck, do you know?
Grant unfortunately lost a couple rounds ago to a Mew as well. Did go down to Vance, so no shame in going down to the World Champ. But I mean, I think I'm the only one who locked up for top 8 at this point from the crew. I mean, yeah, I still don't feel that much better about the pick. I think the pick is fine. Like, I think Charizard's fine. You can't really go wrong, but there's a lot more hate I've played against a lot more TM Devos, a lot more Tina, and then a lot more of Gardevoir as well than I have played that. Than I played at like San Antonio. So it's just like eventually the meta gets too hostile. There definitely needs a point where you call it and don't play a deck, no matter how good it is. We're not quite there with Charizard yet. Obviously, I'm in top 8, so I'm not quite there yet. I'm not quite there yet, I don't think. But like if I take down this one, I don't know if I can play this deck for Charlotte.
Right, and so when it comes to other players and the rest of the meta kind of hating on the deck that you are on, is there any sort of advice that you have for being in that situation, or do you have to just prep and counter your counters?
I mean, that's what we did a little bit here, prepping to counter the counters. Got the switch for the Tapu Koko, another paralysis, double Super Rod for the TM Devo shenanigans. I think mostly overall, though, there's some stuff you can do, but you also want to know when to put the deck down. I think that's really important to know when to put a deck down and pick up something else that makes a little bit more sense for where the meta's at.
Okay, I understand. You've made your top 8 now. Things are still going smoothly. You got to make sure you have enough time to rest and recuperate. Any matchups that you just absolutely do not want to see whatsoever that might have squeaked their way into top 8 somehow?
I would like to avoid John and Sam. I don't know if Sam's in cut guaranteed. I'm pretty sure John is. I'd like to avoid the Lost Tinas until maybe the finals, because I do pretty good against Lost Tina in the finals. So if I hit in the finals, whatever. But I'm trying to look for Makani or Moffitt if they both locked it in, but I'm pretty sure they're in. So.
I see. And the Lost Tina, we know that you are kind of a detractor of the list. It's been kind of on the rise. Players have gotten a little bit better at piloting it. Has your opinion changed on the list, or are you just kind of like Giratina can still, fall off, or are you beginning to respect that list a bit more?
I just think Tina, it's just rough. You have to play really well, and it's like my thing is like Tina's a really good deck, but the mental trade-off of playing well with Tina isn't worth the expected outcome. I think Guardi's a little bit different. There's a lot of mental strain to playing something like Gardevoir or even like Kyogre Box last format. But I think like Tina's matchups when you play really well are a lot closer. It doesn't matter how well you play. I'm going Candy Charizard. You're going Comfy, Coach, all those decisions. Right. And if you mess a couple of them up, you're in trouble. I just went Candy Charizard and attacked, right? So like, it's good, but you really got to put in the work if you want to commit to the Tina, I feel like.
All right. And one more question I did have for you, because I was really curious after our last interview. You said that the Charizard, you locked it in just for the rest of the team. What was the other deck that you were considering bringing, if you don't mind me asking?
I was pretty hype on Baxcalibur, and a couple other pretty good players played it as well. Reagan played it. I played against Jared a couple rounds ago. He didn't draw so well against that one, so I was able to get a dub, which has got usually a pretty decent Charizard matchup. So the Baxcalibur, I kind of wanted to play Roaring Moon Iron Hands, but it was too undertested. Discovered it a little bit late how good the deck actually feels, so maybe something to like try out more for Charlotte or something.
Okay, so we've got some still new tricks coming out from Azul GG for upcoming tournaments now. But yeah, I mean, that was a great showing you had on stream. Even though the Giratina has been on the rise, you're still able to pilot through that rough matchup. Any final shout outs you want to give before I let you go?
I mean, shout out to the team. I know Grant had a rough one, Caleb had a rough one this time around, but I mean, we'll be back stronger than ever next tournament.
Very well said. And I'm going to let you scoot so you can prepare for top 8. We're going to kick things back over to the casting desk, and we can get prepared for that next stage of competition.
Struggling with success. That's the tagline here for Azul Garcia Griego. Advancing the top cut. Still plenty more work to do, and plenty of players out in the field watching, playing side events throughout today. Of course, we've now going to be whittling our competition down to just 8 remaining players. We'll have our single elimination top cut bracket. Another one for the ages. I'm sure that will be what it is here in Portland.
Yeah, great interview from Azul, going through the thought process. There is something to be said for the mental strain. If you're hoping to go deep in a tournament, you got to go through 9 rounds on the first day, 6 rounds on the second day, and then go all the way through the top 8. There's a lot of games to be played, and there is something to be said for needing to be on top of your game the entire time. When you're playing these Lost Zone decks, small decisions can come back to bite you later. You might end up with a headache by the end of the day, and you might put yourself in a good position at the beginning, but then just run out of gas by the end of the day, start making some mistakes. Whereas Azul, I mean, he simplified it a bit. He just got to play Rare Candy, Charizard, and attack. There are some big decisions to be made still, but you could see, I don't think those players were working as hard as each other. There's a little easier game plan for Azul. So there is a lot of merit to playing these kinds of decks sometimes. Where it's like, you know what? It doesn't have maybe the depth that these other ones have, the opportunity to outplay my opponents, but I'm going to play properly a lot of the time. It's going to be tougher for me to screw things up, and the deck is strong, so hey, I'll take the easy wins where I can get them.
Absolutely. So we're sort of entering this weird shift period right now where the rounds are ending up. Players are going to be seeing if they had the right match points and resistance to make it into top cut. So let's take a look at what they're sharing on social media. Of course, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Share your thoughts whether you're here at the venue or at home. And this is a beautiful sprite for Moltres. I've been haven't seen this guy in a while. I've seen Galarian Moltres a while, but look, the OG is always great.
Yeah, we saw Moltres on stream earlier in the Iron Valiant deck.
That's true.
So yeah, some awesome artwork for one of the original legendary Pokemon at Moltres. Love to see it.
Speaking of some more artwork, nice score, Bunny. I went 2-4, but still had an amazing time at the regionals here in Portland. Some cool people, did better than I expected, and that's all that regionals are about. I mean, look, none of us are great at our first regionals. I'm sure you and I both have stories of how we did at our first events, and it's really things like this outside of the game that make going to these events so fun, and it's the reason why we keep coming back over and over again.
Yeah, and then mentioning, got to meet somebody who, they watch their videos. Yeah, that's another part of coming to these events. You'll see a lot of, YouTubers, streamers, content creators. They come to these events as well. They're good opportunities, and, pretty much all of them love to meet their fans. It's a good opportunity to, not just meet new friends, but also maybe interact with some of your favorite content creators.
This is a nice wide shot of what our venue hall looks like now. This doesn't include the stage, so this is not where we're quite at. So it actually goes a lot further than this. So this is maybe about half of where we're at prior to the stage, and just a huge event hall. Of course, we have Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and the Pokemon video game competitions all happening at once. So we'll be crowning champions, not just for those games, but also, of course, our divisions, the senior, juniors, and masters divisions. A lot of Pokemon action happening here this weekend.
And we got another tweet here from Casey. Wow, getting a very intense tattoo done here. We got some Snorlax, Venusaur, chowing down on some berries. They're going to be sitting there for a while getting that one done.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think I could ever get a tattoo like that. Would you get a Meganium tattoo, Kyle?
I don't think so.
No, not that bold.
Not my style.
Not a full sleeve.
Yeah, just full down the back.
Yeah, just a full Meganium sleeve. You got to show your love and appreciation. Like Heracross on one arm, Meganium on the other.
Yeah, not that brave. Got another one here. Team Rocket, Double Trouble. There we go. Love to see some Team Rocket representation as well. Yeah.
It's all good until they steal my Pokemon. Then I'm mad. Yeah.
They don't succeed very often though, if I'm being honest.
Maybe it's like Lost Tina's win percentage is their success percentage.
But yeah, thank you for sending in all your tweets and your posts on social media, sharing your time, and the meme come to life.
They're just the same person.
Azul and Alexander finally in the same place, pointing at each other.
There is a rift in the time distortion here. This is not supposed to happen. Something is definitely wrong at this point.
Yeah. Which is the one with the mustache?
I can't even tell you. This is what I'm saying, Kyle. I don't know.
Just a couple of regional champions. The one on the left we'll probably see again here in top 8 in Portland.
Well, of course, we've had our share of predictions and thoughts throughout this stream. Let's take a look and see how our predictions are pairing out. I've got that Pidgeot, of course, using the control deck that I did lose a win in Azul Garcia Griego, using that card. And there is a Gardevoir at 35 match points in the win in, so we've got that going on. Kyle, how are your predictions looking out so far?
It wasn't starting off too bad. We saw lots of Roaring Moon out here in day 1, and then there's still a decent amount in contention for a while, but I'm pretty sure they've all fallen off at this point. Iron Hand's still going to show up, though, in that Miraidon EX, so that's still around. I've done worse. Kyle and Jeremy both representing the Giratina V-Star. We will certainly see a couple of those in the top 8, as well as Skarzig with the Charizard EX. Looks like we got a couple of those in contention. Obviously, Azul making it in there. None of us had Mew VMAX on the radar for this weekend. And looks like Ian Robb will probably be representing that in the top 8. So yeah, you know, I think we all kind of hit one, maybe missed one. Jeremy's is probably the biggest success, Giratina and Pidgeotto EX.
Oh, we'll wait to see who is the real winner until we see who has won the tournament, but we all have got a little wisdom and knowledge in here, so.
Yeah, how do we determine who is most correct? By the winner? By what's most represented? How does this work?
Probably who wins, right? I mean,
okay, well, I'm still in the running then.
It's most likely to succeed, right? So it's what
yeah,
is success in your what's your definition of success?
Success, yeah.
I think winning is success.
Okay.
What do you think is success?
Let's go with that.
Yeah?
Because that gives me the best odds of winning.
Well, we'll see how everything plans out. Just to give a snapshot of everybody at this point. So Swiss Round 15 has concluded, and there are 10 players with a record of 35 match points or more. So that means that 8 of those players are going to make it into the top cut, and 2 players will unfortunately bubble out, will not be advancing to the top cut here in Portland. And this is what it comes down to. You kind of hope that your opponents, when you beat them, you're like, please win the rest of your rounds, please do well, because it really does matter in these situations.
Yeah, and you heard Azul talk about it in the interview. At this point, you're in the top 8. It's a single elimination bracket. And you're just kind of hoping you get paired up with the good matchups, try to fade the bad matchups, and go from there. Sometimes that's all it takes. You know, if you're playing the Charizard deck, you get matched up with the Miraidon, typically a good matchup, things like that. Yeah, even things like which opponent you're paired against in the top 8 can be the difference maker in deciding who's going to be the champion this weekend. Obviously, there's lots of gameplay, lots of decisions to be made the rest of the way, and exciting matches to close out this exciting regional championship here to kick off 2024. But yeah, still, who knows what's going to happen next?
Lots still to come. I'm really excited to see who our players are going to be. They're all anxiously awaiting. And don't forget, we talk about the top 8, but top 16, top 32, top 64, they all walk away with prizes. 32 and above walks away with cash as well. So, of course, those increased prize monies now for that event. And scaling all the way to our players, we had 151 players in day 2. So most of those players will walk away with top 128 match points. And it looks like here are our Swiss standings. Wow, Dan Hugar, we were talking all about being in a position to ID lock it up. Decided to ID and bubbled out of top cut. It's going to be Maddox, John Ang, and Bodie Robinson we saw earlier on stream making it in. So I'm still in the running there with Gardevoir, but it's going to be up against Nick Moffitt, the #1 seed, playing Miraidon. So that's going to be a tough matchup for sure.
Yeah, it looks like that would be a couple Mew VMAX into the top 8. Keaton Gill, the other player, bubbling out of the top 8 with another, I believe, Charizard EX deck. But if these standings are indeed final, here's what we're looking at. For our top 8, I think I got a couple Giratina decks, a couple Mew VMAX, got some Charizard in there. Also got an Arceus V-Star, Reggie Gigas V-Star up in the running. Still anybody's game.
Wow, this is going to be an intense top cut bracket. Great match that I see there playing each other. We've got John Ang up against Azul Garcia Griego. That could be a fitting finals match, but that's just our match in top 8, Kyle. This is going to be a super exciting top 8 bracket. These players are getting ready to settle in, mentally prepare themselves. For lots of players, these are potentially their biggest matches of their career, looking to become a regional champion, and only 3 matches stand in their way. Top 8 cut is coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
My name is Andrew Estrada, and I'm from Toronto, Canada.
Your Sableye able to take enough damage
to clear that Miraidon EX with the Bravery Charm. And with that, Andrew Estrada punching his ticket to Honolulu.
Andrew Estrada, 2024 champion now of the Pittsburgh Regional Championship.
I was actually planning on coming about a month ago, and I started getting my deck ready based on what I thought people would play. But I didn't pull the trigger until this Thursday because I kind of said, oh, Reg is capped, whatever, I'm not even going to bother, right? And then we just got in on Thursday. But it looks like we're going to Hawaii. I mean, I was pretty comfortable in the Gardevoir matchup, the Miraidon, and the Lugia initially. Until I faced Andrew Hedrick on stream, I could tell that he knew way more than the other players I was facing, so I was actually only really worried about hitting him in top 4. It would have been really close. I think, honestly, with the way he was playing it, with this list, I think it would have been pretty close to 50-50. I think I have what it takes to compete at the highest level. I find that the tournaments I don't do well at are the tournaments, like I said, where I don't follow my own advice. I practice maybe 2 days instead of preparing like 2 weeks before the event. So I find that when I'm really focused and I really enjoy to play my deck, I find that I do better naturally because I play more, so I test more. If I'm in that zone, I feel like, yes, absolutely, I'm winning Worlds this year.
Before a big match, I just like to think of it as the same game that I've been practicing with. You know, it's really just the same as my practice games. And I like to remember that we're just here to have fun. So I like to go into every set just wanting to have fun and play it like I'm practicing.
I think nerves are definitely inevitable because I've been to a few of these things and I'm still nervous, but I actually call my mom and I talk to her for a minute and then I listen to music when I'm in the hall around everybody, so it doesn't get as overwhelming and as loud. So
yeah, something I do to calm my nerves before a match, I like to flip through my binder and just check out my cards and like really just try to not think about the match. Because yeah, it helps a lot because yeah, if I think about it too much, game's not going to go good. But yeah, that's what I do.
Something I do to calm my nerves is first I just take a breath and try to remember that at the end of the day, this is just a fun game. We're both here to have fun, win or lose, no matter what.
I think spending time alone as well as like being able to like take time for yourself and focus on a match especially is really important. I find that like sometimes like even talking to friends or even just like being alone and relaxing, it's really just, it helps a lot with like calming down nerves, and especially for a big match, it really just takes the focus onto the game and lets you play at your best basically with the best mindset possible.
So before a big match, I tend to get pretty nervous, and I usually like to take some deep breaths, kind of focus on the moment. Nothing else matters, just this next game. So really I've just been focusing on my breath and yeah, just trying to stay in the moment.
He leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho'aku no.
I started playing Pokemon probably when I was like 3 or 4 years old. I loved collecting the trading cards as a kid, got into the Game Boy games a little bit later, and got hooked on the video game championships in 2010, so I've been playing pretty long. I remember reading an official Pokemon magazine that was recounting some of the results of the 2009 Video Game World Championships, seeing some of these Pokemon on top like Empoleon and Abomasnow. It really got me curious about, you know, what went into the doubles format and why it was different from maybe the singles that I'd been playing before. My favorite Pokemon is Drifloon from Sinnoh. I think Drifloon's just the cutest Pokemon. When I first saw it, I loved its like simplistic but really cute design. I love its evolution. I just loved it since I first saw it. Look up to in the community, Aaron Traylor is somebody that I have an awful lot of respect for. You know, a number of different regional titles, somebody who's like really helped me try and understand maybe some of the things to approach in the game, some of the stuff like kind of outside of just playing the game that you need to do to become a better player, like mental, for instance. I'd love to fight the current world champion, Zine again. We had a chance to play at the 2022 World Championships, and I think we've both improved so much since then. Now that he's the reigning world champion, that's somebody that I'd love to fight. I think I might have to go with Umbreon. I really love the ring design as a kid. I grew up when Gold and Silver and the Pokemon in them were still kind of hot and new, and Umbreon and Espeon just have such timeless designs. The people I get to hang out with, I have friends all over the country and people that I might not get to see otherwise. You know, being able to see my friends and travel to somewhere new is just such a really unique experience. I don't think anything else except Pokemon would be able to do that for me. No, I just don't think sweet and savory mix. Those are two different things. I'll eat it if it's in front of me, but I'm more of a vegetable pie kind of guy. I'd have to go with my father. He's just been there for me the whole way through my video game championship journey. Just been incredibly supportive. He started out by taking me on the bus to go to events. Now that I'm an adult, he hasn't come to an event for a bit, but I'm sure he would be delighted to learn that I won the World Championships. I like Mew. It's just like cute and mysterious. It's hard to get in the main series of games, and that's something that I've always loved in Pokemon. I love the ones that are a little bit hard to get, like Hydreigon, Garchomp, Pokemon nestled away in some rare kind of cave. Not that Mewtwo's not one of those, but Mew's nestled in a cave, and you have to go to an event for it. It's just unique.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They'll go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit pokemon.com/play.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the regional stream here in Portland, Oregon. To kick things off for the 2024 season, we are all done with Swiss rounds, and we just have a top 8 left. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin, and we are very close to our top 8 games here, and I am excited.
Yeah, we got a little sneak peek earlier. We saw the 2 players that ended up missing out on the top 8, but it's exciting to see all the players that did make it, all the interesting decks that we're going to see as well. Who's going to be the champion?
If you're a betting man, probably maybe Azul has a good shot at it. One San Antonio. And
well, I mean, he did say he wanted to avoid Giratina, and he found John Ang, so we'll see how that looks. Of course, everybody who's watching over on Twitch, you were able to put your votes in and see who you wanted to follow along with on this top 8 and watch that opening game. It was a landslide.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the day 2 meta that we have had and how it's kind of shaped up going forward. Lost Zone Giratina really overcoming that first place spot from Charizard EX. Still a lot of Charizard in the format, but you know, Giratina, you can't keep it away too far.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we chose it as our caster selections.
Exactly.
This is one of the best decks, and it's so versatile. It can play against all of these different decks that we see on the graphic, and a few that are played off. We see Charizard having success as well. Azul making the wild run, 501 today.
Must be, yeah.
To make it into the top 8 here in Portland, which is unbelievable, given that he just won a regional not so long ago with the same deck. And you look down the line, it was Mew VMAX that surprisingly ended up taking a good chunk of the top 8 here too.
Yeah, always interesting to see how Mew VMAX does in these different tournaments that we have week in and week out. It kind of just ebbs and flows out of the format.
Yep. Let's go ahead and take a look at the top 8 and the decks that we will be featuring.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get a look at those. Again, we have a lot of variety here, at least in the sense of Miraidon with Nick Moffitt, Makani Tran with that Arceus V-Star, Regigigas V-Star, Azul Garcia Griego, Charizard EX, Pidgeot EX, Ian Robb, Mew, Sam Huff, Giratina, John Ang, Giratina, Maddox Corcoran, Mew, and then Bodie Robinson sneaking in 8th seed with that Gardevoir.
Hey, you know what? As long as you get it there, you're good. And sure enough, is in the top 8, ready to compete for their first Masters Regional Championship. Wouldn't that be something with quite a stacked field here? I mean, we're talking about plenty of regional championships within this compilation alone.
Yeah, there's at least 6.
Yes.
I know Ian Robb has 2.
Ian Robb has more than 2.
More than 2?
At least.
Yeah, well, at least.
I think he's at like 5 or something, dude.
Oh, wow.
He's
Okay.
definitely climbing. And Sam Huff has been around for a long time. Great to see him getting back into the action and having a lot of success. John Ang, maybe the dark cloud's gone forever. Maybe he's ready to finally take a big regional crown here. That'd be awesome to see too.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and how our players' route to this championship is looking. Nick Moffitt up against Bodie Robinson, Ian Robb, Sam Huff, Azul Garcia Griego, John Ang, and Makani Tran and Maddox Corcoran. Going to be a pretty good top 8 here. A lot of great matchups.
Yeah, we talked earlier. It's Azul up against the Giratina once more. He will have to see that if he wants to reach the top 4. So maybe he doesn't end up running into that in the finals. But there is another on the other side, Sam Huff playing the same deck. So maybe if Sam were able to make it their way through Ian and the winner of Nick and Bodie, we could see that once more.
Yeah. With the community choice, the results were Makani Tran up against Maddox Corcoran. So that is the match we're going to be seeing today for our top 8. And I am really excited because I am an Arceus fanboy.
Yeah, well, this is going to be quite the match. The lists are wild. There's a lot going on here. Maddox is playing a very interesting style, and we're so used to seeing the double turbo strategy over and over again. This is a fusion build that we're going to feature this time around. So maybe that additional power that you have with all those additional fusion strikes and the Meloetta will be able to land some early knockouts in a matchup like this.
Yeah, path to the peak on both sides of the table here for these players, but Makani is really hoping that path sticks around forever in this match. Also has that Sphere Tomb to try to kind of cancel out those Fusion Strike systems from Maddox, but Maddox is playing the Alessa Sparkle version with Meloetta, Ice Skew. You have those Fusion Strike energies to prevent the abilities, and look at those. Top 32 special event Puerto Rico, top 32 Fresno, top 64 Charlotte Regionals. Well, we're going to be adding at least a top 8 here in Portland Regionals.
Yep, not a bad list of accomplishments there, and of course getting it done with the Mew VMAX this time around, the Fusion Strike style. Always interesting interactions that we see between these two decks, and the counterplay that we see is going to be something to look out for.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Makani. Get his accomplishments here. Fresno Regional top 32, San Diego Regional top 8, Salt Lake City Regional top 32, and Baltimore Regional top 4. This was all done last year, and Makani has been championing Arceus the whole time.
Yeah, and it's been with the help of his team, of course, the Lost Zone Kitchen getting it done, cooking up a lot of interesting brews. This is certainly one of them. Nobody had Regigigas on the radar. This is a very interesting card to include. It is just a 1/1 line, so we'll see if it comes into play. It is always a spectacle to see a bizarre card joined with Arceus.
Yeah, ham sandwich V-Star.
Sign me up.
All right, looks like our players are ready to set up. Let's take a look at these prize cards for our game 1 here in top 8. 3 Psychic Energies to go along with a Path to the Peak, Ultra Ball, and B-Barrel. Meanwhile, a couple of supporters, double Battle VIP Pass for Maddox there, and a Mew VMAX.
Yeah, maybe a little easier to work with this for Maddox. Unfortunate for Makani. That's almost half of the basic energies. So accelerating with an Arceus in the early game means you might not have energies for the late.
We'll have to see how things shape up. One of the benefits for the Fusion Strike energy version of Mew VMAX is being able to attack on turn 1 going second, and that's very good against something like an Arceus deck that wants to go first.
Yeah, being able to apply that pressure, something that we're going to have to look out for. It's like Makani starting things off here in the top 8.
Bidoof hitting the bench, got a couple energy cards in hand, so you at least have that for the Arceus V. Do we see a second Arceus V? That's the real big question. But no, just a pass of the turn, and we could see a very strong start from Maddox here. 3 Genesect V in hand, and the Meloetta with a Forest Seal Stone to go along with it.
Where have you been, Maddox? this is something else. The last 2 cards in the hand are Ultra Ball, perfect for thinning out of situations
Battle
like this.
VIP
Finds
pass.
one of the 2 Battle VIP pass left. Might as well thin out that additional card. Get all the fusion strikes ready to roll for 6 now. This could certainly be the turn. We're just about an Alessa Sparkle and a fusion away from big knockouts.
So there was an avenue where Makani could have jet energied the Zacian or the Bidoof in the hand to the active, save the Arceus V, and then roar the sword, the Psychic to the Arceus V.
Yep. I noticed that, and this is something that Makani was unfazed by in this situation. Maybe a consideration of, well, my opponent might just have to play a card like Escape Rope, so just 1 Pokemon down could be enough to avoid an awkward situation. But it is a risk.
Maddox just failed the Battle VIP pass. We're going to have an Ultra Ball here, discard Ultra Ball and Path to the Peak. Going to find that Mew V now.
Has anyone openly failed a Battle VIP pass?
The
turn
first one, yeah.
In the top 8 of a regional?
The card's terrible. Who needs it?
All right, you heard it here first.
Kyle said that, not me.
That is untrue. Only 1 Fusion Strike system has been used so far. 2 more available along with the Forest Sealstone. You have to think that the resources are going to start flying to the top. Not
Nothing
yet, though.
here. You do have a Cramomatic, which Maddox did save the Lost Vacuum just to have an item to potentially discard. Going to be a big heads flip here.
That's such a power play to say, do you want me to flip this coin or roll the die? And then you just get heads with whatever they choose.
So now Maddox is able to search the deck for any card. Gonna eye down that Alessa Sparkle here. Now this is a little bit risky just because you're pulling out a lot of the energies that you kind of want to draw into at least 1.
Yeah, but there's a Forest Sealstone.
There is, but you also need a power tablet.
Yeah, we'll find that. Calm down.
And it is going to the Genesect V and the Meloetta, and this is a very heads-up play because Makani does play a copy of Spirit Tomb to try and shut down those Genesects, but if you have a Fusion Strike energy on it, it bypasses that ability.
Yep, always good thinking there, as you need to have access to the draw engine in this deck. Obviously, in this situation, Makani did not have any way to even search through the deck, so no resources were found like that Spirit Tomb. But thinking ahead there just understands that, yes, this turn could be explosive, but if I don't see everything that I need, I don't care about having an additional Pokemon ready to attack. I need to knock this Arceus out, and if it's not there, maybe I can draw out of it next turn.
All right, Supporter has been played now. We have Lost City with a Lost Vacuum in hand, so we could see more thinning.
Wow, you can throw away Box of Disaster here. Why not?
5 cards, needs a power tablet. Oh, well, there's a choice belt. That'll work just as well. Even having a Cramomatic to dig even further, but you have it with that Forest Sealstone.
Yeah.
What a turn.
You could hold on to it if you wanted, but it's going to value the Cramomatic hold for later.
And
this is
just like that. Not even hiding the card you get with Star Alchemy.
This was on no one's bingo card for this tournament. Yes, maybe we would see Mew VMAX, but surely not Meloetta turn 1 knockout on Arceus. Is it 2022 or 2024? What's happening?
Who knows at this point? We have B-Barrel Evolution for Makani, then an Iono. Gonna force Maddox to 4 cards, thanks to that knockout last turn. And there is no Arceus, but we do have a Regigigas V hitting the bench.
Yep, looks like Squavit as well, hanging out there.
Portland Regional All-Star.
It's only fitting that we would see this Pokemon once more here.
Path to the Peak, pretty good draw here. Then you have that Industrious Incisors draw up to 5.
Oh,
Those
no.
cards don't help at all.
There's no Arceus there, just the V-Star. So it's going to be manual attached to the Regigigas V.
You kind of have to wonder if Makani thought that Maddox was playing the control version of Mew, not really worried about that turn 1 Melodious Echo, but it came out of the gates swinging, and Maddox is certainly happy that's how this game has turned out.
Well, if that's the case, then Makani needs to go talk to his friends. Because there's no way you haven't heard about Maddox and this wild run that they're on. And obviously, this is quite a huge threat that we see already. And it's not over yet. Surely, Pat to the Peak is in play, but we're not too far away from even more knockouts here. You could knock out the Bieberall easily, but if you target the Regigigas V for a knockout, that's game over.
Now the hand is a little awkward for Maddox, but you still have just the knockout with the Meloetta. Now going down to 3 prize cards. Makani did draw Nest Ball for the turn, a little too late here, and is eyeing down the Mew EX. Who needs Arceus anymore?
Well, there's almost not enough energies for an Arceus at this point. We've seen so many Psychics go away already. 1 on the board, few in the prize cards.
All right, Lost Vacuum the path. It's actually Makani's. There's a Nest Dash, draw 1 card, finds the Arceus V, restart to draw 3. No energy here. Does have that Zacian. Another Nest Ball. He's gonna opt for that Bidoof instead.
Well, if this was not 75 minutes, I believe Makani would be making a different decision here. There's not much going on this side of the field.
And it looks like the choice is not Bidoof. It is going to be that Zacian V from hand. Roar of the Sword, the Psychic to the Arceus V. And I feel like this is what Makani should have done that turn 1. And oh no, Maddox just draws the boss's orders. Power Tablet has the knockout again. And I think this is where Makani's like, I'm going to go first game 2.
Yeah, the turn's not even done yet. Pat to the Peak was removed from play, so there's even more draws. So not only can Maddox take this big knockout here, but can also thin down the hand, thin out the deck, maybe find those final resources to take the last knockout, likely next turn.
Ultra Ball is just going to thin the hand down yet again, discarding a couple Pokemon. That Ice Cube is one of those tech choices in Fusion Strike decks where it's hit or miss. In theory, it's pretty good, but that's usually just theory.
When it's good, it's great. And when it isn't, it is Ultra Ball fodder.
And there's that Melodious Echo yet again. 1 prize card left for Maddox here, and we haven't even hit 10 minutes yet.
What do you do here, Jeremy?
We're looking for a double turbo energy to try to attack with Regigigas V, because that is the only way. Counter catcher.
Do you even want to use that? Because Meloetta will knock out basically anything. It almost has to be the target this turn, even though it doesn't feel great.
Makani's going to take a quick look through all the resources that Maddox has left available to him, and spoiler alert, it's a lot.
Yeah, you can count out the power tablets. There's only 1 there in the discard pile. There are a few in the hand to go along with it, and it is the stall strat.
No energy at all off this restart. Does find the Regigigas V-Star. Can use the Star Guardian here, but I don't know if you're really going to be able to do anything else.
I mean, that'd be our first Star Guardian, right?
I think so.
Yep, I think that's going to be all she wrote. Maddox finds the lines, takes a quick game 1 here in the top 8 of Portland. Oh boy, this match could be something.
10 minutes is all it took for Meloetta to run through Makani's board, knocking out a couple of Arceus V, a B-Barrel, finishing off with a Mew V Max knockout.
Yeah. Knocking out everything left and right. And I mean, this matchup is scary. When you draw like this, Maddox did not skip a beat. The entire hand played out basically, and it led to this. Turn 1 knockout going second. See even more with a lot of draws available after the path to the peak, but just continuous knockouts, and Makani was just unable to get a setup. You mentioned earlier with that opening setup, there was an opportunity to play out multiple Pokemon, maybe protect that Arceus, but still get that Psychic on board. I don't even know if it would have helped at this point. This was tough. Makani could not find anything. So we'll see the retreat.
I wanted to see the Star Guardian.
I know. Maybe next time. We got 2 more chances, maybe.
That is true.
If you don't waste it with Starbirth. Boo.
Boo. Who likes Starbirth? Me. I like Starbirth.
Everyone, yeah.
Makani's hand is a little bit better here. Still has that Arceus V, but has a double turbo energy to go along with it. Bidoof yet again. And Radiant Alakazam. It'll be interesting to see what Makani chose to start with. It looks like it was that Radiant Alakazam because we see that Arceus V in hand still. Does not want a repeat of Game 1.
Yes, stay away from me. I need this Pokemon.
The one benefit about playing against a deck like the Fusion Strike version of Mew VMAX is if they're going for that turn 1 Alessa Sparkle, they don't have access to something like a Boss's Orders to bring up the Arceus V.
Unless they're a D-Gen playing the Pokemon catchers, which I have run into before, but we will not see here in the top 8, thankfully.
2 mulligans. Maddox is trying to help Makani out a little bit here. A little extra cards, maybe finding a second Arceus V.
That's exactly what Makani needs in a situation like this. Just a little extra buff. Not running into awkward situations. I suppose just the fact that you have any additional Pokemon means that the escape rope combo will go by the wayside. So any additional Pokemon, even if it's in hand, will be just fine.
It'll be interesting to see if Maddox can have the same kind of explosive start that he had Game 1. Has Mew Venosect Battle VIP pass. All right.
He can't miss. 1 fusion, though.
1 fusion.
We can work with that.
4 Seal Stone in the prize cards. And a double turbo energy. Taking a look through. There is 2 escape ropes, so the 1 in the prize cards. Not too bad, but there is that Spiritomb. Turn 1 Nest Ball.
Yeah. You can pretend to read that all you want. You know that's not a friendly card to see when you're playing Mew VMAX, obviously, with the fusion package. It's a little helpful. You can avoid running into some awkwardness, but yeah, it's scary.
Spiritomb can't hurt me because I can't read.
It's not even that many words, Jeremy. Come on.
That is true.
Do better.
Fettered in Misfortune. It's a good ability name.
Have you ever faded out?
Yes.
Me too.
But
have you ever done it to lose a game?
Yes.
Yes. That's the best way to do it.
Like the first turn of attacking.
Yep.
I'm like, my hand's terrible. Fade out. Let's go to the next game. Double turbo energy on the Arceus V on the bench, and this is a much better turn 1 for Makani. Trying to avoid that turn 1 knockout from Maddox and that Melodious Echo, but Battle VIP Pass is going to be a great way to start things off. It'll be interesting to see if Maddox does have the Lessus Sparkle in hand to activate those Fusion Strike systems that this deck desperately needs.
Yeah, there's even a fringe scenario where this Ice Cube could just snipe and knock out the Spiritomb if you have the resources available. And that would be excellent to remove that threat, and then you don't have to worry about where any of those Fusion Strike energies are going to be. The issue is, yeah, you're going to get knocked up by that Arceus V-Star probably next turn, and then what do you do?
Rinse and repeat?
You don't have any more fusion energy. You're probably in trouble.
Taking a quick look at all the supporters now that are left in the deck. A deck like this, Mew VMAX, only plays a few copies of those supporters. 2 Alessa Sparkle, 2 Boss's Orders, and a Professor Turo's Scenario. Definitely an interesting tech choice for a deck like this. We've seen Penny and Mew lists beforehand.
Yeah, it lines up fairly well. Just picking up a Pokemon that simply can be the difference so often. The protecting hit points, maybe trying to reuse abilities, whatever it may be. Resetting your Mew VMAX can also just be important. So having that option, and of course having Palpad to pick that specific supporter that you'll need once more, could be so helpful with this deck.
There's also a Judge and an Iono.
All right,
for
this
a
looks
little
weird.
disruption.
It's just a lot of Mew right now. We know the hand.
The Genesec's in the hand.
Yeah. Makani's just like, wow, this Spiritomb really worked, huh?
This hand's a little interesting, though. I don't think Maddox has much of anything
Oh,
here.
you mean bad? Yeah, it's terrible. That was it. That was the turn. Spiritomb MVP.
Now, there is a Box of Disaster on the active Mew V, which if Makani has the combination to get Arceus V-Star, get that Trinity Nova, take the knockout, is going to be dealt some damage, but no.
Wow.
Pass of the turn.
Wow,
and
wow.
Fusion Strike energy off the top. This is going to allow Maddox to be able to at least use one Fusion Strike system this turn, but it's the energy attachment, so no attack yet again.
Yeah. Is also uncomfortable playing down the choice belt. That's an additional resource you could find. I don't know if this is a turn where I want to slow down. I want to speed up. My opponent just passed the turn.
How can you speed up? You can't even attack.
I just want to find more cards and win.
I guess there is the avenue of for Seal Stone, use that Star Alchemy for a Lussus Sparkle, and charge up that Ice Cube along with the other Genesect V. That way you have access to another Fusion Strike system.
Yeah, sounds like a good play here. We do know that one of those Fusion Strike energies is prized, but the other two should be available. Maddox identifies the line, and we'll have access to some more resources. That second Fusion Strike system will be unlocked.
Looks like Mew is going to be the beneficiary of the other Fusion Strike energy here.
Do you know how tempted I am to just throw it on the other Genesect and start attacking?
I mean, usually you Technoblast with a Power Tablet for a KO on an Arceus V. Might as well try it with the actual Genesect instead of the Mew VMAX.
This looks fun. I want to get in on the action. Everyone keeps copying my cool attack. It's my turn.
Well, not right now.
Oh.
Maddox now has the other Fusion Strike system available, but it's going to be just for one. Finds Mew VMAX, which could be good, but I don't know about benching it or evolving it right now in that active.
Are we going to mix? Yeah, let's mix it up. There's plenty of time. Oh, no. Makani finds the Ryan.
Yeah.
There's no knockouts.
This
There's no energies in the discard. There's nothing.
This is an awkward hand from Makani. Has had access to that Zacian V in hand, but thanks to that Spiritomb, its Roar of the Sword ability is shut off. Boss's orders on the Genesect and just pass of the turn. This is not what you want to see if you're an Arceus V-Star fan. Mainly me.
Wow. Bias much. Ultra Ball, the top deck here. So thinning out may have become a little more easy.
Doesn't want to discard those Power Tablets. Chooses the Nest Ball in the Lost Vacuum. That's not too bad to lose here, especially in the scenario that you're in.
You have to think that eventually, some way, somehow, this Arceus is going to be knocked out. There's not much left that Maddox hasn't seen from his deck so far. If you find the boss's orders, you already have the damage amplifiers. Should just be a quick knockout there. And then where does Makani go? Home?
Maybe. Choice Belt on that Mew VMAX on the bench, Mew VMAX on the Mew V. We are looking for a way out of the active spot.
Ooh, Cram-O-Matic.
Big heads.
Wow.
This has been all Maddox this entire top 8 so far. I think it's fine to get that escape rope. Yeah, you're fine knocking out any of those bench Pokemon.
Yeah, it works out here if you don't have a way to move the Genesect. But of course, just need to start applying some pressure, knock out any of these Pokemon.
All right, so I have some updates on the other games. Bodie Robinson wins 2-0 over Nick Moffitt.
It's been 20 minutes.
Yeah.
What? Okay, Bodie, we see you.
Ian Robb is up 1 game against Sam Huff, and John Ang up 1 game over Azul Garcia Griego.
Okay.
Escape Rope was the card of choice off the Cram-O-Matic here. Makani makes the decision. Spiritomb's not really doing anything else with those Fusion Strike energies on those Genesects.
Yep, you tried.
Genesect drawing 2, Switch Cart, and Ultra Ball found.
Maddox playing an interesting game, trying to decide how many resources can I reasonably hold on to, while also understanding that thinning to that boss's orders could be game-winning next turn.
Well, all of the drawing has been accomplished. Just retreats. We're going to have a Cross Fusion Strike. Now we can see just copying the Ice Cube, placing some damage on Arceus.
Cross Fusion Strike, Icicle Missile.
And just taking out the active.
That's a flex.
Yeah.
That's when you start picking Ice Cube's attacks when you could just max Miracle. We like that. Wow. I mean, there is nothing to say right now for what Makani is dealing with. There's no energies to get back into play with Raihan, which means this card cannot be activated. There is a Lost Vacuum, but can you play enough cards to restart?
Well, we're down to 3 now. You can counter catcher.
Okay.
You can bench the Zacian as well. We're going to see a restart for 2 here. Oh, no.
Can we just restart the series?
Charon's Care, yet again, not being too careful. Finding its way in the hand. But we do see Roar of the Sword. Energy on the Arceus V to prevent potential boss's orders from Maddox this next turn.
Yeah, that is the bare minimum that you needed to see there, was just find an additional Pokemon, get that energy down. But ultimately, Maddox boss's orders on the Arceus V with the double turbo would be a huge knockout, still would avoid activating a potential Raihan. There's so much that could go right here for Maddox this turn.
Ultra Ball is going to kick things off for Maddox. Discards what looks like Iono and that Battle VIP pass. Don't really need any Pokemon here. Just trying to thin the hand down so you can draw some extra cards with Fusion Strike system. Already has the Switch cart. If y'all are wanting to play Mew VMAX,
yeah,
this is a pretty good clinic for it. Palpad's going to shuffle back that Iono that was just discarded. And we're going to see some Fusion Strike systems to draw some nice cards.
Even though you'd never really want to play that Iono, just being able to thin out, play that Palpad still is beneficial. You thin your hand down so you can continue to draw up with Fusion Strike system. Maybe find that boss's orders. Things get a little hairy. Taking those knockouts when they're 2 prizes close out this game a lot quicker.
All right, Fusion Strike system for 4 cards. Do we see boss's orders? No, but there is a Cram-O-Matic along with a Lost Vacuum you can discard.
Yeah, these just read get whatever card you want because they haven't missed. Okay,
all right,
good.
Kyle.
You know what? Maddox deserved a little bit of that.
A lot of power tablets in the hand. I think it's all 3 left over with that 1 already in play. Little unfortunate there, but still in a very good position.
Bidoof goes down. 2 prize cards taken now for Maddox, and he starts to eye up how the prize cards could fall.
How about a B-barrel off
Are
the top?
you kidding me? That's so mean.
All right, what about Roar of the Sword to the Bidoof?
There's 3 unplayable cards in hand. He can't even restart.
So last turn, if you roar the sword to the Bidoof, it puts
to bait the knockout.
It puts the basic energy in the discard so you can Raihan.
Yeah, I do not
because you don't need the
dislike
extra energy. I feel like even with just all this bad luck, Makani has had avenues to a play to kind of keep in this game, but just unfortunately has not been able to do them. Still no boss's orders from Maddox here.
Both players don't like their hands right now. I think Maddox is not allowed to complain though.
I think we might see a judge.
I don't know about that.
Maddox is really debating it, but no, we're just gonna have a block face and deal 100 or just 100 damage to that Mew EX.
Yeah, and I mean you can two-shot this Pokemon. There's
Arceus V-Star off the top.
That's the one. Is it 8 turns too late?
Probably.
Oh.
Not a turn too late, Makani says. Here's the Star Birth, gonna search for 2 cards. Is there an avenue to victory for Makani and his Arceus V-Star?
This looks like a line that could benefit Jet Energy to promote the Arceus V-Star into the active. Iono potentially drawing into resources like Pat to the Peak. Maybe your opponent just does not find a way to counter that stadium. And they get stranded, just attacking for chip damage into the Arceus. And that's when we've seen cards like that Charon's Care be so beneficial.
You know what Charon's Care can't do, though?
Get out of the loss zone.
Pick up the Mew EX. I think this Ice Cube is going to go the distance, honestly. Another Arceus V-Star found for Makani. The hand isn't doing too much, though. Bidoof found off a Nest Ball. And then we're going to see Trinity Nova for the first time charge up some energies on the Arceus V-Star and the Zacian V on the bench.
Yeah, it's a pretty good attack. I think Makani should try to do that more often.
210 damage on that Mew VMAX. So here we see the Future Strike systems starting to get going. There's no Paths of the Peak in play. Another Cramomatic here.
I won't say anything. Okay.
All right, it worked. Another heads off Cramomatic.
That is a
for Maddox.
broken combo right there.
Yeah. Well, basically it works 50% of the time, right? So if you have 2 of them.
Yeah, that's 100.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's how math works. I did not see the card that Maddox grabbed off here, but it might be something like a boss's orders. Maybe power tablets. Any way to try to take a knockout on a 2-prize Pokemon this turn. You already have the knockout lined up with the Ice Cube. Looks like it was that double turbo energy.
Yeah, if there was access to boss's orders, power tablet, promote that Mew, and then Psychic Leap, remove all of this damage, take a big knockout on that Mew EX, and leave nothing for your opponent, I feel like that would be a massive play here.
Does not look like Maddox drew into the cards needed for that, but does have Path, and at least can retreat and still use that Ice Cube to take the knockout on the Mew EX.
Yep, this strategy means you get to hold on to the resources like the power tablets if you're going for the big knockout, but honestly, it's lined up there with the Zacian V. It won't take much more work to take those final prize cards. And Makani's going to leave it up to the judge.
Both players are going to shuffle their hand in, draw 4 cards. Makani did evolve into that B-Barrel this turn, so has Industrious Incisors. But it is not looking good. And Zacian V is probably the easiest Pokemon to knock out on Maddox's side of things.
Yeah, and for Makani. What else can you do? Take a look at the resources, see what you're up against. There is always potential to find Path to the Peak, lock your opponent out of situations where maybe they just can't draw anything for multiple turns. Maddox only wanted 3 cards. That's not how that works.
Thought it was an Iono, but had 2
it
prizes.
It wouldn't even have worked for Iono.
Ultra Ball is going to find Squavit, and we're going to see a potential Nest Stash and Industrious Incisors to find something like that Path to the Peak.
Yeah, we need a little more Portland magic, as I think that the writing's on the wall if you don't have that path locked in. Also, don't believe we've seen B-Roll yet, so I can draw up with that Pokemon too.
Interesting, going with the Industrious Incisors first. Keeping Charon's care in hand, and the last card was Path to the Peak.
Needed that.
There's a little bit of hope here. And there's that Trinity Nova. 210 damage.
Oh,
Boss's
man.
orders. This seals it up. Power Tablet and Maddox Corcoran moving on to top 4, taking down Makani Tran.
Whew. I mean, we were looking for that combo for a minute.
Yeah.
And of course, it just takes a judge to place it right in the hands for Maddox. It worked out perfectly there. And I don't know if that's how I drew that matchup up, but I do remember a lot of nightmares of early stages of Fusion Mew up against Arceus. It is scary.
Yeah.
Those Pokemon can fall so quickly. Of course, the hit points on the Arceus, 220. It's not that difficult to find. And
well, this is that big turn 1 where Makani just attached energy pass, had the Jet Energy in combination with the Zacian V to try to get just that Arceus V on the bench, but Maddox answers back with that turn 1 Melodious Echo, taking the knockout and just put Makani so far behind, not able to find much of anything, and really was just playing the turns out.
That's all you really can do in a situation like this. You have plenty of time if your deck wants to cooperate. It did not. There was so much work that Makani was trying to do, and just had no opportunities. You mentioned a few good points where there were situations where maybe the sub 1% could have moved to 3% or whatever it may be, but I also understand the tilt that comes with drawing like that.
Yep, and Game 2 was all about that block slider and Ice Cube, putting in a ton of work. There you go, just tapping the cards, taking the knockout, and able to do some pretty good bench damage, taking out that Mew EX as well. Just again and again, block slider, block slider. I'm sure Makani's gonna have a not favorite Pokemon after this.
He's not going to the freezer for a week. No Dino Nuggies for you.
Oh, no. And just like that, Mew VMAX going into top 4 here. And that's something that, sometimes we never really predict it. But
okay, if Skarzig picked that one, I would have just lost my mind. That would be unreal if I just saw Meloetta on there.
But no, Ice Cube.
I mean, that too. Yeah. It's the same thing.
Congratulations to Makani again for making top 8. But the run ends here. Still a few $1,000s in the bank.
Yeah, it's a huge accomplishment once more. And what a great run. Makani and Joe both showing some pretty solid finishes with that deck list, and maybe that's something that you revisit, try to tune up. Maybe, I mean, surely it can't draw like that every time. It was what? It was 8-0 at one point.
Yeah, I feel like most of the time we've seen this Arceus V-Star deck on stream. This weekend and in San Antonio, it just does not draw the cards that you need to win the game or play the game.
Joe played no Pokemon when we had him on stream earlier too. Man, you'd think when you get Regigigas twice, at least one time it has to work. You have 4 games to work with. That's at the bare minimum. We got nothing.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but fortunate for all you Mew VMAX fans at home. Fusion Strike Energy lives to see another day, moving in top 4 and pretty well positioned, at least with the the decks that are still left, and Gardevoir, interesting matchup, and we'll have to see.
Yeah, I'm also pretty interested in what decks were taking down the younger divisions. We had a moment where Ethan was able to meet up with the junior division winner. It's always great to hear from the younger players, so let's go ahead and throw to that and see what they had to say.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We're here at the Portland Regional Championships with our junior division champion, Josh. How's it going? You're a regional champion. How does it feel?
It feels really good. It feels really fun. Like, it just feels great.
So talk to me about the deck you played, the deck that you won this event with, and why you chose to play it.
I chose Block Snorlax because I thought there was going to be a lot of Charizard, and it's a pretty good counter to Charizard. So that's mainly the reason why I chose it.
Well, you came out with the win. Tell me about your top four in your finals match. You were talking to me about it. Seems like it was really close and back and forth.
Yeah, in top four, I faced Giratina, which is a really, really bad matchup. But I squeaked by with my opponent having 2 prize cards in top four. So then I went on to the finals. I prized triple counter catcher, so I top decked the boss's orders to win. Yeah, it was very nervous.
Nerve-wracking indeed, but you're now a regional champion, and I'm sure you've got a little bit more affection towards this Snorlax deck. If you had to pick one of your favorite cards out of your 60-card winning deck, what's it got to be?
It's got to be Misfortune Sisters. I got 5 items, I got 4 items, I got 3 items. I got a lot of items off that. I've gotten rid of 3 rare candies. It was really fun to just get rid of my opponent's items.
Some fortune on your side indeed, and a lot of other people on your side, I'm sure, that helped you get to this spot. Is there anybody you want to thank or give a shout out to that helped you become a regional champion?
I want to thank my brother for picking my deck, and I want to thank my family and my coaches.
Lots of people to thank, and you're now a regional champion, a 2-time regional champion at that. Congratulations again, buddy. And that's, again, your champion here in Portland, Josh.
Always great to hear from the younger divisions and the winners that we have because, you know, they're translating pretty well into the Masters division here. Bodhi in top 4 in his first season in the Masters division. You love to see it.
So much excitement. I love the way that he describes all his matches, gave so much detail, but also he's just crushing dreams. Crushing dreams with Snorlax. So cool that he gets excited about all the different styles that you can play. But sure enough, that control style was something that he enjoyed and was able to take down a regional championship.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at some tweets that y'all have been sending out to us. And it's one of my favorite moments from yesterday. No one has ever waved to the above head camera.
Right. I mean, that definitely that's a new one. You have to think about that before you get onto the stream. That's premeditated for sure.
Yeah, and the confidence to do it with a deck like Cloth.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you're gonna play Cloth, then surely you're gonna find the camera and say hello. Big dog status is earned, not given.
Let's go ahead and take a look at some others. Ooh, that is a cute cat. Happy Regional Day 2 to all those attending. We will be watching from home today. Frank Powell is wishing all the Chen Powell players the best of luck today.
Okay, I'm gonna need to see the birth certificate.
Yes.
If this cat's name is actually Frank Powell, then I have a new favorite cat.
That is great.
Love to see. Everyone in the house can watch Pokemon. And looky here, CC went 3-3-3 yesterday. That's pretty cool. With Gardevoir, had a fun day though, hanging out with all of the potential trophies that you can win. Everyone's looking to take home one of those, and maybe next time it's going to be your chance.
I think those are medals, Kyle.
Whatever.
Always great to hear from y'all at the event, watching at home, just in general. We are Pokemon fans. We love to hear about Pokemon, talk about Pokemon. That's why we're here. Oh yeah, I don't know about you, but
I'm a Pokemon fan. You know who else is a Pokemon fan?
Who?
Adam Skarzik Watson.
He
is going to take us to another interview so we can hear from all the beautiful people out here in Portland. I think we got one lined up. Let's go ahead and throw that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome out to the floor. Adam here with our winner, Maddox Corcoran, advancing to top 4. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Really, it's just a surreal experience to be here, and great to have a nice run, and from UV Max to do UV Max things.
I mean, UV Max has definitely developed a reputation as the meta's immovable objects, but you've got a pretty interesting spin on it, bringing back the Fusion Strike Meloetta version. You want to talk a little bit about the decision to bring this variant?
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, I worked with Xander Perot a lot on the list. I mean, really, it's just kind of saying, hey, we have so many answers to everything. You're right, Charizard is a concern, but as long as we can, like, avoid it for the most part, try to cheese out a win here and there, the Fusion Strike energy to watch out for Spiritomb right now is just really, really key. I mean, and the turn 1 donk potential of Ice Cure Meloetta, like I was able to do game 1, like, it just completely swings the matchups.
Yeah, that really took us back. That was a blast from the past, the turn 1 Meloetta. And trying to avoid the Charizard, is it just a mathematical quirk, or do you think that people will counter Charizard enough to clear a path for Mew? Is that what you've been experiencing?
So, I mean, funny enough, I was able to go like 101 versus Charizard on the weekend. I mean, really, it's if you can find the right lines, you know, there's ways you can go, you know, 4 tablets with 2 fusion, hit 330, just blow one up, or play Box of Disaster is a big way to swing the matchup. I mean, or sometimes, like, if you just let them go first, they can't set up. You go Ice Q, again, that Elisa Sparkle set it up, and just go KO their only Charmander. I mean, I've KO'd, you know, 3 Charmanders in a row, just block slider, block slider, block slider. So it's a lot of fun.
That sounds devastating. I know that there's a lot of Charizard players out there kind of worried the meta is shifting against them, and it looks like you've already got their number. Were you kind of an early adopter of this fusion energy? Were you the one that had the big brain realization of, oh, this is actually a really good build of Mew? Were there somebody else that maybe convinced you on it or helps you test?
So, I mean, like, the list as its own, I mean, it's been around for a while. I mean, Fusion used to be the standard when I first jumped onto the scene, or like earlier in 2023. I played a lot of DTE Mew, but just since Spiritomb came out, Fusion makes it a little bit safer. But in terms of like people helping me out in testing, right? I mean, really got to give a big shout out to all the 904 Jacksonville community just testing. I got my guys Eric and Parker, the Beach Court podcast, that are just doing a lot of work with me. And again, big shout out to Nakama Anime Cafe, who's really just like helping support me get here and travel and go on this deep run like we've been waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to you. This has been a massive run, massive hype from the audience. We know here in Portland, it's a great scene, a great place to play Pokemon. And you mentioned you've got a podcast. Where can people find that and find out more information about you as a player?
Yeah, exactly. So we're out in Jacksonville, right near the Jacksonville Beach. So we're the Beach Court podcast, like everyone's favorite stadium. So we're on Twitter, but you can listen to us on Spotify, YouTube. That's Beach Court Pod. Again, we're always talking about competitive trading card game and really just like trying to grow the community and like get everyone to enjoy the game as much as we do. So
that's awesome. And anybody who is curious about this Mew build, some extra information about Maddox, definitely check that out. We're going to send things back over to the casting desk, and we'll move on to our next round of competition. So see you there.
Yeah, really good stuff. Always great to hear from our winner Maddox there and Adam Skarzik-Watson. We have some news, and we're going to wait for that a little bit, but let's go ahead and check in on our predictions and see how things have been shaping up for this top 8 and everything.
You're not going to tell them?
No, not at all.
Okay.
All right, let's take a look. Gardevoir EX making a top 4 there with Bodhi.
Okay.
And,
still alive.
Still alive, yeah. Meanwhile, Rapid Strike did not do too much. There was not enough Charizard in the field, apparently, to be able to take that down. There was Charizard EX in top 8, but
oh, you said was.
Was?
You said was.
Was?
John Ang defeating Azul Garcia Griego 2-0 to move into the top 4. Charizard no more.
Yeah, it looks like our Giratina V-Star picks doing a little bit well here.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Ignore the bottom.
Yeah. The bottom for everyone, ignore.
Yeah.
And then
wait,
we can just ignore it altogether.
Yeah, Puka is riding high on that. That is his one hope. He needs Nicholas Moffitt to find the answer.
And did not against Bodhi.
Oh, yeah. I forgot that match lasted 20 minutes.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here, and we already have it filled out. John Ang, 2-0 over Azul Garcia Griego, our San Antonio regional champion, in a rematch of what the finals was. Apparently, Giratina V-Star did not brick this time.
I mean, eventually it had to catch up to Azul, right? I mean, he's talked so much about Giratina. Sure, it is very impressive what he's been able to do as the Charizard player, but it feels like that matchup can be a little more difficult than he's continued to show us on stream.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ian Robb and Sam Huff, 1-1 going into game 3. That is our last match we're waiting on to see who of them are going to play Bodhi in that Gardevoir match.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting for us to find out who will make it into that last spot in the top 4. I'm excited for John Ang against Maddox as well. That's a matchup you don't always prepare for with all the different shenanigans that you can run into with the Fusion Strike Meal.
Yeah, IceCube might be able to put in a ton of work again. Do you know if John's playing a Spiritomb?
I don't believe they are, but don't quote me.
All right, well, quote Kyle.
You know what? How about I look? I think we got plenty of time. Here we go.
Let's go ahead and remind y'all of the top 8 decks that we have had here in our top cut. And with Nick Moffitt, Makani Tran, Azul losing, those decks are out of contention for trying to become Portland Regional Champion. Meanwhile, we have a Mew VMAX and a Gardevoir and a Lost Zone Giratina already in top 4.
With no Spiritomb.
With no Spiritomb. That's big. Now, Sam up against Ian. It's going to be interesting to see how that match turns out.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly can be a back and forth. There's an interesting clash with which player is able to lock out with the path to the peak in a matchup like that. And sometimes it's a surprise to see, oh, you just don't have access to any draws with Genesect, and you don't have that opening hand to get the ball rolling. Fusion Strike, without the Fusion Strike package, you're not opening up situations too. So it's pretty vanilla, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, 2 very different Mew VMAX lists in this top 8, and we have a pretty good mix, but is this Giratina's time? Will Lost Zone Giratina finally win a tournament here? Now, Giratina V-Star has won a tournament before, last year.
Yep.
In Portland.
With that Arceus fella.
With Arceus V-Star. What do you think, Kyle? Is it time? Are we right?
If I say yes, then it won't happen. So
Okay.
No, it will not happen.
Wow, that's
John Ang will not be your champion.
Yeah, I thought you and John were friends. What's going on? No, this has been a very good start to our top 8 so far.
I would honestly love to see Sam Huff also take this tournament down. That'd be fantastic. So many great players that we have in our top 4, potentially. Of course, Ian Robb could take that spot. We are waiting for the results there to see who will win in that game 3. Can we just go check it out?
Well, let's take a look again at what these players are playing for. $10,000 championship points, booster packs that auto invite to Honolulu, Hawaii for the World Championships sometime at the tail end of this year.
Yep. What August-ish?
August-ish.
Yeah, that's as much as I'm willing to commit to.
Now, again, we just saw the younger divisions clean up. 2,500, not too bad.
And they're playing Snorlax.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, sure, we need to find out what happened with the seniors too eventually, right? Yeah, it's great to see that not only their success is rewarded with the booster packs, but earning that money so that they can continue to travel out and go to all these events. Maybe we can start to develop some of those stories like we've seen time and time again. So many of our players that we've seen develop into Masters Division champions started out in those younger divisions, playing time and time again, and eventually finding those great results. And they carried over. And I mean, you can tell that story for a lot of players that we have right now. Ian Robb is one that I remember was a pretty young player. Same with John Ang. I remember him being like 8 years old at my local and running around talking about, oh, it's Kyle Sablehouse. Oh, and it's like, I'm excited to see John Ang now.
Yeah, some of these players in our top cut have been some of the most consistent and just best players we've seen in these recent Pokemon seasons. So always great to start off a new year with some of the best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm definitely excited to see if Giratina is able to get the job done. Seems like the matchups could work out. Mew has always been one of those interesting matchups where if you have the right tech cards lined up, then it's helpful. doesn't seem like a lot of players are focused on playing cards like Choice Belts or anything to add that extra damage. So in the matchup, sometimes you're incorporating Sableye and sprinkling damage all over the place to line up that 280 knockout and then walk into that V-Star attack. And it can be a great way to close out games, but you need time.
Yeah. Well, 75 minutes, top cut.
That is time,
a lot of
but
time.
it's not that time. You need your opponent to not be doing good things.
All right. Well, we're going to have to wait and see who fills out the last spot in our top 4. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Pokemon action.
I started playing the original main series games as a little kid, took a break for a while, started playing Pokemon Go in 2016, took a bit of a hiatus like a lot of people, and got into PvP in around 2020. My first competitive Pokemon memory, I did karate when I was a little kid, and my friend Patrick, he's actually the one that introduced me to like Pokemon Leaf Green and Fire Red, and we would battle before karate practice every day. My favorite Pokemon is Scizor. I like the sleek metallic look of Scizor. There's a lot of amazing people in the competitive scene. One person I look up to is 2-0 Butters. I think he's just a really good representative for the community, and he's so exciting with his shoutcasting. I don't think our competitive scene would be where it's at without him. Favorite Pokemon video game has to be Pokemon Go. I mean, it's what I spend a lot of time playing, and it's given me a lot of opportunities, so Pokemon Go. If I could battle one trainer from anywhere, it would be trainer tips in a YouTube video. I challenge you. My favorite part about Pokemon events is the relationships you develop with people. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be successful at some of these regionals and such, but more so than winning prizes or accolades, having people genuinely excited to see you succeed and developing these friendships is what really usurps everything for me. Ice cream over popcorn. So many flavors, sweet treat, can't go wrong with a bowl of ice cream for dessert. If I won the World Championship, first person I call would have to be my mom. My whole family's been really supportive of me. It's not the traditional thing to say. I want to pursue Pokemon Go YouTube content full time, and they've had my back, so I appreciate them for that. Gotta go with Charmander as my starter. Charizard, another favorite. I mean, Charizard's one of everybody's favorites, right? So can't go wrong with Charmander.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to an event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Chip Ritchie here to recap the 2024 San Antonio Regional Championships. Charizard EX and Miraidon EX were the most popular decks in the first day of competition, but as we transitioned into Day 2, Charizard emerged as the dominant choice for this event. It was Azul Garcia Griego who would be the final Charizard player remaining, and if he wanted to claim his 6th regional victory, he would have to make it through Grant Hayes' extremely powerful Giratina V-Star deck. Our finalists would trade Game 1 and 2, meaning everything came down to a decisive Game 3. Grant struck first, scoring the initial KO, and while Azul was able to respond, Grant had established multiple attacking options. Grant then KO'd Azul's ever-impactful Pidgeot EX, cutting Azul off from Quick Search for the rest of the game. As time was called, the match truly came down to the wire. Grant had a great chance to win on his last turn, playing a Roxanne and using Flower Selecting twice, needing only a single Giratina V-Star to win. He was unable to find it, and Azul was waiting with the game-winning boss's orders to secure the victory.
Azul has it, and there you have it!
There are many more events remaining this tournament season, so make sure you visit Pokemon.com/compete to follow along and get in on the action.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to Portland, Oregon, home of the regional championships, here to start off the 2024 year and halfway through the 2024 season. I am Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin, and we have just finished top 8, and now we have an update. We have the full bracket. Sam Huff taking down Ian Robb.
Yep.
2-1 in 3 very close games. That means 2 Lost Zone Giratina in the top 4, Kyle. I don't know. Are we jinxing it?
I mean, they're on opposite sides of the bracket, right?
Yeah.
We could have the dream.
We could have the dream, yeah.
All right. Something to look forward to. Obviously, on the other side of those matches, Maddox with an amazing performance, 2-0 victory on stream. He's going to be using that Fusion Strike Mew up against John Ang, and Bodhi on the other side versus Sam playing that Gardevoir. So good matchups all around. It's going to be fun to see who makes it to our finals here.
Yeah, definitely some interesting matchups for sure. Gardevoir and Lost on Giratina, that's one we've seen time and time again. But that Fusion Strike Mew has creeped back into the meta, into this top 4. And Maddox is hoping for a very deep run, trying to crown himself a regional championship for the first time.
Maybe the last time John was excited about Giratina, Fusion Strike Mew was popular. It may have honestly been that long. So this matchup might be kind of more fresh than for other people.
Yeah, all right, well, we have a little breakdown of Giratina V-Star for you, so let's go ahead and take a look at that. Giratina V-Star. What made Giratina V-Star successful here in Portland? After being on the fringe for a while, it looks like it might finally be time for Giratina to take down a regional. 2 of our players in top 4 are piloting it with a traditional Lost Zone engine.
It's one of my favorite decks. Of course, it's so versatile, has 2 amazing attacks, and even underneath on the original Giratina V, the Shred attack for 160 damage is unbelievable when you're talking about dealing some early damage against some decks, working your way through some of those other strategies like versus Snorlax or whatever it may be. The deck is very fun to play, and I highly suggest that you give it a shot.
Yeah, it is one of those decks that kind of just has an answer to most everything in the format. You're one of the few decks to actually deal 280 damage consistently with Lost Impact, and of course that V-Star power, Star Requiem. If it wasn't for Starbirth, I think this probably would have been the best one.
Yeah, this is certainly one of the better ones. Everyone was terrified, excited, all sorts of emotions when we saw the scans from Japan, and rightfully so. Obviously, it didn't have the impact that we were imagining when it first was released. The impact was lost. Sure, Jeremy. But now we see its potential, and it really was due to unlocking all of that with the jet energy, and just showed that although we don't have Scoop Up Net moving around and moving all these Pokemon and getting all these cards in the Lost Zone, there's still ways to find this strategy optimal, and even using the understage of Giratina to throw away cards into the Lost Zone can be so beneficial.
Let's go ahead and take a highlight of the other deck that this Giratina is going to be facing in top 4. That is Gardevoir EX. When will Gardevoir EX drop off? Iron Hands EX nearly pushed this deck out of the meta, but the addition of Screamtail kept it going. First-year Master Bodhi Robinson is piloting it in top 4. And this has been, again, a deck that has seen very few wins for how powerful It really is. Henry Brand taking down a regional last season in Milwaukee, and Tord Reklev getting second at the World Championships with it. Is it Gardevoir's time?
It might be. When you talk about Iron Hands and what happened in just the last match alone, that's a terrifying matchup when you understand that you could lose 2 prize cards before you even have an opportunity to find an attacker with your Gardevoir deck. It's so volatile in the opening stages. You could lose 4 prize cards so early, and instead the 2-0 sweep in 20 minutes means that maybe things are rolling pretty well here for Bodhi.
Yeah, when you face probably one of your worst matchups in top 8 and finish that fast, you have to know something must have gone wrong for Nick there. But hey, Bodhi's going to take it. Take those wins when you can. Doesn't matter how ugly they are.
Yep, Psychic Embrace, obviously one of the best abilities that we've seen in the game. Just able to accelerate all of those psychic energies. You're fueling your deck by throwing those energies into the discard pile, whatever it may be, the Radiant Greninja. Maybe you're using Refinement with the Curlia, but you continue to just flood the discard pile with those psychic energies, and eventually you have so many options when it comes to attackers. You talk about those additions that we've seen, the Screamtail, even old school Cresselia, Zacian V, whatever it may be. Finding the right attacker at the right time really separates these Gardevoir players from the rest.
Let's go ahead and take a look at another deck that is in our top 4. Mew VMAX does not want to go away. His Mew VMAX immortalized since winning the World Championships in August. Both builds of the deck have been making appearances at the top tables. Maddox and Corcoran. It hopes to take his Fusion Strike build to the finals. And yeah.
There's certainly potential to do just that. It's a deck that's seemingly so consistent, but also very versatile too. You have so many options as far as what your early attack is going to be, and just the power to attack on the first turn going second with this build, while also finding inclusions like the Path to the Peak, whatever it is, to shut down your opponent, maybe even use a card like Judge or Iono, whatever it is. You can be the aggressor, you can be a control style, you can shut down your opponent. Whatever you need to do, you adapt to that situation, and you find your way earning 3 match points, or continuing to move on this bracket.
Yeah, and with both of the Giratina lists not playing Spiritomb in this top 4, could breathe a little sigh of relief. You don't have to kind of play around that powerful tech card, even with the Gardevoir not playing it as well. So no more Spiritomb blocking it, no Drapion in the top 4.
Yeah.
It's looking scary.
That used to be something to worry about.
Yeah.
No one cares about that anymore. There's a lot of other decks to worry about instead.
You just have to play around with these Paths to the Peak. And that's going to be a big stadium for both of our Giratina players against this Mew and against Gardevoir. Very beneficial in both of those matchups.
Yep, you talked about both decks for the Giratina not playing the Spiritomb. It's because I believe they're on the same 60. I think Sam has been working with the crew for quite some time now, and might even be incorporated into the crew. And obviously, this is a list that they're very passionate about. I'm sure that Isaiah Bradner spent a lot of time trying to lock in the 60 for the crew, and it looks pretty good.
It's a good 60,
Yep.
I gotta say. There's water energy, though.
Yes. Is it 1 water energy? No. Yeah. They figured it out. 1 water is dumb.
No trying to pull the wool over your opponent's eyes here.
Yep. It certainly was an interesting strategy to just go with the dehydrated Tina, as they called it.
It's weird how the meta has been evolving over time. You know, it's Pokemon, they evolve. And Mew VMAX, ever since it came out, has been at the top of its game, Genesect V, some of the best draw power we've seen ever. And Lost Zone Engine putting in a ton of work, very versatile. We've seen Kyogre builds take down these first couple regionals of the season. We've seen it mixed with Roaring Moon and Iron Hands, but it's the classic Giratina V-Star. Very powerful over in Japan and all those tournaments there. Finally translating its success here today, 2 in top 4.
Hey, I tried.
You tried.
Yeah, it just didn't. It wasn't as cool as this, and I do like the fact that they were able to add some interesting new cards. We have that Devolution. We have the Counter Catcher too. It's these are cards that were certainly would have been nice when looking at some of the issues that the deck would run into. Often needing to target one specific Pokemon, but including that hand disruption. Maybe that's something that we'll see come into play.
Well, I don't think we'll have to wait any longer to see something like that because our stage is ready. Let's go ahead and see our players get this top 4 started. Bodhi Robinson, we've seen him on stream earlier. Gardevoir EX, and that Gardevoir. Meanwhile, Sam Huff playing a Giratina V-Star with that Comfey.
Yep, a model player for the Giratina V-Star. Also a
literal
model.
Yeah. It's the jawline. Both of these players, no stranger to the bright lights, to the white noise. Let's go ahead and take a look at Bodhi's accomplishments. We already know that NAIC senior champion from last year got a top 32 San Antonio Regionals and the top 64 LAIC just this season. And then Toronto Regional senior champion that last season as well.
Yep, very impressive accomplishments and looking to continue that now in the Masters division and doing it with the Gardevoir EX deck. It's a deck that certainly loves to highlight skill, and Bodhi has shown that he has plenty of that to go around.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at Sam's accomplishments. World's top 32 2017, Portland Regionals top 4 2017. Already here yet again, LAIC top 32, and then a World's top 4 in 2016. Famously with his Sammy box.
Oh yeah.
Vileplume toolbox. And only plays a few tournaments a year. So doing pretty well at those few tournaments he plays in.
Yeah, there's a lot of legends throughout time for Pokemon that just show up once or twice out of the blue and remind us that they still got it. And Sam is certainly amongst those players. Rocking the Giratina V-Star this time around. Flower selecting is one of the best abilities that we've seen in quite a while. We got worried with Iron Hands that maybe some of these decks would start to fall to the wayside, but not yet.
Not yet, indeed. Both of these players, look at those records. 11-2-2, 11-1-3. They've had to battle it out this entire weekend.
Ooh, Clep Stadium.
That's a big one, Clep Stadium. 1 Curlia, that String
Whoa,
Tail.
whoa, whoa. Hey,
Oh.
we need those.
3 Battle VIP Pass, 2 Mirage Gate, and a Super Rod. Could this be Sam's starting hand?
We need a Pokemon too, but yeah, that's not good. Not only does it mean you probably won't find all the Pokemon you want, but access to the Mirage Gate, the first Mirage Gate is usually the most difficult. You need that right when you reach 7 so that you can continue and put on pressure. Maybe this is like a Cramorant kind of game.
Seems like it, Kyle. Well, here we go. The handshake. Looks like Bodhi is going to start things off. Going first as Ralt's in the active, staring down a Comfey from Sam's side of the board.
That's
Fog
not
Crystal.
a Mew.
It's not a Mew, yeah.
Yeah, Bodhi earlier on stream just rocking that Mew in the active spot almost every single time. It's going to be the Ralts and the Fog Crystal this time around, and it's a good look at the opening deck search, and won't be as surprised as Sam is.
Again, one thing we also saw earlier with Bodhi is just always having that Battle VIP pass. It'll be interesting to see if he does or not. But starting with the Fog Crystal, you kind of have to expect it's not in the hand.
Yeah, we got a quick flash of the hand. I'm not sure if we see a Psychic Energy, but that'd be nice to find a retreat option, maybe into a card like Mew, but I'm not sure if we have that either. This is not typical.
Well, we can search for the Mew with this Fog Crystal if you want. Again, that relies having a Psychic Energy in your hand to retreat the active, but Bodhi is going to opt for that Ralts here.
Yep. If you don't have one, then it's not worth going for the other. So find some Ralts.
Quick flash of the hand, but it did not look very good here.
Ooh, change it to mind.
But he does opt to go with the Mew instead of that Ralts. Potentially having the Psychic in hand to retreat, maybe Reversal Energy, but that would not be the best retreat here. And yeah, it is that Reversal Energy. Mysterious Tail, big 6 cards.
Ooh, Battle VIP.
How about a
no.
counter catcher? Do you think it's a Mirage Step
There's 2 counter catchers in hand. That is a huge risk, but understandably went for it there. If you find the Battle VIP pass, surely you know that you're gonna have a few more rolls to work with. This is not great. There was also a refinement Curlia in the prize cards. There's one in hand too.
Yeah.
Mirage Step gets 1.
Meanwhile, Sam's starting off the best way possible. Colress's experiment, but ooh, 3 energy and 2 switch card.
Did you guys shuffle?
Cards. I don't think anyone shuffled here.
This is not ideal. Of course, those switch cards are nice to find, but every time that you throw away a basic energy into the lost zone, you come to regret it. It's not a happy feeling. Thankfully, the deck usually does play a fair amount of energies, understanding that this is going to be something you run into. So with 13 and none in the prize cards, maybe you can afford to lose a couple.
Looking like a pretty good hand here for Sam. Does have Nest Ball to search out that Cramorant, has another Comfey, and with the switch card and energy, we'll be able to get a spin innocently off this turn. It's really going to matter if you can find an escape rope.
With Nest Ball there, the potential to continue to draw, find some more resources. Maybe Radiant Greninja would be nice, but ultimately taking a knockout here would be fantastic. If you can remove the Ralts from play with the Cramorant, escape rope, whatever it may be, that's a way to really put some pressure on Bodhi, and it doesn't matter what your prize cards are if your opponent doesn't have a Ralts in play.
Yeah, even taking a knockout on the Mew is going to be beneficial here. Just force as much pressure on Bodhi as possible for these next couple of turns. That is the benefit of playing this Lost Zone engine. Just really able to get out of the ground running with an early attack from that Cramorant.
List is playing 2 escape rope. We've seen a lot of different counts throughout the history of this deck, and they've settled on the 1 switch along with the ropes, and a lot of that is a credit to Rahul just saying, you know what, a lot of the time the Pokemon we want to attack is in the active in this matchup. Whatever the matchup may be, they have to provide their biggest threat, and we can just clear it off the board. So let's just include a switch card that can move an evolution Pokemon if we run into a situation that's bad, but here's a situation where the rope would be so good.
Flower selecting here. Can't see the cards quite yet. Roxanne going to the Lost Zone.
It's my
Nest
favorite
Ball
flex.
found.
Favorite flex that you can do is we're not going to have a late game. We'll just throw that away.
This Nest Ball is going to be huge because you can search for that Radiant Greninja, concealed cards, some of those energies you found off Colress's experiment away. 2 extra cards. Sam's going to be able to dig a little bit deeper.
And we also saw switching effect, not escape rope, I believe was the switch card. But there is another Comfey in hand, I believe. So finding 4 cards for the discard pile should be fairly easy. Maybe a situation where you consider using a card like Pokegear to thin down. We'll see how desperate we get after seeing these 2 cards.
Water Energy and Giratina V-Star. Not really going to be that beneficial here. Does have the Pokegear in hand. I think we might just see a switch card. Flower selecting. You can also retreat and save the switch card to go into the Cramorant.
Yeah, and this lines up where if you find the escape rope, then you just use that resource instead. Wow. That is 2 more basic energies.
There is only 13 energy in the list. Of that, there's only 9 basic energy, and Sam has seen a lot of them.
Well, at this point, you just consider that you're going to need a mix of those energies, though 1 grass and 1 psychic into the Lost Zone should be okay. Cramorant is going to get an early prize card in this matchup. But this for Bodhi is so awkward. Yeah, it's going to even use refinement now because there's no energy. You couldn't even Mirage Step for 1.
We do see a basic Pokemon. Does that mean Bodhi's going to continue to play this game here?
I mean, there is counter catcher. You can try to buy time, bring up that Radiant Greninja and avoid knockouts. You have the Zacian V. You have time. There's 68 minutes remaining. But once again, just an unfortunate setup.
This is not the usual Gardevoir we've been seeing time and time again on these tournament streams. Sam drawing for the turn. Roxanne, that's not going to do anything right now, but in a very good position, having access to concealed cards. Pokegear to try to find a Colress's Experiment yet again. And the Pokemon you want to knock out's in the active, that Kirlia.
That's it. It's just a simple retreat from this point into the Cramorant, but of course you have more things that you can do. Draw those additional resources with the Radiant Greninja. You can use that Pokestop, or Pokegear, excuse me, and maybe find a Colress Experiment. And if you do, continuing to build the Lost Zone while also knocking out the only Kirlia in play, that is disastrous for Bodhi.
Pokegear did not find any supporter for Sam, though. Just going to have to settle with the retreat, taking the knockout. But honestly, that just might be enough.
Yeah, it feels like the worst turn for you, where this was the bare minimum that you needed to accomplish. But it's totally fine in this situation. You see Path to the Peak is in hand too. That could be a consideration, but you're playing around fringe scenarios where maybe your opponent was holding an energy and had Radiant Greninja, but it's so unlikely. But might as well just lock out some abilities and take a prize card.
Level ball off the top for Bodhi here. Go ahead and find a Ralts, but again, he's just playing so far behind.
It doesn't even beat boss's orders at this point, which once more is just the bare minimum that you could ask from Sam at this point. No additional cards into the Lost Zone, but Cramorant just continues to spit innocently left and right and knock out all of the viable Pokemon here for Bodhi. And this might be the last straw for Bodhi.
Yeah, it doesn't seem so innocent anymore. Boss's orders brings up that Ralts. And this Cramorant's going to take the easy KO yet again. Do we see the concession here? No. All right, maybe now.
Yeah. When you get the Battle VIP pass, you move on to game 2. Sam Huff with the quick 1-0 there in the top 4. That is exactly how you want to start things off. As the Giratina player, it didn't look great.
Yeah, it did not look great.
There wasn't anything fancy from either player. But if you were able to attack with Cramorant, you can win games.
Yeah, who needs Giratina? It's all about that Colress's Experiment, those Comfeys, and Cramorant.
Well, you ready to check out the replay, Jeremy?
I am. 3 Battle VIP Pass. We were really worried for Sam in this early game, but combination of 2 Nest Ball, able to close things out with that Colress's Experiment, taking the knockout after knockout after knockout with that Cramorant. And it was enough for Sam Huff. And we're going to be going into game 2.
Till they quit. I like it. Yeah, moving into the second game here of the series. Let's ask the classic question of what does Bodhi need to do different here?
The Mew needs to find Battle VIP
Pass. Yes. The mysterious tail as opposed to the fail.
Let's take a look at our players' opening hands here. Radiant Greninja is going to be the starter for Bodhi. Didn't see what Sam started with, though.
Yep. I have no idea what's going on Sam's side, but not great prize cards here. 1 refinement. Also the mysterious tail Mew hanging out there. Not the worst prizes for Sam. It's a good mix, but Radiant Greninja, thankfully there's an energy. Can you find some resources? Level ball added.
I think there's a couple level ball in hand. You can use that to go ahead and grab a Ralts, but honestly, you might be forced to use both of them just because you want to play around an escape rope play yet again. And meanwhile, Sam's hand's pretty stellar. You know those Battle VIP Pass that were in the prizes last game?
Oh, did they find their way home?
They did find their way home. They're in the hand. There's 2 of them.
Man.
What would we be doing a little prize check in here?
Yep, there's no quit, and this young man wants to have the best opportunity to win game 2 here, so he's going to try to identify as many prize cards as possible within a realistic time frame. And then from that point on, you're just trying to build a bench, keep these Pokemon around so eventually they can evolve and draw you out of what didn't look like the best hand.
Listen, Pokemon's a young person game now.
What?
We're a little too old. We don't have the energy. These tournaments are getting bigger and bigger, longer and longer. and 15 rounds of Swiss, top 8, top 4. It's a lot of mental thinking, especially with a deck like Gardevoir. So many options through each of your turns.
It looks like second Ralt's already moved to the bottom, so likely targeting that here as well. This is really all you can ask from your opening hand. Just have multiple Ralts in play. Don't run into that situation where the escape rope just completely takes you out of the game. And maybe there's a scenario where a card like Iono, whatever it may be, can bail you out of this situation, run you right into the appropriate Kirlia to maybe get a good setup.
And honestly, the Radiant Greninja in the active spot, probably the best place for it in this matchup, just because it soaks up a hit from that Cramorant.
Yeah, 100%. We've seen players time and time again retreating to this Pokemon, leaving it in the active spot, and trying to let it soak up that shot. And eventually, you can maybe remove that Pokemon with your Stadium card and be just fine.
Now it looks a little weird here with that reversal energy on the Radiant Greninja. It's not going to have that boost available if Bodhi's losing, but you want to be able to retreat the active into your Ralts just to give you an out to Mirage Step, and that reversal energy is not going to help you Mirage Step, so might as well use it to retreat the next turn.
Yeah, if that Moonlight Shuriken was active, then maybe Sam would try to sneak a couple of those into his deck. He's like, hang on a second, did I miss something?
Battle VIP Pass number 1 for Sam here, eyeing down Radiant Greninja and Comfey. It's going to take a time to look through, check the prize cards. Nothing too bad, especially not like last game.
Yeah, this is a healthy mix here, where finding any of these prize cards could be helpful regardless of what your situation is throughout the early, mid, late stages of the game. And having this bench set up that we're likely going to see with the second Battle VIP Pass that you mentioned, that is everything that Giratina is looking for. Just not only thinning out these Pokemon, but eventually that just leads to even better draws, most likely, from the Flower Selectings and eventual Colress Experiment that you expect to see.
It'll be interesting to see if Sam goes with 3 Comfey, because it could signal a Jet Energy in the hand. One of my favorite plays with this deck, being able to use 3 Flower Selectings with just 1 energy attachment.
I'm going to go back in. Yep.
There's that second Battle VIP Pass. Giratina V, and it seems like Cramorant are the choices for Sam here.
Yeah, once more, just identifying not only that the 2 Flower Selectings and the Colress Experiment are going to get the job done for that Cramorant, but you have an opportunity to draw into even better cards with the Radiant Greninja. And I do like seeing the early Giratina so often. Just having that threat for when you are presented with the Gardevoir EX can be night and day, especially if your opponent only sets up with the 2 Ralts.
And Jet Energy was found off the Flower Selecting for Sam, but with no other energy in hand, might want to use it for concealed cards, but no, attaches it to Giratina. We're going to see an Abyss Seeking here. The slower start for this Giratina deck, but
able
to look at the top 4, Platoon the Lost Zone, and this is not a good look.
Build your own Colress, not looking like what you want. Sure, Pokegear could be a selection, and it's going to be the choice. Got to take some risks. Why not? You know, you already missed your supporter for the turn and had to promote the big guy. Let's take even more chances.
We do see Rare Candy, Gardevoir EX, and Bodhi's looking to get a little aggressive here. Who needs to Mirage Step?
Bodhi.
Yeah, probably.
There is Iono, thankfully.
There was also Ultra Ball, but you would be forced to discard that Manaphy. And with Radiant Greninja, even though there's only 2 water energies, it's still a very real possibility for Sam to get to, especially with that Abyss Seeking.
Yep.
And wow, Mirage Step found off the Iono. Psychic Energy to go along with it, retreats the Radiant Greninja. Is there any Kirlia in hand? I don't think so.
They're
just the 1 prize.
Yep. So the rest of the bench can fill up nicely. I didn't know if you were excited about Bodhi's hand or Sam's, because Sam found 3 Colress Experiment. He's certainly ready to do some experiments and find some additional resources here. But this is the awkwardness of promoting the Giratina V. It's a hard Pokemon to move if you don't have the switching effects.
At least having a couple basic energies can use that concealed cards, find a couple more cards before committing to a decision. Which of the colors do you think Sam's going to play?
Middle.
The middle?
Oh. He made me look
Bad luck.
silly.
Yeah. Colch's Experiment looks at the top 5 cards, put 3 in your hand, put the other 2 in the lost zone.
Found the
wow.
4th Colch's Experiment.
Don't need that one.
I mean, sure, it's cool to see them, but this is a nightmare scenario when you're playing against a deck that has 4 Iono. When you have all of them in your hand, they all go bye-bye when that card is played, down to the bottom of the deck.
Definitely going to be interesting to see, especially that Bodhi has a little bit more of a setup this game. Already those 2 Curlia in play. Switch card found will allow Sam to continue to build that lost zone a little bit and eventually finish things off with that Cramorant. Boss's Orders and mystery card found off this flower selecting. There's the one Boss's Orders in hand, and Sam should know about it after searching through the deck and taking some notes. So this could be a very tough decision.
Yeah, I mean, the hand is huge, but not a lot of options within it. So losing
Boss's
the
Orders
boss
does go to lost zone. It was a path to the peak.
It's a very good resource in a matchup like this. We've seen players shying away from heavier counts of stadiums in Gardevoir. So occasionally you can catch them slipping.
And with that retreat, no path to the peak in play just yet. And just a spit innocently taking a knockout to start things off for game 2. Bodhi did promote that Gardevoir EX and uses Refinement, discards that Battle VIP pass. A little light on Psychic Energies, but did find a Fog Crystal.
Yeah, at this point, there's not many Psychic Energies even in the discard pile, so making sure that you can throw those away with the Radiant Greninja or potential Refinement is going to be pretty important.
Yeah, I think there's just the one from that Mirage step, Curlia. Concealed cards makes it 2, and ooh, Battle VIP pass yet again. Not really what you're looking for here. Ultra Ball is going to have the potential to find that Cresselia, which has been kind of missing from Gardevoir lists a lot recently. Makes its way back in, but usually has a stellar Lost Zone matchup. That Moonglow reverse is such a great attack if you're actually able to keep it together, pick off those Comfeys on the bench.
Yeah, and the math just lines up so well, too. Not only are you taking that knockout, but when you're staring down the Cramorant from the other side, it doesn't directly take a knockout against you. They want to move this Pokemon, but then they're using switching effects before they're using flower selectings, and it just doesn't line up well for Sam.
Interesting that Bodhi discarded the Zacian V and is committing to damaging the Gardevoir, but having just enough energy to be able to clean up that Moonglow reverse damage, take the knockout on a Comfey, tying things up.
Yep, just a little shortcut there. All those Pokemon would have received 2 damage counters, but then you just move the 80 over to that Comfey to take the knockout, and all the damage goes right away.
Nestball's going to shuffle things up for Sam, though, and that's exactly what you wanted to find after that Iono putting those remaining Colossus experiments on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, immediately just have to shuffle. It's terrifying to know that you aren't going to find any viable resource to draw into all of those additional cards. You're only at 6 cards in the Lost Zone right now, so not even Mirage Gate is open at this time. What else are you working with at this point? Certainly a basic energy would be nice to see, something to throw away with the Radiant Greninja and continue to draw. And it looks like that resource is there in the grass energy.
Concealed cards, finding 2 more cards for Sam. Is there a Colossus experiment in there? Does not look like it, but found the Giratina V-Star. No switch out here, though. So even though Sam has that Mirage Gate in hand, cannot use it just yet and might be forced to either retreat to the Comfey, find a switching out from there, or just spit innocently, put that damage on. But this Cresselia is going to stick around for another turn and be a nuisance for sure.
Yeah, not only is this an awkward play for Sam, it's also kind of weird for Bodhi too, as energies are not available to be played around and then eventually moved over as damage towards that Comfey. You need to see all those psychic energies now, and sure, there is that Fog Crystal, but thankfully is going to find an additional one there off of a refinement.
Yeah, Bodhi opting not to use the Fog Crystal for those first 2 refinements to get a psychic energy in the discard, more due to the fact that you don't want to take out those energies from the deck because you need to draw into multiples of them. Yeah, there's no psychic energy left in the discard. Can we possibly see a concealed cards into another energy and Ultra Ball, the fabled Ultra Ball for Bodhi?
Well, post-path, certainly that is a consideration, and we do see that, but that is the 7th card in the Lost Zone for Sam.
Bodhi did find another energy, but I don't know if there's another way to get it into the discard just yet. Shining Arcana, energy, Ultra Ball? No.
Yeah, just a massive hand, but doesn't quite know what to do with it just yet. Evolving that other Kirlia would be potentially disastrous if your opponent was able to target down Gardevoir EX and take a knockout there. So, yeah, just going to place some chip damage onto the Giratina V. Looks like the best option here for Bodhi. It's a bit of a stalemate.
But with Path to the Peak gone, that turns on Radiant Greninja yet again. Sam discarding that water energy, draws 2 more cards. We see that Technical Machine Devolution there. Could be something that is beneficial later on. We've seen it used effectively against Gardevoir.
Yep. Bench space was given to the Manaphy as opposed to the Jirachi, so maybe Pokemon like Spiritomb could, or Sableye would be able to help out later on. Honestly, what Pokemon's attacking in this situation, it hasn't lined up well against the Cresselia. Feels like Cramorant's just another wasted turn. But you gotta start building threats. You have to challenge this Gardevoir EX and eventually try to take the knockout there.
I think we're just gonna see a Spit Innocently yet again, cleaning up that damage from the Cresselia. But this is not the pace that Sam has wanted this game 2 to go. Thankfully, he is up that game 1.
Yeah, this is perfect for Bodhi, as Bodhi's been holding on to multiple counter catchers, waiting for an opportunity for Sam to take this prize card, which he does, and now Bodhi has to be thinking, oh yeah, I can knock out a Giratina V this turn.
With that knockout, Sam goes down to 4 prize cards, and like you said, that enables those counter catchers from Bodhi's side of the board.
Yeah, there's consideration to either Gardevoir in this spot. I think I like the Gardevoir EX more if you have the Psychic Energy, or just an option to grab that as, doesn't matter if you're at 290.
Yeah.
280 is not going to work with the Lost Impact. So attachment for the turn there, or from Shining Arcana, would work out just fine.
So now 3 energy on that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, 1 on the active concealed cards, discards, and Psychic. So I think we're going to see potentially that Shining Arcana Gardevoir take the knockout this turn.
It's not as fun.
Not as fun. You got to do what you got to do, though, with the way the cards have been dealt. There's Reversal Energy, another powerful energy in this position. Hopefully saving it for a V-Star knockout, though. Does find another energy from the hand, so we can go with both here. Just really depends what Bodhi decides to do. Super Odd is going to shuffle back that Cresselia, Waltz, and the Zacian V. And even finding another Waltz here with Fog Crystals could be really good for the future.
Yep, certainly acknowledges that. He's going to play that Pokemon down. Could lead to finding an additional attacker later down the road. We do know that Bodhi is playing plenty of additional attackers with that Zacian V, Screamtail as well, so should be able to find the resources to close out as long as you can avoid some of those precarious spots. And even wants to do that here with just promoting some single prize Pokemon. You see Sam go to 4 prize cards remaining. You think, all right, I need to make sure we got a little longevity.
Brainwave for the knockout. Cramorant is no more. Sam has just a single Comfey to try to find a Colossus Experiment here to get to 10. But even then, maybe it's just a turn where you shred.
Yeah, I don't like that. But what can you do at this point? It's nothing lines up well. Bodhi's really put Sam in an awkward position, playing around the Cramorant's early attack. And this just led to no deck thinning, a lack of Colress Experiments, 7 cards in the Lost Zone, but we haven't seen the acceleration. And this is going to be the first time we see some energies start to hit the field.
How many energies are even left in the deck here? Grass and a Psychic, so that's what you need. But I think those are the last energies.
Yeah, wow. And we didn't see the entire deck there, but okay, now we did.
There's a Jet.
No, that doesn't work.
I think Sam might be a little hesitant to actually attach both of these. Already has a Jet Energy in hand to bring up that Giratina V. I do believe there's a Super Rod, though.
Certainly worth thinking about there, as eventually maybe you want to switch gears, incorporate the Sableye when you do get enough cards in the Lost Zone, which should slowly start to occur. As there's going to be options to eventually get some cards in the Lost Zone here, starting off with that Comfey and that Thin of 2 energies. Was that enough to lean into a decent supporter?
Decent support. I think there's only one in this position right now. It's the Colress Experiment. Gets rid of Mirage Gate. Finds another Super Rod. Unfortunate. 2 cards there for Sam. Has that Roxanne, but is unable to play it, with Bodhi just having 4 prize cards left. I think we're going to see a Super Rod here, shuffle back a couple energies, and that Cramorant, potentially. I don't think there's any Pokemon search for that Pokemon just yet, but might as well use it while your opponent's prepping an Iono, most likely.
And at this point, even taking a prize card doesn't feel great. You walk right into another counter catcher scenario, where if your opponents can just target down 2 of these V Pokemon, they're going to bring us to a game 3. So do you try to incorporate some chip damage? Well, it looks like the Shred is going to be a strategy here to go for.
Is there an avenue to evolving that Giratina V on the bench? You're going to have 220 left. It puts you out of range of Gardevoir EX, but still getting knocked out just from basically anything else.
Yeah, it's going to be reasonable when you consider that your opponent could use a card like Iono against you this turn, and that's just one less resource that you're trying to dig for.
Does look like Sam just decided to use Shred, take the knockout, down to 3 prize cards here to Bodhi's 4. But look at that massive hand for Bodhi. Reversal Energy, counter catchers galore.
Yeah, all of the options are there for Bodhi at this point, and you can certainly find another Gardevoir at this point. You have that reversal energy, so you can avoid over-damaging this Pokemon, maybe walking into awkwardness where the Sableye could remove this Pokemon and deal additional damage to soften up a Pokemon like that Gardevoir. Super Rod is a big piece there, as this leads to finding even more of the Gardevoir line. Thankfully, we already saw that Ralts played on the previous turn.
Does look like a pretty good turn here lined up for Bodhi. Needs just an attacker to be able to take a knockout on this Giratina V in the active spot. Not even having to use that counter catcher just yet. Lot to think about here, though.
Yeah, at this point, just a strong consideration playing down the Jirachi can lead to maybe a different attacker having to be in the active spot against this Shiny Arcana Gardevoir, which you're likely going to load up with some Psychic Energies. Look at this. There's, what, only 8 cards left in the deck at this point.
Yeah, very stark contrast compared to the first game we've had here in our top 4. Bodhi has been firing on all cylinders since that Mirage Step. Reversal Energy on the active, and here's an Iono. So this Gardevoir will be able to take the knockout with just a couple of Psychic Embraces. No energy off the top. Did find that Curlia, though, so another refinement here to thin even more.
Yeah, and this is just a great safeguard against your opponent finding the absolute nuts, which would be to knock out that Gardevoir EX and not be at risk of having all those energies come right back for a big knockout. Having that Curlia there means that you don't have to go fishing for a card like that Rare Candy. You're just one step closer. You can also continue to draw with the refinement down the road. Bodhi's got everything they need for the KO here to go down to just 2 prize cards remaining.
Does mean this Gardevoir is in range for a Cramorant Spit Innocently. Sam did put it back in the deck. I think it's in his hand right now. Flower selecting, look at the top 2, and again, this seems like a tough decision.
We've had so many of those at this point.
Colress's Experiment, Mirage Gate.
Oh, and this is just the one turn where you start to want to avoid cards like the Colress Experiment. You'd rather have a card like Roxanne in this situation where you can really apply a lot of pressure, draw so many cards, limit what your opponent is able to do. And there's not a lot of draw accessibility. It would just be the one refinement.
The Cramorant wasn't in the hand. It was the Manaphy. Cramorant found off this Colress's Experiment, along with a Jet Energy, so that's a way to get it into the active spot. But other than that, Escape Rope is the only available resource. Oh, no, there's a switch in hand. The awkward thing, though, Sam being at 3 prizes, Bodhi is not going to be able to countercatch her next turn. Might be forced to rely off that one boss's orders.
Yep, the evolution is found, so some additional hit points provided to try to hang in there against what could potentially be the final turn as Bodhi tries to close things out here. It's, the prize cards are getting tight here. Sam now down to 2 prize cards as well.
Path to the Peak is big, though.
We've already seen the Lost Vacuum played. There is still a copy of Worker.
It's in hand as well. Countercatcher. Huh. That's not useful right now. There's an Ultra Ball, though. Boss's orders and a way to bump the stadium that isn't the Worker would do it, but having the Worker available, it's going to be a little tricky.
Yep. Is there a thin possibility with the Ultra Ball? As we see, what, 6 cards remaining here?
Oh, there's 2 stadiums left in the deck.
The reach is there with the Shining Arcana a thin here with the Gardevoir.
Ultra Ball yet again. Discards the Worker, so we're going for it here. Screamtail.
Yeah, there were 2 Pokemon remaining. This thins down the deck plenty. There's an opportunity here with Shining Arcana to draw into the right resource. You find that stadium, you're going to be moving on.
There's the Artisan.
Yeah, that's
both
big.
of them,
yeah,
honestly.
That is a huge counter there as you need to find that draw the entire deck. Boss's orders to bring up the Giratina, and that means that with enough energies, you can take the knockout here and move into game 3.
Using literally the entire deck available to Bodhi. Able to clean up that game 2, moving on to game 3. And it is going to be a great game 3 to have in our top 4. And we have some updates. John Eng 2-0 against Maddox.
Okay.
So if Bodhi is able to overcome this Lost Zone, Giratina has another of that same deck ready to wait in the finals, or we could have that all Giratina V-Star match.
Yeah, the full mirror, which would be something else to see too. So obviously a lot to cheer for as we move into this final game. Both players, plenty of time here, just about half of the clock remaining of that 75 minutes. So plenty of time for a great closeout here in the top 4.
That was definitely some amazing sequencing and just thinning and plays from Bodhi to get to that point where it was guaranteed.
Yeah.
Able to overcome that path to the peak with that stadium there. But there was the Mirage Step. Really helped Bodhi get set up this game compared to the last. Cramorant doing some early work, but a little harder worker is that Cresselia. Moonglow Reverse taking the knockout on that Comfey, healing off all that damage from Psychic Embrace, and Sam just has to settle for Cramorant a lot of the times and was able to finally get a Mirage Gate going, but was forced to use Shred to take the knockout, and that's an easy return knockout from this Gardevoir yet again.
Yeah, you just look at the attacks that Sam has to commit to throughout the rest of this game. It's just spit innocently or shred and hope to stay in the game. Continually just a bit short, and I feel like we could see a completely different game 3 here. There's so much potential for both of these decks to find better setups. As I mean, it's really been a struggle. We have not seen the explosive setup from Sam just yet. Even in the victory in game 1, it was just spit innocently over and over again with 4 cards in the Lost Zone.
Now it does look like one of our players is going to take a quick bathroom break, so we're going to refrain from talking about the match at all. But let's talk about the weekend, Kyle. It is almost done.
Yep.
We are just one game here and then finals here. It has been a pretty good weekend so far in Portland. I have been loving it here so far. One of my favorite cities for Pokemon.
Yep, we could see the closeout there as John Ang takes that 2-0 victory against Maddox, who was on a great run. We, of course, did get to feature Maddox in the top 8 performance, taking down Makani Tran.
Yeah.
And sure enough, unable to get through John Ang. He's going to be waiting in the finals. And what a run it's been for John. Obviously was the 9-0 player. He's been in that situation before. It has not worked out in those situations, and sure enough, it did this time around. Was able to move in the 6th seed of the tournament, and has just been on an absolute tear since making the top 8.
Yeah, John almost just not making the top 8 here too. Having to rely off that resistance.
Yep.
Very good resistance to start things off, especially when you're 9-0. You're playing all of the top players throughout the entire weekend, but it's finally maybe time.
Maybe.
We'll have to see. It's going to have to wait to see this game 3 against both of our players here in this top 4, and I'm excited.
Yeah, there's a lot to look forward to. Obviously, the matchup is so intricate. There's so many different plays. I feel like Cresselia is one of those cards that we often forget about in the matchup, as sure, it is very important that you're able to make that happen, but you don't always see it featured in Gardevoir. So if you don't have that resource, matchup can look totally different.
Now we have Portland here, and our next tournament is going to be Charlotte Regionals, and it's going to be in the same format. How do you feel like this tournament has kind of shaped the meta going forward?
Yeah, I feel like it's just shown something that we've already known, which is that the meta is wide open. Whatever you want to play, whatever your pet deck is, you can bring that, and we're excited to see what you're thinking is going to be the best deck for this tournament. Maybe it's not Charizard anymore, as Azul was hinting that there's been a lot of hate against the deck. A lot of players using their tech slots within their 60 to find a way to make that matchup even more difficult. So I'm excited to see which of the testing groups decide to go where. It seems like Mew VMAX always finds a way back into the top 8. Do we have to respect it? Is it time?
No, well, it did well this weekend, so
Oh,
that
so now
means
it's
the
gonna do
next
bad.
tournament it's going to do bad because people are respecting it, and then it'll be good again.
Okay, so a lot of decks with
Knoxville.
with the Drapion V.
Yeah.
Okay, but they all just keep throwing it away immediately off of flower selecting. Sounds good, Jeremy.
Looks like our players are ready and willing to get this game 3 started in our top 4. Both players have their basic Pokemon. Let's take a look at the prize cards.
Oh.
Radiant Greninja, Curlia, Mew, Gardevoir EX. Meanwhile, Color's Experiment, Boss's Orders, Mirage Gate, VIP Pass for
That hand
players.
was good. Sam, make that your hand. Honestly, both of these would be pretty
Honestly,
good
yeah.
hands.
Bodhi starting off with a couple of Ralts here. And
Whoa,
just a pass of the turn, all right.
Sometimes that's fine. Often it isn't. There could be the Curlia and the Psychic Energy waiting, but this is not exactly what you want to see. And for Sam, the best card to start your turn there.
Ooh, wow.
I like those.
Can we take all 5?
No, that would be cheating.
Battle VIP Pass, Comfey, Energy, Path to the Peak, and that Giratina V-Star. Looks like Giratina V-Star is going to go to the Lost Zone. You don't really need it right now, but later on, it's going to be a little hard to find.
Yeah, often it is just the one, and it is a fringe scenario where your opponent just overextends, plays down into the Gardevoir EX, and then you find an opportunity to remove it with a card like Counter Catcher. But you're talking about so many different things that could happen there. Instead, let's focus on the fact that you have a great setup ahead of you. The hand needed help, and sure enough, this Battle VIP Pass is going to do just that, getting plenty of cards into the Lost Zone, and you have to expect Cramorant to be closing out on this Ralts.
Yeah, you almost have to guarantee it, especially starting with that Colossus Experiment. Just one Jet Energy can do it for you there. You also have access to concealed cards with that energy in hand. Get a couple more cards, and of course, flower selecting, trying to find those switch outs to continue that train rolling. And yeah, we do see 2 Psychics and that Jet in hand to go along with a Path to the Peak. Sam taking some quick notes for those prize cards, but this looks like a very advantageous position for him.
Yeah, plenty of energies in the hand, so you can get a lot of usage out of that Radiant Greninja, which will also lead into an interesting dilemma here where you have Path to the Peak in hand. Do you want to avoid situations where maybe Bodhi does find that Radiant Greninja and tries to draw out of what could be a bad hand? Or you might also limit yourself.
Well, we're going to have to wait to see concealed cards. This card, that Psychic Draw 2. Grass and Mirage Gate found. It's not going to help just yet. There's the Nest Ball in hand. You can use that to thin out a little bit, but it seems like Jet Energy is going to enable a few flower selectings for Sam here. Nest Ball's eyeing down Giratina V. Always good to get one of those in play. Just threaten the potential of a big knockout.
I mean, it really does only take the 2 Comfey in a matchup like this. So with the other in hand, easily guaranteed. Do love, of course, thinning before the flower selecting. And
another Comfey, Path to the Peak.
Ooh. Oh, maybe you can.
You have a switch card in hand too.
Yeah. You could go to 5 cards in the Lost Zone fairly quickly. Table's shaking again. we got the nerves.
Table's getting excited. Flower selecting here, looking at the top 2 yet again. Jet Energy, or no, Switch and Path to the Peak yet again. Wow.
That's all of them?
There's 4 in the list.
Okay.
And there's that Retreat. Spit Innocently. Does this turn 2 have anything from Bodhi here? We're expecting a Mirage Step angle.
We're really hoping for a Mirage Step angle, or else it is just puppy power. Zacian V.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Puppy power indeed. Roar of the Sword. Search your deck for a Psychic Energy. Attach it to one of your Pokemon, but ends your turn. And this is not the Game 3 Bodhi has been hoping for.
There's a Boss's Orders in hand.
Yeah, he grabbed it from the prize cards. Like, he knew this was coming.
Oh. This is exactly what you think about when your opponent goes to the bathroom. You know, imagine a world where not only there's only one Ralts in play, but he slaps the energy on it too.
Oh no! Sam writing some notes of, yeah, I'm gonna have a good turn next turn.
What am I gonna do with all this money? Of course, not to talk too soon. There's always a backup plan with Gardevoir, but seeing the Ralts go down in this instance, that is nightmare fuel.
Indeed. Bodhi taking a look to check the prize cards because this is the first real search that he's had this game, and it's ending his turn. How bad do you think Sam wants to just draw his card? Play that boss's orders.
The patience that we've seen from players so often when they already have that availability. We've seen that with Vance Kelly. We're winning the World Championship. Just had to wait 9 minutes there with the boss's orders in hands. Like, I'm the champion, I'm the champion, I'm the champion.
Azul waiting for Grant to hit that Giratina V-Star, having the boss's orders in hand already.
Yep. Just stop playing cards. And Sam certainly still has a few moves. Jet Energies, switch carts. Great ways to continue to build up the loss zone and not skip a beat. But ultimately, this is a boss's orders kind of turn.
Roxanne going to the lost zone. Giratina V-Star found for Sam Huff here. Jet Energy will allow another flower selecting. Build up that lost zone. Going to have 6. Maybe find a Colress's Experiment for next turn. Looks like Mirage Gate Nest Ball was the 2 card. Or Super Rod Nest Ball. There is that retreat. Cramorant in the active, and a big boss's orders coming down. And Bodhi's not liking that.
Rightfully so. Pat to the peak. And once again, add a little insult to injury. Cresselia is promoted. There's a Gardevoir found.
That's not going to really help you there.
Yeah, doesn't that evolve from something? What was it called again?
Ralts? Yeah. Corellia?
A couple of those guys would be nice.
Just a quick pass of the turn back to Sam, and with a stacked hand like this, who even cares that you have 2 Battle VIP pass in there?
Okay. Jet Energy just showing off
one of my favorite cards.
How effective it can be. Now the lost zone almost at full capacity.
Switch cart and the Pokegear are the 2 cards found. I like the Pokegear here in this instance.
Well, you have to think that we're getting into shred territory pretty soon. Be an opportunity to just remove this Cresselia, provide a big threat.
I think Sam agrees with you here. Finding that grass and psychic energy might be forced to use another Mirage Gate, having already attached for the turn. But there is plenty of basic energies left in the deck to do just that.
You taking notes in a spot like this?
No. But that's why I'm here and Sam is there.
Absolutely.
Bodhi's just having a feeling that he's not winning.
Yeah, spot on.
Yeah.
Pokegear, we haven't seen it find the right cards just yet. And
how about a Roxanne?
That's not the one, but who cares?
And get it out of the deck.
Yeah, you don't want to see that again. Bodhi says it's just a blank card. It's not going to matter this game.
He's like, I'm not taking prizes.
Yep. Do appreciate the humor that comes along with being in this situation, understanding the gravity of it, but ultimately understanding that both players here to have a good time, and it's how it goes down sometimes.
And Abyss seeking here, taking things a little slow, but you have time to do just that. Battle VIP pass off the top of the deck for Bodhi Robinson here. And that's not doing anything.
That's just mean.
You can throw it away with this Lost Vacuum. But no, just the pass of the turn. Sam finds another Mirage Gate here, and oh boy.
Yep, holding boss's orders that was found off the Abyss seeking, even if Bodhi finds the Miracle Ralts. Just bring that right back up, take a knockout. Shred taking another prize. Sam moving to 3 prize cards remaining.
All right, over under on Bodhi taking a prize this game. It is not looking good, and there you have it. Conceding game 3, Sam Huff moving on to your finals, and we have an all Giratina V-Star finals, Kyle.
All right.
Yay.
Yay for my caster predictions, but ultimately, commiserations to Bodhi there. It's just unfortunate that that's the way that things go down for you. Obviously, in your first year in the Masters division, you expect to see a player like this have some struggles and maybe not make their way to situations like this. But sure enough, in the top 4 and was really just a couple draws away from potentially being in the finals against John Eng.
Definitely the deepest run Bodhi has so far this season in the Masters division. Let's go ahead and recap these 3 games so far. Rough prizes, but double nest ball able to help Sam out in this game 1. Spit innocently, taking early prize cards with just the lone Ralts. With that Curlia, not able to find much of anything, and this kind of seems like deja vu.
Yeah, we've seen this a little bit, and it was there was not much going on here in game 2 for Sam. Bodhi found a pretty solid opening, although it did take on a different twist, but moving into the Cresselia was a great line here, taking down that Comfey, adding some additional damage onto a Giratina V at one point, and just making sure that every counter catcher was going to be helpful in this situation. Played the prize card exchange beautifully. Sam tried their best to make sure that there was a final stand here, but it just wasn't enough. There was plenty of energies to go around. Gardevoir taking the knockout in a perfect play there with the Jirachi, and boom, very last play there. All the cards taken from the deck, but you found that Artisan, and that led us to game 3.
Yeah, it's so awkward going from just the masterclass that Bodhi puts on in that game 2 to this start here. Double Ralts pass, Cramorant taking the knockout again and again, and then we just start shredding. Cresselia goes down. Bodhi, the top of the deck, not doing anything for him, and just like that, Sam makes it to the finals, and we're gonna have a pretty stellar finals for sure.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting. It's 2 phenomenal players, and to watch the mirror match play out in these hands is going to be something else. Obviously, it's very exciting to see that, and also you think about what it means to these players. For Sam to only play in as few events as he does, and to make it to the finals in this situation, playing against a good friend in John Eng, who has just been dying for the opportunity to get to a final table. I feel like we're talking about Pikarom days.
Yeah.
The last time that we really saw him go on one of those huge runs and make it to this spot. And it definitely means a lot to both these players. Very excited for them to have this opportunity. And either way, $7 grand.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
$7 grand for second place, 10,000 for the winner. Bodhi walking away with a cool 5 Gs.
Ooh, in the first year master.
Yeah, and honestly, every tournament, it seems like Bodhi is just placing higher and higher. I'm excited to see what's going to happen in Charlotte, even maybe a finals, maybe a win for that first year master. Seems like just a lot of skilled seniors moving up into the Masters are able to navigate this hard field.
Yep. Well, we are very excited to see this finals. I'm sure you are too. So take a quick break. Don't go too far. When we come back, we're going to load up that finals and see who wins Portland Regionals.
Prepare for a battle of the ages in the Pokemon trading card game, Scarlet and Violet Paradox Rift. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
This is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables. We can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight. United as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road,
Where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me.
I'll be walking
Where everyone can see.
I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric.
I'll be a legend.
Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
What started as 1,400 players has whittled its way down to just 2. It's finals time here in Portland, and there's no better time to get things started. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Kyle Pukasukovic, and here we are, Kyle. It's finals time, and what an exciting one this is going to be.
Yeah, just one match to go to crown a winner here. The winner, of course, goes home with $10,000 and an automatic invitation to the Pokemon TCG World Championships in Honolulu. There's one left. The stakes could not be higher here at the Regional Championships. Just can't wait to get started.
So we started with 1,400 players, and then we broke things down to 8 players for our top 8 bracket. Here was the field for our day 2. Of course, Giratina V-Star, the most popular deck, and no surprise here, Kyle. It's our 2 decks in the finals.
Yep. Not much else to say. We saw a lot of these, decks at the top of the graphic. Those are the ones that made it into the top 8, minus the Roaring Moon. Forget that one. But yeah, we are down to just 2 decks, and it is both Lost Zone Giratina V-Star. So, hey, it was a great call for the weekend.
A great call so far. Another great thing here, a whole variety of decks. We've had 6 different decks here, or rather 5 different decks in Top Cut. I mean, look at that variety there. We had, of course, the Pidgeot decks that featured the Charizard. We saw 2 Mew VMAX. That was not a deck even in our top 6 most popular decks for both days of competition. And as well as Gardevoir EX sneaking in, so got some points for that. And things broke down pretty interestingly here. Of course, off stream, we saw a lot of 2-0s here in the first round. And Ian Robb barely unable to squeak through Sam. And Sam just took that momentum, ran through Bodie's in the finals. And John won a really close setup against Maddox. That first game super tight, and is now here in the finals where Sam and John are going to battle it out to see who will become a regional champion. And these are 2 players who have played in the Pokemon TCG for years upon years, decorated players, and one of them will finally get that big win.
Yeah, they've both been at it for a long time. Sam probably most known for getting top 4 at the World Championships with the Vileplume Toolbox deck. I think fell victim to Shintaro Ito in that legendary run for the Mega Audino EX deck. And I think this is the first kind of major accomplishment since then for Sam. And John, he's been at the top of the leaderboards in North America for a long time. Lots of top finishes at these regional championships, but never a win. Is this John's moment to finally get a win, or will Sam stop him and delay the story a little bit longer?
Of course, Sam, as we keep mentioning, very accomplished player in the game. Played recently this season, has a few day 2s, some top 64s, some top 128s in the mix. But a big breakout performance here, and so much on the line for both players. Of course, playing this Giratina V-Star deck, the winner getting a trip, or rather, not a trip, but essentially what is their ticket, punching their way into Hawaii. It is their invitation. And of course, John Eng, so close. Top 4 at LAIC most recently. We also saw Arlington Regional Championships last year, playing Lugia V-Star, and sort of pivoted over to this Giratina deck, and seemed to work for him so far. Has had 2 9-0 starts with this deck. Is this the time where he's able to convert and, as you mentioned, get that win?
Yeah, talk with some people backstage, and it feels like John is one of these players who constantly makes top 8 of regionals, but then it typically falls to the people who end up winning all of these regionals. People like Azul, Michael Pramalot, like Torrid Reklev, those level of players. But this time, John went through Azul in the top 8 and maybe has finally broken down a barrier. Whew, lots on the line here. I'm sure nerves for both players. This is the highest pressure situation. Finals of a regional championship. Tons of prizes on the line. We'll see which player takes this one home.
Yeah, these players also came up the same year in the seniors division. So we have a finals of 2 players at the same age. Let's see if this is going to be a great one. Here we go, Portland Regional Championship Finals. Let's get things underway as come phase for both players. Who will be going first? Sam starting action off, and it will just be a flower selecting. Looking through the deck to see the options. Now, Path to Peak, a great card in a lot of matchups, but not too relevant here in this mirror.
Yeah, don't see a Battle VIP pass just yet, but there is a Nest Ball and some cards to play with for Sam. So, yeah, just going to be trying to get some cards into the Lost Zone. Of course, this is a mirror match. I don't believe they're playing exactly the same deck list, but, I mean, pretty close. We're going to see a lot of the same strategies back and forth, trying to react to each other's game plan. Some hand disruption as we get later into the game. These should be some good ones.
Jet Energy hitting the Lost Zone. Seeing if there's anything else that can be played down. They've been considering whether or not to put Giratina V into play. Potentially, we are going to see Nest Ball come down, so this will be Sam's first opportunity to check the deck, see what cards are available, what options are there. It's a smart choice for these players, taking notes, wanting to write down what's available in terms of prize cards. But as we saw before, there's nothing really too relevant in terms of what's prized for both of these players, so I think we're going to have a great match here.
Yeah, Ethan, you think this is one of the matchups where going second is advantageous? I mean, being able to get that first attack off with the Cramorant, is that a difference maker here?
See, I sort of thought about that originally. I think there's advantages to going second both ways. You can, of course, go aggressive with Cramorant, but you get into sort of this weird situation where Cramorant's great at taking the first prize, but then Cramorant knocks out the other Cramorant, and then it sort of becomes this cat and mouse game. I think the big thing for both these players is really the setup, and more importantly, it's who goes down to those 3 prize cards first, because Roxanne is a huge card in a matchup like this where both decks are trying to capitalize on falling behind while being able to apply attacking pressure. So I think if you do go second, you do have a big opportunity. If you have Colress's Experiment, if you can dig through your deck and not necessarily rely on Abyss Seeking, you're in a really good spot. However, if you don't do that, it's a little bit tough.
One big difference for these two players. So there's no Jirachi for either player, so Sableye Lost Mine will be in play at any point. But Sam actually does not play Manaphy. So we could see Radiant Greninja be a big attacker for John in this matchup. John does have the Manaphy, so can block that Moonlight Shuriken. That can be a devastating swing in these kinds of matchups where you're able to knock out 2 of your opponent's Comfey in one turn, take a multi-prize turn. So we'll have to keep our eye on that as the game progresses. What do you think about that? No Manaphy for Sam.
It's interesting. I think for Sam, benching double Comfey without Manaphy is a little bit risky. You can sort of play the game out sometimes with just relying more off of Abyss Seeking. But listen, Sam is here in the finals and I'm not, so we'll see how things progress. Excellent start here for John. Has, I think, Colress's Experiment in the hand. There's a Battle VIP pass right away.
Man, this finals match is so exciting. The table's shaking. You can feel the energy in the room.
Giratina's coming into play, everybody. Be careful. Watch out.
Yeah, great start here from John so far. Battle VIP pass. That's the card you want on your first turn. Grab some basic Pokemon out of your deck. And we'll see what John's preferred strategy here is in the beginning. Can go for that Cramorant if you're able to get 4 cards into the Lost Zone. Get the first knockout. And then yeah, we'll go from there. These games do have a lot of interesting back and forth. It's not, as straightforward as, oh, I attacked first, so I win. There's going to be lots of disruption, lots of trying to play around what your opponent is trying to do. Yeah, I can't wait for the game to get to, like the more exciting stages. We kind of go through the motions in the beginning. Your first checkpoint is, do I attack on the first turn? Then does my opponent respond from there? And then things get a little weird.
Speaking of attacking on the first turn, John deciding to grab that Cramorant. We'll grab the Giratina V as well. I think the choice here for John is, or rather, it's an interesting choice because usually if you're trying to look for a lot of basic Pokemon here, sometimes it's better to just play the Colress's Experiment first, see your 5 cards, and then from there be like, okay, I can go for double VIP pass, or I can find all these Pokemon out. But another concern, too, is if you don't grab these one-of copies like Cramorant out and you're forced off of Colress's Experiment to see that card, it's an instant keep. You don't really have a lot of flexibility. So here we go, 5 cards. And this is a little bit tough here, though, for John, because these are all very important cards. So if there's going to be some valuable resources that have to be put away, something like that Water Energy, there's only 2 copies of Water Energy in the deck. So if you put that away, or rather there's 3 in John's deck, Sam is only playing the 2 copies of Water Energy. So I think this is just the choice of John, is you kind of got to already look ahead and see what attackers do I want to use. And if John does value that Radiant Greninja, may have to keep that Water Energy. I mean, we sort of saw the prize cards. There are no Water Energy in the prizes, so that's nothing to be too concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the decisions with Lost Zone decks get very challenging. Trying to figure out how many resources can I throw away. You got to remember what energy are in my prize cards. John deciding, yeah, I'm going to keep the water energy here. And now, yeah, another tough choice. Do have the Manaphy. There are some versions of these Giratina V-Star decks that don't run water energy. It's pretty rare these days, I think.
Yeah.
But you could take the risk and be like, maybe they're running the no water version.
Yeah, and with
John's just going to say, nah, let's play it safe, make sure my opponent can't get that advantage with the Moonlight Shuriken.
Another tough choice as well. You're forced to put an energy into the Lost Zone. I mean, at this point, with Sam being on stream, I'm sure somebody has probably informed him that, yeah, your opponent's got water energy in their deck to be ready. That does put away water energy. That means that with one in the discard pile, something like Super Rod is going to have to be played.
Do you have a switch?
I don't think there's... No, nothing. Just going to pass the turn over. Not even anything like an Abyss Seeking being used to fuel this Lost Zone up. And action's on Sam, but I'm not sure that Sam has something like Colress's Experiment yet to start the turn. Will be the Jet Energy kept, it seems. Or rather, does have that in the hand. Roxanne going to the Lost Zone. And here we go, Escape Rope. So first choices for John. Going to put that Comfey up into the active. These are a pretty big 2 cards off this flower selecting. Something like Colress's Experiment, ways to fuel the Lost Zone a little bit more. And I'm not sure. I feel like if you have Colress, maybe you slam it down there off of those 2 cards from flower selecting. And now it's another tough choice here for Sam. With John having 4 cards in the Lost Zone, you really can't safely use Abyss Seeking. If something like 1 more flower selecting or Colress's Experiment will put you in a tough spot. And yeah, it's going to be another Comfey coming down to the bench. And flower selecting being used for a 3rd time this turn. Do we see some sort of supporter card? And you see on Sam's face, it's just not there. And that might not cut it here, Kyle.
I don't know if there's access. No, there's access to nothing. Both players deciding to take it slow and be kind to each other in the early goings of this game. One other thing to call out. Both players, their only stadium card is Path to the Peak, and neither player uses Lost Vacuum. So that will be stuck in play for the entirety of the game. That means the Radiant Greninja on Sam's side will not be using concealed cards at all during this game. Back to John. Interesting decisions again on another Colress's Experiment. Should be getting up to 7 cards in the Lost Zone in this turn. This would be a huge opening for, well, one thing to note is John did fill his bench. So does not have a way to put down like Radiant Greninja. Can't go for Sableye. Can be dangerous to kind of bench lock yourself in these kinds of matchups. We'll see if that, we'll see if John comes to regret that in the future turns.
And speaking of this matchup too, I mean, it's kind of tough. Taking prize cards is good, but how can cards like Counter Catcher really punish players in this matchup for maybe getting aggressive and taking prize cards before their opponent?
Yeah, I mean, once you take 1 prize card, your opponent can Counter Catcher, go after your Giratina V-Star, and kind of initiate a race of I'm taking 2 prize cards every time you're taking 1, or you've taken 1 and I'm going to take mine in chunks of 2 and maybe win the game a little faster. At the same time, I mean, once you've kind of locked your bench like this, you kind of have to be the one to make the first move.
Yeah, and speaking of locking bench too, Sam is also in a really tough spot with how this board is playing. That Radiant Greninja, now that Manaphy's in play, is sitting there pretty much doing nothing. Its ability shut off by Path to the Peak, and there's only 1 more bench slot for a Pokemon. If you don't bench another Giratina V, then that race, like you talked about, John can just take the 2 prizes and not even be worried about 2 prizes back, but John will open that bench space up, take the first prize cards in this matchup, spit innocently. And there it is, Colress's Experiment. It's at the cost of getting rid of Mirage Gate. Not a card you really want to willingly get rid of, but it's worth the trade-off.
We can play the game now.
It's true. Listen, playing the game is better if it means you have to get rid of a Mirage Gate. That's a fine trade, but it's just more energy cards and things that, if you're Sam here, this is a big opportunity now that you're going to be potentially at 7 cards in the Lost Zone to maybe Counter Catcher and start that race. But even then, it's just, can you get that second Lost Impact or Star Requiem up if you're taking those first prize cards? And with how little Cole's experiment and dig has really been happening on Sam's side, I'm not sure if that's possible. So I think there's like all the remaining Psychic Energy and Grass Energy, I think, are in Sam's hand in this position. And that's bad, not only because they're not cards that are going to help you draw or fill your board, but you can also not Mirage Gate those energy cards that they're not in your deck to be Mirage Gated.
This, we got 2 Giratina V-Star decks in the finals, Ethan.
How did this happen, Kyle? How do we let this happen?
This is peak performance right here.
Whether you like it or not.
Yeah, sometimes this happens. This is typically not how the matchup plays out, I don't think. But Sam going to try to find some way out of this. We do see the counter catcher in hand. Just going to go for another flower selecting. The other awkward thing, only 8 in the lost zone. If you're going to get to 10, you would need to bench a third Comfey. So that means we're not going to see like a Sableye Lost Mine this turn. Just another pass. What is going on? These decks are supposed to be like aggressive and attacking quickly.
Nope, it was all a lie, Kyle. It was all a lie. So action's back on John. I mean, we've seen, I would not count Sam out of this at all. Still plenty of ways to come back in this matchup. As you mentioned, John is still bench locked, so there's no way to bench something like Sableye or potentially even get down another Giratina. It's just going to be the Mirage Gate. An interesting choice for John. Might not have information of how powerful Radiant Greninja could be in this position, as we see Water Energy is the choice off of this Mirage Gate. There is something like a Grass Energy in hand. I mean, this is another situation where we talk about using Mirage Gate is great to thin these energies out so you don't draw into them, but there is that risk that if you're not using it to attack, one of these Giratina V-Stars can be knocked out, and so does their energy being removed out of play. But John's going to kind of take this position and say, you know what? I've got enough energy in here. I'm just going to power up both of my Giratina V-Star, and if you knock one of them out, I've got the other one here ready to hit you back super hard.
Yeah, you can run out of resources that way, though. You only have so much energy, so many Mirage Gates to use. So that's where these games can get a little weird.
Yeah.
Commit too many resources to one Pokemon, gets knocked out. Do you have enough to close out the game? Let's see what John has planned. Gonna fully power that one Giratina V-Star. If we see a boss's orders this turn and go for a 2-prize knockout, could be strong. It's also really hard for John to get a read on how strong Sam's hand is. He's just done nothing. He doesn't know. Or are you just sitting there like one card short of something great? So it's hard to know how aggressive to even be here. But we do see boss's orders off of the Pokegear 3.0. Ethan, I got to tell you, Pokegear 3.0 has been around for over a decade. They have not improved the technology. It still only looks at the top 7, but hey, it's good enough.
No new models at all. It's just the same old Pokegear 3.0. And I love this play from John, going aggressive, going after the Giratina V, and taking the 2-prize knockout with Lost Impact. However, this play is weird when John's pushing himself to odd prize cards as well as getting rid of a huge amount of resources. Because John's going down to 3, Sam can now play something like the Roxanne, disrupt John's hand.
Two Water Energy gone as well, so no Radiant Greninja option anymore.
So here we go. And there is that Roxanne in the hand and the Giratina V-Star. Now, John's smartly deciding to keep energy on the bench Giratina V-Star, but Sam could potentially play something like the counter catcher and go after these 2 energy. I mean, they're pretty much almost identical, but that 1 energy does matter. It is super important.
Yep, huge turn for Sam. The prize card count does not tell the story in this matchup all the time.
Yeah, I feel like if you're in John's position there, I think you're maybe more than okay to just take the knockout with Cramorant, and then from there, if you're going to make this big play where you're trying to go Lost Impact back and forth, you at least are just 1 knockout away. In this position, even if John finds a great hand off of this Roxanne, he can't win the game the next turn, and that could open up another option for Sam to claw back in. Now the bench spaces are opened. Lost Mine is a potential. Cramorant hasn't been played yet. So these are going to be a big 2 cards here for John. Sam will finally get to see some more cards, maybe get down another Giratina V for this sort of back and forth race like you talked about, where these Giratinas now are swinging back and forth into each other. There's perfect math there, 280 HP 280 damage with Lost Mine. And there's that Giratina.
Yeah, Sam crucially finds another Giratina V. You know, if John, all he needs is a Psychic Energy next turn to use Star Requiem and take out this Giratina V-Star that's in the active. But this is a big moment. You know, you see a Psychic Energy in the Lost Zone. You see one in the discard pile. It's not trivial to find this one Psychic Energy to use this V-Star power and score the knockout. And if you're John and you miss here, I think you're in some trouble.
Yeah, and there's only one Mirage Gate left. And what's also sort of iffy about John going to 3 prize cards instead of maybe being even at 4 is Counter Catcher is a card that's still active for Sam. And Sam does play how many copies of this Counter Catcher? There is just the one, so it's actually not going to be as much. It was used there to get rid of that Psychic Energy, but I mean, these are things that you've got to kind of be aware of in this situation because there's always potentials. See if this risk pays off for John. We'll play this Nest Ball to give himself as good outs as possible, but I don't know if these other 2 cards are really cutting it. I think there's just a Comfey and a Path to the Peak in the hand, and with no way to retreat this Comfey, with no switching cards at hand, no supporter cards, it's at the mercy of this Flower Selecting to see what John can put together this turn. So here we go. 2 cards off Flower Selecting. What is it? It's a Battle Pass. That's an easy choice to throw to the Lost Zone, but what was the card that was kept? It's an Escape Rope. So now Sam presented with a question, what do you switch into here?
Answer right there, Giratina V.
There you go.
Yeah, it's way too risky, I think, to send up a single prize Pokemon because Cramorant could just knock it out. And then, obviously, one Giratina V-Star falls and you lose. It can be awkward if you don't have a switching card in your hand, but it looks like Sam has a Jet Energy and a switch card. So easy decision, sending out a Pokemon that is not going to give up a prize card here. And, yeah, what looked like John had the advantage at the beginning, starting to slip away a bit.
Yeah, first player to enter Roxanne range really feels what it's like to be Roxanne when you've been playing Roxanne on your opponent the entire day. And I mean, there is a Grass Energy, but speaking of resources, there's 3 energy cards in the Lost Zone. 3 Mirage Gates have already been expanded on John's side, and it's just going to be a pass over to Sam. So this is a big opportunity. If Sam can find one of those 2 Boss's Orders available, Sam can be the one to take the prize lead, go down to just 2 prize cards left, put himself in a winning position. Can still dig through the deck a little bit, has Flower Selecting at his disposal. Nice card to get rid of. Don't need that Path to the Peak. I don't know what happened there. Maybe some technical stuff, but our players are staying focused and staying alert.
Yeah, this situation still is a bit awkward, though. I think if you're Sam, you don't want to take a single prize knockout here. You would like to just knock out a Giratina V-Star and a Giratina V, and that to be the game. So if you don't have a Boss's Orders and a way to take a 2-prize knockout here, you might pass. I feel like we've seen more passing than attacking in this game.
Yeah, it's weird. I think it honestly might just be leaving something like Greninja in the active that can't be knocked out by Cramorant, because John would love to take a 1-prize knockout here and put himself 1 knockout away. So,
or even like throw the Jet Energy on the Giratina V and Abyss Seeking.
It's kind of risky then, because then if you get Star Requiem, then Sableye, right, can just take the knockout that way. So it is interesting regardless of how it plays out. But yes, it definitely would still be a better option than taking the knockout. This is an interesting play here from Sam, putting Sableye onto the board. We could see something like Lost Mine, spread some damage counters around, and maybe set up for a 2-prize turn later down the line. It is going to be that. We'll see the switch card going to the Sableye. And there is that Psychic Energy in hand, pretty much inviting John to potentially take a knockout with this Cramorant. I'll be curious to see where this damage goes. I've seen lots of players sort of explain like 7 and 5 in terms of damage counters. How would you like to see that
Knocking out
here?
the Cramorant.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Taking away that easy knockout option that's a heads-up play. And now John's going to be under pressure to find some sort of response here. Last turn didn't have anything. Are we relying on this Flower Selecting once again?
Did top deck the Psychic Energy for turn, but it's a little too late at this point. That Giratina V was an easy prime target to be knocked out by something like Star Requiem, but...
Well, and the choices off this are painful. It's Sableye and Switch. You would like to have both of those. Sableye would be a great response in this situation, but you can only take one of these cards. And given the situation, it's probably got to be Switch. You got to switch into the other Comfey and hope for something good.
Sam has entered Roxanne range, so it's probably your only way to really keep yourself in this matchup at this point. And John understands the risk factor, keeping the switch, and I think it's going to come down to this, Kyle. We could see potentially one more flower selecting if there is one more in the hand. Here we go, 2 cards. What is there? It's a Jet Energy. It's not the worst card. It means you can jet this Comfey and still have an option with the Mirage Gate, but I think we're doing our max here. Flowers have all gathered together. Here we go. Picking out the best one. That's what you want to hear if you're John. 2 more cards. What do we see off the top?
How about another Jet Energy?
2 more switching cards. And now there's no attackers available. Only these Giratina V-Star. There's no way you can expand the resources to attacking here. There is the switch in the Psychic Energy, but I mean, you really can't Star Requiem the Sableye because you're just going to get lost impacted back. And here's a big opportunity and a big top deck there for Sam. Finds Boss's Orders off the top of the deck. But is there a way now that the Psychic Energy is on this Sableye with 2 in the Lost Zone? There's only 1 more left in the deck, and I'm not sure that that is available. This is getting super close down to the wire here, Kyle.
Yeah, there's some interesting choices to be made here. If you lost mine, take a knockout on one low HP Pokemon and set up another one, you're threatening the game in 2 different ways. You set up one more Lost Mine, wins the game, or just knocking out a Giratina V, that wins the game as well. So I have to imagine we'll see another Lost Mine here. You could take a riskier line where you just put 6 damage counters on a Manaphy and a Comfey and say, okay, if I Lost Mine one more time, I get a 3 prize turn and I win the game. That one can backfire. So we'll see what Sam decides to do. I have to imagine we'll see Lost Mine, but where do the damage counters go?
You can still use Flower Selecting. Take a look at 2 cards. It's going to be Colress, so that had to be a really
tough choice.
Yeah, tough choice there. It wasn't Colress. It's better than Colress? Just another Colress. 2 Colresses. maybe 2 Colresses isn't great here, though, for Sam, because one's got to go.
Ooh, Boss's Orders huge here as well. That'll make things even more difficult for John, having that hefty retreat cost Pokemon stuck in the active spot.
I'll Lost Mine, 7 here.
1 Comfey is going to go down, and then we'll see 2 more Pokemon, or at least 1 more setup to be knocked out on the next turn.
Yeah, it's weird. I'd love to see the rest of the damage counters be placed on Manaphy, since it's a Pokemon that doesn't benefit from something like Switch Cart.
Yes.
But it's just going to be putting 2 damage counters on all of these Pokemon, saying, listen, if you've got 1 Switch Cart, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to be able to take knockouts on all these remaining Pokemon. And here we go. Sam has entered into not a checkmate board, but a really, really strong board. 2 different ways to win the game. Star Requiem V-Star power has yet to be used, and Lost Mine is another potential. Now, John does have the switch that was taken from those previous 3 flower selecting abilities. The question here is, what attack can you even use? Your Cramorant's gone in the discard pile. You've already burned a Sableye. And another incredibly tough choice. The only remaining card of a copy of Super Rod and Roxanne, both cards that you'd love to play this turn. But if you're not playing Super Rod, then what is your attacker of choice? And if you're not playing Roxanne, then you've got to assume your opponent has it. They just played Colress last turn. And it is going to be the Roxanne chosen instead of the Super Rod.
Yeah, I mean, you can attack with Giratina V-Star. Your opponent still needs to find a Psychic Energy to win.
Yeah, but that's such a... I mean, I guess it's all you can do here if you're John. It's not a great out to play to, but...
I mean, if you don't knock out this Sableye, you just lose immediately. Yeah. You got to do something.
It's tough. I didn't know there was a Colress's experiment there either, so... Just valuing that disruption aspect, it seems, over potentially... Yeah, I guess just valuing that. And I think this is a smart play the more I think about this. You're going to Star Requiem, and you're going to pretty much put your opponent on 3 cards to work with, right? You need to find either the Psychic Energy just straight off those 2 cards, or you need to find a pivoting card and a Psychic Energy. So here we go. Roxanne on John's side being played, so Sam will feel the pain of what he instilled upon John a few turns ago. And now Sam put in a position where he's got to clutch up off these 2 cards. John still needs to find a pretty sizable card. I didn't realize the Psychic Energy didn't come down onto this Giratina V. Is there a way to pivot out of the active?
Got the Mirage Gate.
But I don't know if there's energy cards available at this point.
Yeah,
We're
I think
going to
there's
see
one
here with this
grass
Nest
left.
Ball. Oh, there is.
And a Jet.
There is a Jet Energy, so that means after this Star Requiem, the Jet Energy will be the only out available in the deck to allow this Giratina V-Star to attack.
I think there was an energy in the prize cards.
It's at the top, though, the top 2, so I don't know if that will be one of the cards drawn. I don't think it will, with John still being at 3 prize cards. So that card might be locked away for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so it looks like John will get the knockout here. Go down to 2 prize cards, and then it's a simple question. Does Sam find a Psychic Energy to use Star Requiem to win the game? If you're John, this is all you got left. I mean, you don't love doing this, but it's not over by any means. So here we go. This is going to be V-Star power, knock out that Sableye, and does Sam have a Psychic Energy to win the game?
Mirage Gate off the top. Is there 2 energy available? There's the water and the Psychic Energy, and that will be what Sam needs to Star Requiem this Giratina V-Star. What a back and forth game, but Sam is going up 1-0 here in this final match.
Yep. Roxanne, definitely the difference maker in that one. Just too many turns for John in the middle of the game where nothing happened. Was able to put together some kind of game plan to have a chance, but the odds were pretty high for Sam to draw out of it at the end. But great way to kick off our finals.
If this tells us anything about how back and forth and exciting this match is going to be, I don't know what would. It felt like John was super dominant early on. Sam pulled things back, and then when John seemed almost out of it, a slimmer of hope was able to push himself into a position where Sam had to find those cards. It was all on John early on. We saw the Lost Impact take the knockout, going down to 3 prizes, but 3 prize cards is the danger zone when it comes to playing this mirror match. Entering into Roxanne range, Sam pulling the tide into his favor and setting up this win condition where if Sableye wasn't knocked out, game was on board, and if it was, the Giratina would be there to clutch the game out, and Sam brought the Comfey up, didn't have the energy in hand, and top decked it for turn in that Mirage Gate. Excellently played by both players, Sam clutching it out, and this is a nail-biter for a mirror match. Truly, that game felt like a 50-50 game.
Yeah, a couple key moments in that match. John did miss the turn 1 attack with the Cramorant going second. That ended up with him not having any open bench spots, limited his options moving forward. So kind of a big ripple effect for missing that early switching card to get into the Cramorant. You spit innocently, get the first knockout. And then just lots of little things happen from there. Sam had a rough start, but battled back, and you can see just how kind of volatile this matchup can be. It's unpredictable what happens as you get later in the game. You can only prepare for what your opponent is going to do so much. Eventually, it's going to come down to, somebody's going to play a Roxanne, an Iono, and you just got to hope that you can piece together a win.
Ooh, double Super Rod in the prizes for Sam. That's not what you want to see. And an interesting choice from John here, making Sam go first in game 2. Kyle, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think it's totally reasonable. If you can get the Cramorant attack turn 1, it's a big advantage, it feels like. So sure, you think on average you probably get the turn 1 attack. And if you don't, well, maybe you just weren't meant to win this tournament.
Didn't want it hard enough. That's usually my takeaway. Yeah. Sam's still starting off with a pretty solid first couple of cards in hand. Do see Flower selecting, putting that escape rope in the lost zone, and Nest Ball can fetch out any of these basic Pokemon. I'm sure we'll see another Comfey coming down into play. Saw Giratina V in the hand. All solid cards to have. Battle VIP Pass, of course, is that big card that jumps out. Of course, you always want to play that on turn 1, get those basic Pokemon into play. But besides that, a lot of it is on John going second to really capitalize on sort of that advantage you get in this matchup by taking the first prize.
Yeah, and if you're John in this situation, an important thing to do is forget everything that just happened in the first game. It's really easy to get in a situation where you kind of beat yourself up, wonder, what could I have done differently? What if I had done this? If only I'd drawn that. You just have to forget it all and focus, recalibrate for the second game. If you waste your mental energy thinking about what could have happened in the first game, you're not going to be as focused and locked in this one. So it's difficult to do sometimes, especially you're on the stage. It's a high pressure match, but that's what you got to do. Just stay focused on the task at hand.
Another Flower selecting here from Sam. What is the choice? What options are available? is the Jet Energy going to the Lost Zone, valuing keeping Radiant Greninja. It's an interesting card that, I mean, once a Path to Peak comes in play, the card is no more besides potentially dealing some attacking damage with the Moonlit Shuriken, but we're going to see that hit the bench, which is really interesting to see that bench right away when you're not really getting any value from it that turn, and I guess it's just huge incentive for John to just play Path and shut that out, but here we go, though. John does find Colress's Experiment off of this first flower selecting, and yeah, the hand was looking actually really poor besides that.
Yeah,
so,
no kidding.
This is a pretty big bailout here for John. Let's see these 5 cards off this Colress's Experiment. This is where having to grab Comfey as your selections off Colress really come back to hurt you, because you already put a Lost Zone, you already Lost Zoned energy there off that flower selecting. What can you afford to get rid of when it comes to these 5 cards? You want to keep the Sableye, you want to keep the Comfey, and the Escape Rope, sure, that can go. I understand that, but it's kind of choosing which energy you want to get rid of. And for John, it's going to be limiting his options at Moonlight Shuriken, getting rid of the Water Energy, keeping those other cards. Keep his pressure up, though. It does have Nest Ball and Jet Energy, so this time it's here for John.
I think we got to find a Battle VIP Pass or a Nest Ball or something to get the Cramorant.
I think there's a Nest Ball in hand. I think we're covered here.
Yep, looks like it.
Yeah, but the problem with just benching Cramorant is without having Giratina V in play, it's not going to be able to be evolved into a V-Star until 2 turns from now.
Which that can be okay.
It can be okay. It's just, you kind of start, if you don't find these basics off Battle VIP Pass, you have to start valuing Nest Ball more when you're flower selecting things. And we see, even with getting a bunch of basics down turn 1, how tough these flower selectings have been for John in this game. So this is the choice now for John. Do you value the turn 1 attack and taking prizes, or do you value maybe setting your board up? But it just, as we've been talking about, it's just such an incentive to just take prize cards, put aggression on, and put Sam in a position where next turn he's forced to respond, or John's just going to continue pushing his aggression.
John could take what might be considered a pretty crazy risk here and grab Radiant Greninja and concealed cards for 2 and try to draw into something good here. I got to imagine we'll just see the Cramorant. One interesting thing, so yeah, Sam doesn't play Manaphy, but knows John does play Manaphy, and he knows that a Path to the Peak is going to come down, that Radiant Greninja isn't going to get a lot of value. But what it will do is force John to put Manaphy onto the bench. And later on, that can be an easy Sableye target for Lost Mine. So it's kind of like, yeah, this isn't going to do anything, but it's also going to clog up your bench when you put down Manaphy. So it's kind of a wash. And I end up with a Pokemon with 130 HP. Also, if you Escape Rope, it gives me something to promote that can take a hit from Cramorant. But no attack from John 2 games in a row on turn 1.
Yeah, grabbing the Giratina V instead of the Sableye, and Sam starting things off right away with the Colress's Experiment. Looking at 5 cards. Easy choice to throw away the Path to the Peak. Kind of want to keep the Colress and the Giratina. I think the choice here for Sam, you've already gotten rid of one of those Jet Energy. I mean, Colress, you don't necessarily need it. You have it in hand, but you've always got to consider Roxanne, and leaving yourself with as many good draws to have as possible is always a plus.
Yeah, each one of these decisions off of Colress's Experiment, flower selecting, both players seem like they're in agony every time, and I think it just sums up trying to play this deck, trying to figure out what the best lines of plays are.
Yeah, just sit here playing Miraidon. I'm just grabbing my Pokemon and looking at my 5 cards.
Play
I'm
my
playing
generator.
Ampy very much, and my opponent's out here.
Did I hit Lightning Energy? No, okay, on to the next game.
Rare Candy Charizard, as Azul said.
Yeah.
So you can kind of tell a little bit about these players by their deck choice, and maybe some of them enjoy thinking a little bit harder. Maybe some, it's really they'll do whatever it takes to get this win, especially when they're so close. It's paying off for them well. We'll see. Boss's Order is a super powerful card in this matchup. It's the Lost Zone, so Sam really valuing some other pieces, and finally an easy choice will be Battle VIP Pass going away. Does get that second Giratina and the Cramorant on Sam's side. So even though John went second, Sam is still the first one to strike in game 2, taking a prize card on this Comfey, removing this Jet Energy out of play as well. And John's in a situation where this hand is not doing a lot for him. Can't play this Roxanne. You've got a few V-Star, but oh, and this is another tough choice for John. this
Every single
Manaphy,
one.
this Manaphy is coming up at the worst possible times. And I think John might have to make a decision here on what he cares about more. Does he care about going in with Giratina V and maybe Abyss Seeking? I don't know if there's any other option for him. I think that's the biggest issue. I mean, look at this hand. It's double Giratina V-Star, 2 Grass Energy, 2 supporters that don't do anything, and a switch. So if you're John, what do you even want to accomplish this turn? If you don't do anything, Cramorant's just going to take another prize card.
Yeah, might have to Abyss Seeking. One thing to call out, so John plays 3 Water Energy. 1 is in the Lost Zone, 1 is actually in the prize cards as well. So he will not be able to use Radiant Greninja as an attacker. So Sam, showing why maybe you don't have to play Manaphy in this matchup.
And just a pass, protecting that Comfey. It's all John needs to keep this hand alive. Manaphy in play will guarantee the Comfey is safe. Sam is benched out, and this is just a tough choice. I mean, it's got to be Manaphy here, right? You've got to give that 1 prize up. You spent so hard to save it, right? You got rid of that Jet Energy. You will be able to bring it back with something like Super Rod later on. So we do see another Battle VIP pass hitting the Lost Zone, and Sam has hit that first checkpoint. 7 cards in the Lost Zone means Mirage Gate is turned on. There is also a Giratina V-Star in hand, so Sam will just go ahead and play this Mirage Gate, get some of these energy cards out, even considering grabbing the Water Energy out of the deck to just put on one of these Giratina Vs so that it's an easy choice to throw away later on with the Lost Impact attack. But Sam is in full control here in game number 2.
Sure seems like it. I mean, if you're John, you're just trying to figure out where's the opening? Where can I come back in this one? And it looks pretty bleak because it's only 5 cards in the Lost Zone. His hand looks horrendous. You're still not even in range where you can use Roxanne. But is there some kind of opportunity for Sam to do? Oh, boy.
I think Sam has a boss's orders in hand, and he does. Can bring up this Giratina V-Star, the only one in play for John. And even though he's entering Roxanne range, why does it matter if you're just taking the only threat off John's board? John left with nothing but just a Comfey in play, and that Colress's Experiment would have been a great card the previous turn to help John get set up, but with Roxanne being alive, I mean, that's the only card you've got to play at this point. And so, while it's John playing the first Roxanne in this matchup, the big difference is his board is nowhere near what Sam's board looked like when Sam got Roxanne in game 1.
Yeah, and there's just not enough cards in the Lost Zone to respond with a big turn. Now, it's not over by any means. Sam is going to be stuck with the Giratina V-Star in the active with just 1 energy. There's a chance, you could just draw into some bad cards here and not do anything for a little bit. And that's what John has to hope for in this situation. We're still going to need a big turn from John. He needs to start getting something set up here, whether that's getting down, a new Giratina V, set up an attacker. I don't know. He needs something here. But at this point, you just kind of got to hope that your opponent draws some bad cards.
And another just...
or maybe you can just continue to keep putting your good cards in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, no Giratina V is the big thing that John is unable to get down. Not even something like... I mean, Cramorant wouldn't even do anything here. There's no reason to damage this Giratina V-Star, and it's just going to be a pass back over to Sam. Put on 2 cards. What are the 2 cards in hand?
See a Counter Catcher, a Nest Ball, and looks like a Grass Energy. So will Sam retreat? Yeah. Just going to go into the Cramorant, spit innocently. Okay. That does signal that his hand is pretty weak. So if John can finally respond with something here, maybe, just maybe, there's an opening.
Finally, a nice, easy choice here off of this Colress's Experiment. Battle VIP pass. Comfey leaving play.
I feel like it's got to be Sableye carrying John at this point, right?
I guess you have to, Sableye knock out the Cramorant just like Sam did in that first game, and then just hope your opponent doesn't have a Sableye of their own or a way to bring back this Cramorant.
Pair it with a Counter Catcher, bring up Giratina V-Star again, put your opponent in an awkward position. One thing to note, Giratina V-Star, since it's not a basic Pokemon, you can't use Switch Cart to move it out of the active spot.
And we do see that Escape Rope is in the Lost Zone, so there's only the 1 copy of...
I think 1 was played as well, right?
Yeah, and I think there's only one copy of Switch in this deck for Sam. So
There's Jet Energy, of course, to get out of there. But
yeah, options are limited for sure. We've already seen a few hit play. Here we go for John. Just going to get these energy cards out of play. See the Mirage Gate, bring the energy onto Giratina V, and this is it for John. John's got to put together some sort of way to climb back in this game. Sam is out of boss's orders. That is something to note. We did see one put in the lost zone and one put into the discard pile. So I don't think there's a way for him to close the game out this turn, but it's just dealing with the current threat. Option number 1 is Sableye. And I think the choice here for John is, do you value using this counter catcher aggressively? And I think you have to, like you said, Kyle. Bringing Giratina V-Star up and just hoping it sticks for long enough in the active spot.
And we do see, a Mirage Gate for Sam in hand, along with the Psychic Energy. But how much energy is left in the deck?
There's only one Psychic Energy.
Okay. There's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance, Kyle?
That is what I said, yeah.
Yeah. So I think the question here for Sam is, it's so tough. Do you burn this Mirage Gate and attach for turn just to retreat into Comfey and see some more cards?
It's a tough choice. I think it depends on how many Mirage Gates you have left. I mean, if you can draw into a Colress's Experiment and kind of fill your hand back up, that feels like a pretty good situation to be in. But, I mean, that's another Mirage Gate down. That's another energy down. Sam did have, both Super Rod prized to start this game. I think it's probably gotten both of them at this point.
Yeah, Pokegear and Grass Energy are the last 2 prizes. So it's going to be that one Psychic Energy put onto this active Giratina V-Star. So I think down to just 2 Mirage Gate left in the deck. Does still have those options available for later on, and both Super Rod are still there. There it is. Double Psychic Energy retreated, so no more Psychic Energy in the deck. Here we go, 2 cards off Flower Selecting. Was this trade-off worth it? Quick send of the Lost Zone Battle VIP Pass, and it is the Colress's Experiment. So a huge risk for Sam, paying off dividends. And look at these cards too. Finds Jet Energy, some...
Well, the Mirage Gates don't do anything.
Well, not right now, they don't, but Jet Energy can allow you to... I mean, you can't play that this turn. You've already played the Psychic Energy, so...
I mean, that's a good setup for next turn, but nothing's going to happen this turn. John's going to get, I think...
Oh,
no, there was already attached.
Yeah. We're just going to see the pass, so John does get an extra turn. And my question is, does John have a way to maybe play another Roxanne? Does find a second one, and I think at this point, with the Water Energy in the Lost Zone and the Water Energy on this Giratina V, we will see Radiant Greninja go to the Lost Zone. There is an attachment for turn. We could see this Giratina V-Star get that Psychic Energy attached. I think that's a great way to just threaten a lot of damage next turn.
Yeah, I feel like you might as well attach that.
Yeah. I think the question here for John, though, is how do you want to spread this damage? Take a knockout on either of these Comfey, and then do you want to just dump the rest on the bench? Do you want to put some damage counters on Radiant Greninja so it can be knocked out by Cramorant at some point? So let's see what the choice is.
Yeah, it's 6 there. Where does the other 6 go? This game all of a sudden got pretty close. Now, Sam did kind of accidentally reveal, does have a Jet Energy. So John knows he's not completely safe, but a Path to the Peak is the draw for the turn. That's another useless card. Flower Selecting, let's see what it finds. Doesn't look very happy.
Oh, it's a Jet Energy and a Roxanne. I feel like you've got to just get rid of the Jet Energy. I mean, the good thing is, the scary part here for John, though, is if John wants to use Sableye again, not only will he put himself in Roxanne range, but he's going to go to odd prize cards, and we see that having odd prizes in this matchup is just tough.
Abyss Seeking. Is John about to make a massive comeback here? Sam's not out of it yet, but we know that John held on to a Roxanne. If he can just Star Requiem this turn, just lost Impact the last Giratina V-Star. I mean, he's going to have to find a boss's orders.
Yeah.
John could take a slower approach. Play the Roxanne, use Lost Mine, and you don't have to take a prize card here. You can Lost Mine and kind of set up the Greninja and the Comfey for a future turn. There's lots of different ways to go about this. This is the extremely tricky moment.
Yeah, there's so many options because if you lost mine, then you leave the Jet Energy on the Giratina V, so then it's pretty much like an extra turn, right, to just use Abyss Seeking and look at 4 cards. So here we go, Psychic Energy down. We're playing Roxanne number 2. We'll see if what held true in game 1, the first player to play Roxanne, winning the match. So John playing the second copy, players shuffling in. John will find 6 cards, 2 cards for Sam. What do these cards warrant? Is there anything like boss's orders for John on the following turn? Not sure there's much. There is a Super Rod, but there's no basic energy in the discard pile, so that's not an option. Can put 1 in the discard pile by retreating this Sableye. So
I feel like you just kind of got to go for it.
Yeah.
Use the Star Requiem, take a knockout, go down to 2 prize cards. I mean, your opponent's going to go down to 2 cards. They've already used a Mirage Gate, and you saw they only got 1 energy. You see the energy in the Lost Zone. There's a bunch in the discard pile. The combination of cards your opponent would need to beat you on the following turn is so high.
Yeah,
I feel like you just press your advantage here and hope for the best.
And you're going to have so many ways to win next turn because with that 5 damage counters in the Comfey, if your opponent wants to use multiple flower selectings, then you can always just retreat into your Sableye and finish the game off with 2 prize cards with Lost Mine. So we'll see if John maybe wants to retreat and then reuse a Mirage Gate to put this energy on the Sableye so that if Sam finds a Roxanne, then that's a potential option. So
Star Requiem down to 2 prize cards for John. He was way behind in this game, but now things have gotten close, and another Chorus's Experiment is found, but also a Pokegear.
So this is interesting. I feel like you don't want to see supporter cards off of these 5 cards for Sam if you can just...
Well, do you dig for the Roxanne?
Well, that's true. I think it's good to play this regardless, whether or not you're playing Chorus or not, because you just want to take supporter cards out. 7 cards. Do we see the Roxanne? No, but there is another Chorus's Experiment. And here we go. If Sam can find a combination of an energy card, Mirage Gate, and a Super Rod, Star Requiem can be used over on Sam's side. Has yet to use that V-Star power. And those will be the last 2 prize cards for Sam, and he will become a regional champion.
Flower selecting going to be the first choice. Do we see anything relevant in these 2 cards?
And yeah, you really can't bench this Comfey because you're just inviting a Sableye to come in. This is going to be the counter catcher. And so this is it. This is what it comes down to. 5 cards off Chorus's Experiment. Do we see a way for this Giratina V-Star to attack? There's Super Rod, but no Mirage Gate in this hand.
Can go fishing, but he can't go find it.
Well put, well put. So I think the question here for Sam is, you don't even want to bench the Comfey because you can't retreat into it. So we're just going to see Super Rod get played. This can put the energy cards back into the deck if we see something like Iono come down. It's just going to be, actually John is not playing any copies of Iono. An interesting choice in this list. Both players actually not playing any copies of Iono, so it's just going to be the Roxanne in terms of disruption, bringing back the energy that Giratina V-Star needs to attack.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to get weird. I mean, if you're John, you can take a 1 prize knockout, but then you give your opponent access to counter catcher. Obviously, if John draws boss's orders, the game ends immediately, but there's still some tough decisions ahead for both of these players.
It's a cat and mouse game, back and forth. You see Giratina V go down, and John does not have the boss's orders.
Yeah,
you
heard
see just
Sam ask, do you have the boss? John said no.
How many are left in deck? There's 1 copy of boss's orders.
There's not even a basic.
This is just tough for John. Now, a cool play that John can do is John can use Lost Mine this turn and not take any prize cards and just set damage up on this Greninja and Comfey so that you're not activating Counter Catcher and you're leaving a 1 prize Pokemon in the active spot. And I think that's your best bet here if you're John. Now, of course, if you can dig a little bit before that and give yourself the option to find boss, it's all in your favor. But wow, what a back and forth series this has been so far. A game that 3 turns ago, if you told me John still had a shot, I wouldn't have believed you.
You never know what can happen in these Giratina V-Star mirror matches. The end of the game is just so tricky. Now, if John has a way to switch out in this situation, I have to wonder if it's better to just go with flower selecting, try to build up your hand, and try to just eventually draw into the boss's orders to win. You can put on some pressure with the Lost Mine. But I don't know. Is it better to just sit there and force your opponent to do something?
I think a small misplay there from John. If John decided to retreat before playing that Super Rod, could have brought back an additional 2 energy cards to just have those as resources in the deck. But by using this Super Rod, only bringing back 1 energy. So, I mean, it still doesn't really make a huge difference because the Giratina retreats, and as long as there's 1 more energy attachment, it's fine. But I'm not sure it's going to make too big of a difference. But as sort of Azul said, 1 small micro decision, 1 small error, and that could cost the game. So here we go. Pokegear, 7 cards. Is there a boss? And there is a boss's orders that can bring up Giratina V or V-Star, take the knockout, and we're going to a game 3 here, Kyle.
John Eng fighting for his tournament life here in the finals. Claws all the way back. A game where he was so far behind and looked like he had very little chance. But Roxanne, once again, is the game changer. And nobody with a lead is safe, Ethan.
Well, in game 1, Sam was the first player to play Roxanne. In game 2, John was the first player to play Roxanne. Is that the key of the first person to put their opponent on the back foot, make them stumble a little bit, maybe overextend some resources like Sam did at that game number 1? I mean, the early game was just all Sam, right? After Giratina V-Star, John had to make a desperate play here of just bringing this Giratina V-Star up into the active with boss's orders. And I mean, the Cramorant took the knockout, but John was ready, had the Sableye, return knocked out this Pokemon, and it was just turn after turn of Sam just not having the pieces necessary to put on attacks or get these last 2 prize cards. Was so close to the finish line, but just out of those resources necessary.
Yeah, and just based on how this match has gone so far, the key to winning the matchup is just to draw poorly at the beginning. And then late in the game, you'll draw everything you need, and your opponent will, at any point in the match, somebody has to be drawing poorly, so you want to be the one to draw bad first.
And this was it here. 7 cards off Pokegear and found the boss's orders. That was one of the craziest comebacks I've ever seen on stream, let alone in the finals here of Portland Regionals.
Yeah, and it was very easy at any point for John to just get super frustrated, give up, but no. Kept battling through, kept trying to find any possible way to win the match, and that's why you do it. That's why you stick in there and try to take any opportunity your opponent gives you. Sometimes it works out. And now we have 1 game to decide it all here in Portland. The winner of this final single game will be champion.
We've been treated to some excellent finals here so far in the last month. What a great way to kick off the new year. Excellent Pokemon TCG. Sam will be going second this game. We'll have to see what everything looks like. The prize cards, opening hands, everything counts in this winner-take-all final match.
Can't wait.
2 Colress in the prizes, 2 Giratina V.
Well, we had 2 good games, Ethan.
These are bad for both of these players.
Oh, the 2 Giratina V.
And a big top Vector first John finds Battle VIP pass on the top. I mean, he's going to be treated to some pretty bad news here that the remaining Giratina V are unavailable, but this is exactly what you want to see here in this final game for John.
I'm not even going to try to figure out what's going to happen next.
Look at John's reaction. He's like, are you kidding me, man?
Yeah.
Is this how it's going to go down? What a finals for the ages here, Kyle.
Yep. They say keep Portland weird, and we certainly are. Okay, now if you're John, yep, you got to remain flexible. Figure out what can you do here. There's only 1 Giratina V. If John doesn't know that those other 2 Giratina V are the top 2 prize cards, he'll likely never see them this game. And there's no Hisuian Heavy Ball in the deck list to fetch those out, so this might be a leaner game plan. Maybe Radiant Greninja will finally come into play as an attacker. I don't know. This is one of those situations where you find out what's prized. You go, okay, this has got to be a different game plan. What can I do?
It's all right.
Starting things out pretty solid. Does have the switch cart. Here we go. Flower selecting.
Oh, Battle VIP pass.
Yeah, but you'd have to pitch away a Super Rod, and John now knows that with those Giratina, it's fine. Yeah, I also want to throw my last game in the regional championships here as well.
I mean, it depends on what your hand is. If you can't play the game, then
This John's Comfey may be the most evil Comfey I have ever seen in the Giratina. It's just giving him puzzle after puzzle in terms of bad cards, or good cards rather, that need to be thrown away to the lost zone. This is just the duality of Comfey between both of these players. I don't even know what you do here if you're John. Do you really have to get rid of this Super Rod and decides to? I mean, the Battle VIP Pass is a strong card. Is it stronger than attacking with Giratina V-Star for the rest of the game? I mean, you still got one copy left, but you've got to find it.
Well, John just grabbed another Comfey and the Mana Fee straight away. I feel like this may be a little bit like preemptive. You know, you don't need to go for it until your opponent is able to threaten Radiant Greninja. And, you know, we're, I think, past the days where people are getting turn 1 Mirage Gates and things like that.
It's so bad, too, because I didn't even, the 2 Giratina V prize didn't even make me realize that Cramorant is also in the prizes. So John can't even grab Cramorant out either to attack.
Yeah, that's why I think John might need to go for the Radiant Greninja here.
No way, Sam opened one of his 2 Culver's Experiment in the deck with 2 being prized. And that is an incredible opening. And finds the last Culver's Experiment in these 5 cards. Are you kidding me?
Let's hope he doesn't put that one in the lost zone. He hasn't had a chance to search his deck yet.
He doesn't know. I mean, look at how many switching cards are in this hand. What can you afford to get rid of? I mean,
the Path to the Peak is the first one that goes.
Yeah, of course. But it's Escape Roper switch card.
Right?
Hopefully. Don't do this to us, Sam, please. Don't do this to us.
Oh, no.
Was he thinking about it? Wait,
what was it?
One? Oh, no, he kept the Culver's.
Okay.
Yeah, but the big problem here is there's no basic Pokemon in this hand. Just has to sit here with this active and Abyss Seeking. What kind of a game 3 is this?
John went aggressive and put 3 cards in the lost zone on the first turn. I mean, he might only need 1 Giratina V. If he can power up Giratina V-Star with a Mirage Gate, this game's over.
Mirage Gate! Oh, that might be there. Mirage Gate, Jet Energy. If he can Flower Selecting 2 times and still have the energy cards needed, this could be...
switch too, yeah.
It has the Jet Energy and switch. So, John, keeping his tempo.
Does he have the Giratina V-Star in hand?
He does. He has the Giratina V-Star.
Is this how it all ends?
Is this how we're going to end this tournament?
Wait.
Oh, that's so awkward,
Does he have any Psychic left in his deck?
I don't know if he does.
Oh, this is not going to end easily, is it?
Switch is going to bring this Comfey. Let's see if the energies are here. No energy cards off of this, so John will check the deck with his Nest Ball. Let's see how many energy cards are there.
There's the
Psychic,
grass.
water, grass, all the pieces are there.
This is
Jet
the moment.
Energy.
John Eng has been working for so long to get that big win, and here it is. Mirage Gate gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
What an incredible finish. He's finally done it after being so close for so long. In a crazy comeback in Game 2, John Eng has finally taken home a tournament and is your regional champion in Portland, Oregon.
Wow, what can you say about that?
He can't even believe it.
I can't either.
I can't either.
That might be the most improbable win we've ever seen. From completely out of it to a turn 2 win in the 3rd game. Congratulations to John. Never gave up. I mean, incredible. Just incredible.
I'm at a loss for words here. What a set, Kyle. Back and forth. And congratulations to John.
We should come to Portland more often.
Should we? I don't know if I can take this again, Kyle. This is too much for me.
Giratina V-Star wins 2 seasons in a row here in Portland. Last year, the Arceus Giratina fueled by the Squavit. This year, the Lost Zone Giratina in one of the craziest matches you will ever see in the Pokemon TCG. I mean, these 2 players put on a show. Congratulations to Sam on 2nd place. An excellent run throughout the tournament, played extremely well. But geesh, this was John's tournament to win. After so many times, you know, he made it to top 8, top 4 of regionals, top 4 of an international championships, was always stopped short of that big win, made it to the finals of a regionals. This was finally his moment. Things finally fell his way. Congratulations.
This is one of the best finals matches I've ever seen in the Pokemon TCG. For all of you watching, this is the treat you guys aren't going to forget. Back and forth Game 1, we saw Sam take the knockout, brought himself down to 2 thanks to that Mirage Gate, and this is where it seemed almost improbable. Sam burning those resources, attacked with the Cramorant, and John was able to just buy enough time, taking knockouts with the Sableye, bringing up this Giratina V-Star. That's up there for one of the craziest comebacks we have ever seen in the Pokemon TCG.
Just wild. Yeah, no lead was safe in this matchup. The player who kind of took the advantage early on in the first 2 games somehow managed to lose. The hand disruption from Roxanne, devastating for both sides. Sheesh. Just a crazy set of games. Even, game 2, John finds the boss's orders off of that Pokegear 3.0. And then to end it all, 2 Giratina V prized. The Cramorant prized does not matter because John goes aggressively and is able to turn to Mirage Gate, power up Giratina V-Star, and take a knockout to become champion.
And that is the reaction of a champion indeed. He cannot believe what just happened in that set.
I can't either.
I don't know what to say here. What just happened? What did I just watch?
You just watched John Heng win his first regional championship. That's what it takes for him to win.
Did it in style for sure. You know what? I got to give him credit. He made it exciting, and wow, what a way to kick off the new year. If that has anything to say for what 2024 Pokemon TCG is going to bring us, I don't know if my heart can take it here, Kyle. I don't know if I can take this.
I want to see that every time. Those are the matches that keep you coming back to the Pokemon TCG, right? Those are the nail biters, the ones where you don't know what's going to happen next. That's the kind of stuff that makes you love the game.
My love has increased. I didn't think it could more. I'm a believer now, maybe. The Giratina haters, they might finally be silenced.
Yeah, we saw the highs and the lows of Giratina V-Star in that match.
This was
we ended on a high, though.
This was like Giratina V's origin story. It was like struggle with success. It was down low, and I mean, look at Giratina here. First and second place, having an incredible tournament. Final standings here. John Eng taking home his first regional win. Sam as well, getting another strong finish with this Lost Zone Giratina deck and a whole variety of decks. And my favorite part walking away from all this is it's not just one deck dominating. There's so many different deck types, archetypes, close matches we saw on stream. And we're going to be seeing even more to come in our upcoming Pokemon events.
Yeah, John and Sam also had a pretty tough road into the finals. You look at the top 8 and you see Azul and Ian Robb, and both those players have multiple regional championship victories. You have to think, oh, these are the 2 favorites to win the tournament when we get to this point. But in the first round of top 8, John knocks out Azul, Sam knocks out Ian. Eventually, John and Sam collide in the finals. I mean, they both had a tough path to get here. Just a crazy way to finish off an incredible weekend here in Portland. Congratulations once again to John Eng. Can't say it enough. I mean, just a player who's been consistently grinding at these tournaments for years. Made top cuts, but just never had that one big break go his way. If you keep at it, keep trying, keep practicing, hey, sometimes good things do happen.
Finishing 9-0 day 1 and converting that to a perfect final result. The champion here in Portland. Congratulations to all of our competitors. And geez, Sean must be going through a whirlwind of emotions right now.
Oh yeah, can't even imagine. Yeah, I mean, you could see the emotions even going through that match. I think both players clearly had frustrating moments. I'm sure there were several moments in the second game where John thought, this is it. It's over. Another tournament where I fall short. But kept fighting. And then, you get to the third game and you look through your deck for the first time and you're just like, okay, well, this is how I lose. But no, it all worked out. Giratina V-Star lost Impact for the win.
None of this is real, Kyle. I'm in a dream right now. I need to wake up. What time is it? I just can't even believe what happened. As we take a look at our bracket, how things played out, so much exciting action. This was a treat of a tournament. We saw new players, old players, new decks. From our Paradox Rift expansion, old favorites come in. I mean, Giratina V-Star is one of our first things that we had going on, and this was the turn where I think John realized. He was like, okay, If I have the Psychic Energy left in my deck, I've got it.
As long as I don't screw this up.
Got rid of the Water Energy as long as it was still there.
Yeah, I mean that's a heart-stopping moment too, right? If you don't remember how many Psychic Energy you have prized, like having one in your hand means you can't Mirage Gate out of your deck.
Yeah, and if John found a Psychic Energy off that last Flower Selecting, he wouldn't have been able to use the Mirage Gate.
Exactly,
but
yeah.
Had the exact pieces. That was... Oh, I'm still reeling from that one. That was just an incredible series, and I'm going to be thinking about that one on my plane ride home and for maybe the next couple days and weeks and months, and it's just a great game overall.
Absolutely. That's why we love watching these events. Love watching these matches between some of the best players in the Pokemon TCG. You never know what's going to happen. We've been talking to different players throughout the weekend. Players like Dan Hugar are saying, no two games with Giratina are the same. Weird stuff happens every time. You have to adapt on the fly to what's prized, what's being put in the lost zone, what your opponent is doing. And I think we saw that from both players, kind of adapting mid-match and like, oh, I'm out of this resource. My opponent has done this. Now I need to, take a different line of play. So it's always interesting to watch. It's hard to predict how those are going to turn out, but it's been fun to watch.
And what a weekend it's been, Kyle. It's been an honor casting with you. I've had
yeah.
such a fun time. But I think
we're representing the ancient and the future here.
Of course, maybe we'll see some more ancient future Pokemon take the spotlight. But for now, it's Giratina V-Star, and I think it's time to recognize our two finalists. Adam Watson is down on the stage, ready to congratulate our first and second place players. Let's throw it down to him.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the main stage where we just saw a nail-biting finals go down here at the Portland Regional Championships. We are going to give our players the recognition they are due, so welcome to the stage, your finalist, Sam Huff. Welcome, welcome. That was a fantastic best of three. Very, very nail-biting stuff. And now you're here on the big stage. How are you feeling after taking second place at such a big tournament?
Surprised. No, just kidding. No, I'm good. It's my one tournament of the year, and I did really way beyond my expectations, so I'm really excited. I lost to my friend, so I'm really excited for him. It's his first big regional win, so it's really been close so many times, so it's good to see him win.
That is honestly great to hear that you were able to put all of your love and energy into this one event. And, if you're going to lose, it has to be to the homie. Any final thoughts or anybody you want to give a quick shout out to while I've got you here in the big spotlight?
I'd like to thank Giratina V-Star. It's a really good deck.
Short and sweet, Giratina is a good deck. We've heard it time and time again. I want to thank you once more, and good luck in the future for your Pokemon journey. Thank you, Sam. But we still have one more player to recognize, folks. Big round of applause for your Portland Regional Champion, John Ang. Wow, John, this has been a long time coming for you. I know that you have so many things you want to tell the people. Let them know how excited you are.
I've got no words. I'm ecstatic. This was like a long time coming. I think this is like my 12th top 8 at a major event in Masters and my first win, so I've been really gunning for it for a long time. I still have no clue what's going on, to be honest with you. That game was like a fever dream.
When you are playing such a complex deck over 2 days of competition, every other Giratina V-Star player that we've talked to so far over the weekend has said the same thing. It's incredibly complex. You have to be willing to adapt on the fly. And has the deck been such a difficult deck to pilot? Has it really been a struggle? Or did you feel, towards your advancement throughout the bracket that this was going to be your tournament?
Well, I did go 9-0 in day one with the deck. Getting back to the complex thing. The deck is very complex. It's really hard to play perfectly. I don't even think I played perfectly this weekend, but I guess I did all right. But the deck is really hard to play. But what I really like about it over the other decks in the format right now is that it gives you a lot of agency over your games. Whereas, with Miraidon, for instance, if you play an electric generator, you're at the mercy of an electric generator. As you saw, in this set, a lot of games where I was super behind, I was able to come back from, and I think Giratina does that as the comeback deck, the best deck to come back with of any of the ones in the meta, which is what I really like. So yeah, it's really hard to play, but there's a lot of upside if you get good at it.
Yeah, that definitely makes a lot of sense. I know that you have probably been thinking about this moment for so long. I don't know if you had anything prepared, you got a speech in your back pocket, but this is a perfect moment, I think, to maybe give a special shout out to somebody who's been really helping prepare for this moment and just kept believing in you after you got so close so many times. Do you want to give a special shout out to anybody specific?
Yeah, I've got an army of people I got to shout out. First shout out always goes to Isaiah Bradner, my best friend from the very beginning, my main testing partner, always helping me out. Second shout out goes to Alex Rubin right over there, my boy. I go to school with him. He goes to tournaments with me, so love him. The whole gang. All right, here we go. Rahul, Xander, Reagan, Michael Slutsky, Justin Bokhari, Sam Chen. Did I miss anyone? I said Reagan. All right. That's the main squad. They got my back all the time. They're my rocks. And yeah, this win is also their win.
That is beautiful that you have so many people helping you and believing in you up for this moment. I know there's so many players out in the field that would kill for your consistency, your ability to make these deep runs at tournaments, and you were always struggling to find that big win now, that crowning achievement. Were you ever doubting yourself, or were you just trusting that the consistency of being able to make these runs would eventually pay off?
You know, I definitely got to a point where I was like, you know, in my career where I was like, you know, I think I found solace in like being like, you know, I might not actually win a major event ever. I'm going to keep trying, obviously, my best, because I still enjoy playing the game. But I definitely prided myself on my consistency, just always being at the top. So, you know, this feels good. So it was something I was gunning for, but like I think like honestly, like at the beginning of this season is when I kind of came to that like conclusion that maybe I might not win one, but you know, thankfully we got there.
I am honestly so ecstatic that you stuck with it, you know, that you believed in yourself along with all the homies who helped you come this great distance. I mean, Portland Regional Championships, it's a fantastic tournament. It was a great tournament to say the least. And now that you've won here, are you already thinking about the next tournament? What's next for John Eng?
I will see you guys in Charlotte. And honestly, I'll see you at the rest of the regionals for this season. So, and all the major events. So, yeah, hopefully I can get another one.
Oh, now he's addicted, folks. I'm so glad to hear that you're going to keep that competition running, and hopefully we'll see you at Charlotte. Any final thoughts for the viewers at home just before we let you go and really complete your celebration for your big win?
Play Giratina.
Giratini's got a beautiful vote of confidence. One more round of applause for our winner, folks, here. John Eng, let's go. Thank you once again, my friend, and best of luck to you in the future. So that's going to be it from us on the main stage. We're going to kick things back to the casting desk and prepare to close out the show, so don't go anywhere, folks. We are just about to bring her home.
Congratulations again to both of our finalists, John Eng and Sam. Wow, what an intense final set, and what an incredible tournament. I keep saying it's a great way to kick off 2024. I can't even think of any way that we could have, you could have handpicked our rounds, what we saw and everything, and we had just an incredible result and truly a treat to be here this weekend.
Yeah, and you saw Sam happy for John's win. I mean, there has to be maybe a tiny bit of heartbreak, right? Sam saying this was my like one tournament of the year where I come out to play, and if he had won that match, he would have gotten an automatic invitation to the World Championship. So feels a little bad, but you know he'll still be going home with plenty of prize money, so don't feel that bad. But yeah, congratulations to John. You can see, I think, almost like overwhelmed with emotion. Yeah. Maybe hasn't even sunk in quite yet that he's finally got that. I'm sure dreamt of this moment for years. You know, you just have it in your head. It's finally going to happen. I'm going to get on that stage. I'm going to be regional champion. But for it to finally happen, it can just be a surreal feeling. And maybe you don't even realize until a couple days later, you're like, hey, wait, yeah, I actually won that thing.
I feel like I'm in a dream right now, and that was an incredible finals. Still reeling for that, and our boys in the lounge are going to wrap up this show, talk about what happened, get things rolling. So let's throw it down to the lounge for a quick wrap-up.
Hello, everyone. Adam Watson here, and I've teleported from the front stage for the award ceremony back to the lounge so we can bring it all home. I'm joined here by Jeremy Jalen and Kyle Sablehouse, the boys, the homies, the true Giratina believers.
Woo!
And I gotta say, I think that we are all really happy for John Eng.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously for Sam as well, that was just an unbelievable performance from him. That was the most insane Game 2 I've ever seen in any regional final ever. And I'm old. I've seen a lot of them.
Listen, John finally got that regional win that he's been abyss seeking for this entire time.
Okay.
It's been due.
Yeah, I mean, he dug deep indeed to find that win, and it's great when a player that has put so much time and dedication into the game for so long can really feel like all of that time and energy has been rewarded. I guess we can take a time now to actually look at the metagame for Day 2. Giratina ended up in the finals for a mirror match. It was one of the best converting decks, the best converting deck from Day 1 to Day 2. You want to talk about that a little bit, Jeremy?
Yeah, well, the top 4 decks here on the graphic made it into top 8, but Giratina having just a consistent matchup spread versus a lot of the field just made it the meta call for this tournament. Snorlax not really going to be doing too much against your Shred, and really just kind of cleaning up. You have a pretty even matchup against Charizard, and we saw that with John Eng and versus Azul in top 8.
Yeah, very important to note there, the great Charizard matchup. And Kyle, I see you over there with a big grin on your face, the prophet of Giratina V-Star. Do you think that the meta has shifted in this deck's favor, or have players just gotten better at playing it?
Yeah, I feel like it's always had an opportunity to do something like this, and it makes sense that as diverse as this meta has been, that this is the deck that's going to stand out because it always just has so many answers. And when you put this deck in great hands, like a player like John Eng, you understand that you're getting an opportunity to see any of these attacks used, any of these scenarios played out. He could find 100 different ways to try to close out a game, and sure enough, he found the perfect one in Game 2, which was just phenomenal.
Yeah, very well said. He's an incredibly skilled player, and we're also skilled here on the casting desk with our predictions for what was going to really succeed here in Portland. You know, I've always thrown my hat in the ring for the Rapid Strike decks. Anything that plays Meta Champ V, it just makes me salivate. But Charizard did pretty well. So I'm not too sad about that for sure. Even Roaring Moon was a bit of a boogeyman, I would say.
Yeah, on the graphic there, 10 of them in Day 2, but none of them could really convert as the Swiss rounds kept going on. And same with the Rapid Strike too. There was a few there, but they kept getting paired against Mew VMAX in the later rounds, and that is just an auto loss matchup for you.
And of course, you know, Gardevoir still putting up a really strong showing. We'll just not look at Kyogre or Pidgeot or whatever. Those are just freebies, right? The Pidgeot V. It's a great card, quick search, beautiful way to get set up, and we're going to see a lot more of it in the future, I'm sure. But we're getting down to the wire here, folks. So I want to remind all of the viewers at home about the upcoming regional schedule. This was just Portland, folks. So much action went down this weekend, so you already know what you have to look forward to. Charlotte right around the corner, Knoxville, Vancouver, London, EUIC, baby. This is going to be an amazing upcoming few weeks.
Yeah, what a way to start off the new year with a Giratina V-Star victory, and both of them in the finals. You'll love to see it, and I'm looking forward to these next tournaments coming up.
And Charlotte, very specifically, January 19th to the 21st. It's going to be happening soon, so make sure you tune in there. It's a beautiful town, and I absolutely love Charlotte to pieces. It's a great place to visit, and the culture, the people are so nice. You know, get that southern hospitality, of course. And anybody who's ever been to Charlotte knows I'm preaching to the choir. This is a great place. And don't forget as well, Liverpool happening in EU. I know that Kyle's a big fan over there in the Liverpool.
Yeah, definitely. No, I think I relate a little more to Charlotte, being that I played in South Carolina for a decade. But yeah, go Liverpool.
I know. I just got to throw you a little curveball there, my guy. But, I mean, Liverpool is great, too. We've talked so much over the course of the weekend, right, Jeremy, about how much of an impact EU has made in their own way on the Pokemon TCG, really elevating the level of play, I think, on the global community, and the fact that their events can now be tied in properly to all of this our Twitch broadcast and our regional circuit is really amazing, I think, for the EU side of things.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can make a Lost impact in these regionals coming up.
You got me again. I love you, Jeremy. That's absolutely amazing. But if you have any amazing puns, make sure you tweet them at us. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Share all of your amazing Pokemon puns and jokes and art and thoughts for the weekend. Did you know all along as well that Giratina was going to take it all? Make sure that you post that on the internet before it's too late so that you can let people know that you knew Giratina was the best deck all along, and nobody would ever be able to doubt you.
No doubts at all.
And delete the Rapid Strike tweet and delete the Dialga V-Star tweets. That's what I'm going to be doing later. It's fine. It's fine. But I think that just about wraps it up for us. I know that, again, it's been a long weekend. Any final thoughts for the viewers at home, Jeremy?
Well, we had a pretty stellar finals match here in Portland. We also had a pretty stellar finals match in San Antonio. So if this format is to show anything, that really anything can happen, and it's going to be exciting.
And Kyle, any parting words, any words of wisdom for our viewers at home? Maybe somebody who wants to hear a little bit more advice about how to play Giratina?
Well, in general, just being in Portland, this is my first experience here, so I had a great time, and everyone was really warm and welcoming. It's incredible to see almost 1,500 Masters in Division playing in a West Coast event. It just doesn't happen, so I'm very excited to see what the East Coast numbers are going to look like, what the representation of all of the meta share is going to be, and maybe we'll see a little more Giratina, guys. Maybe we can start talking about some Lugia numbers, the 20%. Come on.
I mean, I definitely love to see it. Whenever a deck does well, more players are going to be willing to take that plunge, maybe pivot off of the Mew or the Gardevoir that didn't do so well for them and become Giratina believers themselves. But that's going to be it from us, folks. We will see you at the next regional in Charlotte, North Carolina. So until then, have a good one.
I just hope